think I need to remove the MooBot if I want both to work at the same time. Yeah.
Technically, you can have both bots. It works.
Not sure because right now
The
it's not
MCT bot, you
working.
need to fetch it and to elect it as moderator. I don't know if you did both.
And I don't think it does want to go for that.
I don't
mtgbot.tv.
see MCT bot in the list of users,
Yeah, I know, I
list
know.
of moderators. So you probably need to subscribe to the website and then. So Sergey Mulligan, and so we are using the London Mulligan. So he's putting one of the cards under his deck. Alexander has Marshall or Alexander. I don't know which one to use. They say Marshall in the Discord, but they're putting all of the first names on the right. So I think it's Alexander. So he has Risic Tutor, Tainted Pact, Al Mesa, Tundra, something like the Tranquil Sicket, Altar of Bone, and the Demon, the Demonic Tutor. So it's not a quick start. At least he has the Tainted Pact to try to fetch something useful quite fast. So Sergey keeps Brainstorm, Mages of the Bazaar, the blue-black Payland, Boomerang, the new Fairy from Modern Horizon that scries 2, and
That's gonna be blinding fast again, I think.
yeah, and the Sage that kind of scries 4 but puts everything back on the top. But I don't know why he's playing the Mages of the Bazaar. So turn 2, Buzz of Paradise on Joda's side. Still quite slow.
Sculling Town, cracking the town, going to 19.
So Serge's hand was quite dangerous. He had one land obvious to his opponent because he put a pain land first. So hopefully he
Mandatory
found a
underground
fetch
sea.
with the stage, but probably only one land because the fetch on top. If he had another land, he would have kept the land to draw the fetch later and use it later. So now he's down to luck again, or his brainstorm or something to find one more thing. He fetched an underground sea and now he's attacking. Obviously his opponent is not blocking with the bird because prior him losing the. So Sergey is using the Nijutsu to bring back the wizard in his hand and trigger. He reveals the land, so that's kind of what he wanted. He's not dealing any extra damage, but at least he has his next land drop. On Joda's side, we have one more elf. He's not using that timing to play Joda. I hope he has something to play. Maybe he's planning on using the Tainted Pact and find something to cheat out his Razaket and do some crazy stuff. So for those who don't know, Razaket is a kill that's really popular in CEDH. You can sack creatures and pay 2 life to Demonic Tutor basically in instant. So for example, if at the end of turn he tutors something like Sneak Attack with the Tainted Pact, during his turn he can play a land and have 6 mana to play the Sneak Attack and cheat out 2 creatures. For example, he could cheat out Razaket, sacrifice a bird, cheat out, tutor for Yolamok for example, or the 15/15, cheat it out with the Sneak Attack, and attack with both the demon and the worm and kill his opponent. So we'll see how it turns out, but we can already see some really nice lines that could end up killing Sergey really fast if he's not careful. Sergey is playing is resolving the brainstorm, and hopefully he has a fetch to just get rid of all of the bad cards. He's doing that in response to the trigger from Yuriko, so he's going to reveal something huge, and no, it's a wizard. So
Just
he's
a little
only dealing
wizard.
one. So maybe he only has cheap spells, or he didn't want to reveal anything from his strategy. His opponent is fetching with his Arid Mesa, and he's bringing back a land tapped. So Sergey plays the new fairy, try 2. So the second card he put back with the brainstorm, he can get rid of it if he doesn't like it. And indeed, he's putting both the cards on bottom of his library. And he only has 1 mana left. So in terms of counter spells, that would mean Negation, Mental Misstep, Force Spike, Spell Snare, and Spell Pierce. So we'll see if he has any of those to counter the Tainted Pact of his, if he's only bluffing for it. Because we know he could have played the Sage, so he could have used all of his mana left. So either he's bluffing to prevent any kind of reaction, or to prevent his opponent from going for the combo kill, or like we see here, he has the Force Spike.
Yeah, that is too much. But still holds. Still holds.
So that was something predictable on Alexander's side. We saw that he had 1 mana left, and we saw that he played the Sage. So that usually means that he has one of the cheap counter spells that he needs to pay for. So usually Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and Force Spike. And what's pretty sad is that the Tainted Pact would have been countered by all of the 3. So now he's playing draw down his turn. So at least now he knows that there's no counters. So he can play his commander, play an elf, and try to force his opponent to play more things during his turn to be able to go through the Joda and touch his HPs. And that could allow him to tutor for a kill. But the Ristic Tutor is sorcery and costs 3, so it's far from 1 at that point. If Jonas sticks to the board, he can cheat the demon out, so that would be a 6/6 on the battlefield and a free tutor. We'll see how Sergey sees that. So Yuriko is constantly drawing cards, so you can really easily manage to get rid of the enemy's board, control the board, and be sure that you keep drawing and you keep dealing damage. That's really one of the main strengths of the deck. By the way, Yuriko is also played in CEDH, in multiplayer table.
Yeah.
So with cards like Dig Through Time to deal a huge amount of damage, or also with cards like Doomsday that can allow you to set up 5 cards and be sure that you will kill with Yuriko during your turn. And Yuriko can allow you to draw the first card of the pile and start your combo. So he removed a small unblockable creature to use Snap free to bring back Jodas to Alexander's hand. Now he played for the Sage. So he's looking at the top lab and considering what he can do with that. We don't know yet if he has another ninja to be 100% sure to trigger Yuriko. But even if he doesn't, just attacking with Yuriko forces Alexander to make a choice. Either he blocks and only takes the damage from the small fairy, or he doesn't block at all and he takes 2 damage plus the damage from the card drawn. So that's a choice he could make because Sergey shuffles his library to the demonic tutor, and his opponent doesn't know it. Will. So he's getting prepared for some shenanigans on Alexander's side.
That's actually a tough game right now.
Yeah, Alexander is really under pressure.
I mean, he's playing against Yuriko, right? So he's just expected some pressure. But
Yeah.
thing is, if you got a bunch of removal and Saget draw like anything to protect them, it's actually a very dead deck. So yeah.
Well, it's really a bad matchup for Alexander. Decks, well, tempo decks with tons of counter spells. Decks like Yuriko, decks like Akurisilas, the control version, or even just Sai. It's a deck that plays a bit less counter spells, but it plays some more Staxy components to trigger the Sai's ability by playing a Stax artifact. So that's the kind of decks you really don't want to face when playing a combo deck. And Alexander seems to be playing a control combo deck. So now he's thinking. His opponent only has 1 mana left, but he knows he just tutored. So he can attempt to play his Risic tutor. So Sergey has to either pay 2 or let him tutor. And he's thinking. So he's considering using his Force of Will on the tutor instead of tutor card. Usually you want to let your opponent tutor to make him use more mana countering. You don't want to use that choice when you're playing against decks like Tatiova or Jitrog because they could be tutoring for lands and you can't counter the lands. And the risk is obviously that they tutor for cards like Cavern of Souls and that then you can't do anything anymore. So that's the kind of deck against which you will want to counter the tutor. So there, I'm not sure that countering the tutor was the best option. So he's fetching. He still has 3 mana because he played 4 mana he previous turn. So he replays Joda from his hand. Joda that got snapped previously. Well, not exactly snap. It's the other one, the other free bounce, but still. So he's still trying to hold. We'll see how that works. For 4 mana, I think it's going to be Jace the Mind Sculptor bouncing. Oh, it's altered in the way of
all cards.
historical.
The judge is looking at it like, wait a minute. I think he's on stream, so he's gonna say, okay, you can play this, but truly, bro.
Usually, Sergey comes at the judge before any tournament to check all of his deck because he
but
knows
there is always a difference in between the head judge and the other judges. If they don't talk to each other that much, they're like 12. I think there is 13 to 15 judges in the room right now. So not everyone is just aware of whatever's gonna happen, so.
Yeah. So he didn't choose to bounce the Joda. He chose to brainstorm instead, so maybe he has another plan. But he doesn't have the snap back this time. So I don't know what his plan to handle the Joda. Something like Snuff Out could be an option. Okay, so he played alone. And Dismember, that's his option. So he's doing 4 life and paying 1 to kill the Joda. And now he can go for damage. So 3 natural damage from his beaters and Yuriko. Oh, he's not attacking with the other ones. He's keeping the Sage to protect the Jace and make sure. Okay, no. He's playing on the fact that his opponent only has 2 damage maximum, and that still allows the Jace to survive. So he's going for the kill, for the maximum pressure. He just revealed 1 more 1/1 unblockable for 1, and that's one of the weaknesses of Yuriko. You can attack Yuriko's ability, Yuriko's strengths, or you can try to compensate all of the extra draws with the fact that he's playing 20 1/1 unblockables with. So 1 out of 5 cards is going to be pretty much a dead card. So now his opponent has 7 mana, no Joda, and he's rethinking what he can do. With 7 mana, he can play his demon actually, allowing him to have one more protection blocker to tutor. He may have his demon bounced by the Jace to go for more damage on Yuriko's side, but at least he will have tutored. I'm not even sure he has all of the black mana. So thinking. I'm not sure what's the card in his hand. Oh, so he's going for an Eladamri's Call for white and green. It's an instant that allows him to tutor for a creature. He fetches the Academy Rector and plays it. He has 1 mana left if he finds something, but I don't. So at least that's a blocker, and at some point he may find a way to kill it. Oh, it's not the.
All right, so sorry, I just added the MTG bot to the channel while streaming. Sorry, guys.
It works. Nice.
that was taking sometimes because the moderator was not applied. So you can ping the bot now, I suppose. I mean, unless just confirm that you just saw that in the chat. I just did like, what do we have on board? Like we have Yuriko. Do you gonna work? You gonna work Yuriko? All right. Oh, also, also there's something I need to do.
So end of turn. No, during his turn, Fatal Push on the bird and bounce the Rector with Jace, going for 3 damage, and then revealing something. It's 2 more damage and a memory lapse, and that is going really complicated. And you can see on his opponent's hand movement that he's getting frustrated because well, it's getting more and more complicated for him to just do anything. If he tries to play the Rector, he's going to pay 4. His opponent is just going to say, hey, memory lapse. He's at 4, so it's getting really difficult. He could keep an elf to block the Sage.
Yeah, this is very tough. That's the pressure that Yuriko can just apply, because as long as you have a creature on a recurring basis and it doesn't get blocked, this really gives you a potentially win out of nowhere without having to even know what you're going to top deck or what. So that's actually crazy.
Well, yeah, that's what's tough with Yuriko, indeed. But it's also the strength of some early game blockers like Strazios or Ludovic, for example. Being able to have blockers that will block Yuriko but not kill it to avoid triggering the ability again and allowing him is really great. So maybe that's one of the things that made the previous player from round 1 choose to play Strazios Ludovic with 2 commanders that can block Yuriko without killing it. Strazios is really a great commander as it's basically a Blossom. So it doesn't count in the cards you play, so it's a free card. It replaces itself kind of like a Wall of Blossom. It's a 1/3, so it allows you to block many aggro early drops. So it's great in a control or tempo deck. And then you have the ability that you can trigger end of turn with a control deck, or that you can trigger when you have infinite mana, for example, in a combo deck. So it's really a great card that's used also in CDH. And that's really popular in the format, obviously. So now you can see the French streamers commentating on the list. So they're coming back to the list from the Joda player. So you can see, as for the previous time, all of the elves, tons of tutors, and some kills, including sneak attack, for example. But the plan seems to evolve around managing to make Joda stick on the board, and that's just so hard. It only has 3 toughness. It costs 4, so it's not like you're playing now that. Oh, and one of the enchantments was Omniscience indeed. So you also have Through the Breach and that kind of card. Show and Tell. You can see Conflux to try to tutor for tons of things. The Altar of Bone. Oh, that's the card
Yeah. That's actually an interesting card. Faut que tu mettes carte devant.
Oh, sorry.
You're going too fast.
Still getting to know that bot. So you sacrifice a creature. Okay, it's a diabolic intent, but only white.
Shouts out to the one and only basic land, which is a forest in the pack. Merchant Scroll.
At least one land, Blood Moon, or you're risking some wasteland, that kind of things.
Ristic Tutor is also weird.
For, against Passive Exile or that kind of card, but even if it's not really played.
Yeah.
But there it allows you to play your elves, that will allow you to play your other cards, that will allow you to get out of a Blood Moon or Majesty of the Moon lock. So that's usually why you want to have at least one basic that allow you to access your solutions.
Yeah, yeah. But one is not enough. Usually you play at least a few of them, so that's crazy. I mean, you still got red, and you got a Manamorphose for that.
Yeah.
He's using
What's
Flash.
Really strange is that he's really not playing things to hold it. So, for example, in Teferi or in Vanifar, I was playing cards like Remand, for example, because it allows you to dig for more solutions and to tempo your opponent. But there, he's really playing really few solutions.
Yeah, look at the Slaughter Pact. Look at the Slaughter Pact. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, there is no Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares, but there is a Slaughter Pact. Yeah. What the hell?
Well, I don't know, but
so he's just playing Fatis, so he's playing the Worm, the Ulamog, and the Gorgadon, and the new Razorketh. Razorketh is actually hard to say, with an Academy Rector combo. So the combo is just cause Academy Omniscience plays everything, or you just go Flash, crack everything, and have the Worm play enter battlefield. So the ETB triggers is okay. You get a 15/15 trample, and then you get 3/5/5 remaining, and you just reshuffle it, so you can do it over and over. Or you get the sneak attack plan, or you would have some random spells that allow you to play. So that's actually really weird. You got it's being both the creatures, also Simon's Spirit Guide, and I'm gonna add my pose overlay too. And that's actually crazy. That was an interesting pack. I think we're gonna make a small pause. I'm going to eat. I just leave the microphone open if you wanna talk, Leo. But I'm just going to eat something because I think it's the best opportunity we got to eat something in a few minutes. Because we guys are human actually, and we need to eat at some point. So yeah.
Well, I'll just talk a bit more about the match and our profiles on the tournament.
Look who's here, Tommy! We got another old rules community member. Shouts out to Tommy! Right straight away from what, the Philippines, right? Is that what? Yeah, that's so fucking other side of the planet. I wish I was with you guys, because the Philippines is just so beautiful country right now. I would just need to be in the Philippines, you know. I mean, France is cool right now. It's just sunny, it's beautiful, but come on, show us some sea, guys. We need the ocean, right? We need some more, sunbathing. We need palm trees. We need sharks. We need clear blue water. And yeah. And shouts out to the Philippines, one of the most amazing country that never ceases to amaze us, because the people right there are not very numerous. There are like few million people, and they play Dual Commander so much that's crazy. Like if everyone played Dual Commander like the Philippines, that means the whole country of the United States plus the whole country of Japan would just be only made of people playing Dual Commander. That would be crazy. So yeah, we need to go there. We need to make an exchange. I'll buy you a ticket to France and I go to the Philippines instead. I'm just getting some food. I'll be right back in a few minutes. So the round is almost over. So
okay, so Doc seems to be leaving to go fetch some food. So what we just saw round one was a Tatiova against Strazios Ludovic. So the Tatiova was a classic ram deck, and basically really all of the deck was oriented toward finding all of the good cards, playing manipulators like Preordain, and playing some ramp. And the idea is that at some point you're going to manage to make your commander stick to the board. Even if it gets killed 3 times, you're ramping so fast that you're going to make it come back, and you have tons of things to slow the game down and hold, especially lands like Mezafis or Mezafis that is also great against Yuriko because you can just prevent it from hitting, and Glacial Chasm that can also allow you to prevent Yuriko from beating you down. And the idea is that he's really slowing the game down until he can manage to put Tatiova on the board, and then he's ramping through her and playing some extra turns, playing like cards like Titania, and making a hold of 5-3s, and at some point is going to win him the game. On the other side, we had Strazios Ludovic, who has it was a beat down deck with more control commanders, so his cards were beat down. He was playing all of the elves, all of the ways to go faster, and that's really the good plan for that tournament. The format is really fast, and you can see in the last round where you could see that the Joda deck just wasn't fast enough to go through the Yuriko. So the Stratos Ludovic was playing the beatdown plan and using commanders with abilities to generate some advantage in case he needed to hold against control deck and go for a more longer. And the Ludovic can also allow him to draw every time he's attacking, so it synergizes with his game plan. He wasn't playing Chrome, and I think it's because he was on a lower curve than some of the more usual tempo aggro decks that we see that can easily rely on reaching 5 lands. And also, one of the arguments mentioned in the chat was that this allows him to have 2 commanders that can block Yuriko without killing it, so without bringing it back to the command zone and allowing him to trigger the ninjutsu once more. So during that match, we had the Tatiova win through stabilizing with a Glacial Chasm, and then just going nuts with all of his combos. During the second game, he tried to do the same, but the Strazios Ludovic was on the play. He had a really great start with an elf, with a wild growth to go really faster. The Tatiova had an engineered explosive to try to control that board and remove some of the accelerators. But then the Strazios Ludovic played more cards. He played Rada, the new one, the Dominaria one, and started to make tons of mana, allowing him to play Edric, to play GT, and to just overrun the board. The Tatiova managed to stabilize, but we reached the extra turns. The Tatiova deck reached the end of his HPs. He tried to play his Tatiova, he tried to go for the combo, but his opponent found some removals, found some ways to just control the Tatiova, control his ways to go for the combo. At some point, he had to sack the Glacial Chasm. He couldn't bring him back because of a Scavenging Ooze, so he was locked at that point. He couldn't really win the game. He tried all of his best to find some solution, and he couldn't. And that was the end of game 2. He lost the game 2 overrun by a beat down from the Strazios Ludovic, and it ended in a 1-1, so draw. Yeah, so Rasborn is saying that you can rely on than with Chrome. With Chrome, you need to rely on your opponent playing 2 spells in the same turn, and it's heavier. If it gets killed, you spend a lot of time trying to replay it. So that's the issue with Chrome. On the other hand, Chrome is a really bigger beatdown. It's really a kill. And the issue with Ludovic is that if your opponent loses life during his turn, he's the one that will draw the cards. So that's the risk you're running with Ludovic. On game two, on round two that we saw, we had Yuriko, played by Sergey from the rules committee consultants and the rules coordinators from Russia. So he was playing his full pimped Yuriko deck against the Joda control combo, more combo deck. So the Yuriko was a classic deck list updated with Modern Horizon, with all of the new ninjas and putting tons of pressure, free spells, really a low curve, and tons of things to do and control the board. And he managed to connect every turn with Yuriko. He couldn't be stopped. The Joda made some nice starts with some elves and tried to play his commander and make it stick to the board, but it costs 4. It only has 3 toughness. It's not something with hexproof like Norzet, so it's really hard to get on the board and to make it stick. And he tried to put Joda on the board, and he couldn't manage to keep it. So he could never go for all of his combos. He was playing Academy Rector to go for cards like Omniscience and Sneak Attack, and try to sneak cards like Razaket, like a huge 15-15 worms like Yulamog, to try to beat down his opponent, beat his HPs, get rid of all of his boards and wreck him. He had a whole combo plan. All of his decks was accelerators, manipulators, and tutors, but he didn't manage to handle Yuriko, to tempo, to do anything that way. He didn't have many removals. He had something like 2 in his whole deck, so he didn't manage to hold all of that aggression from the Yuriko, and in the end he lost to that. So it was 2-0 for Yuriko. Now we're heading to round 3. It's the lunch break for the players. So maybe they have something like 10 minutes more than usual to go to the next round, but usually they don't spend much time for the lunch break. You can just have lunch during one of the pauses or while waiting for other players. So you really need to avoid making jaws because you're not going to eat through the whole day.
Yeah, I'm here.
We're here with Docket from the rules committee, and he's also making all of the website and communication you see on the Facebook and all of the articles. He's doing a lot to make a better communication for the whole rules committee and be the kind of a technical advisor for the rules committee. He's been there for many years now. He's been also he used to make the website when it was to work on the website when it was on the community side. Now, when you see an official, supposed to be official website on the internet for the rules committee, it's actually a third-party website. The official source for all of your announcement is Facebook. So
Yeah.
MTG Dual Commander, and you have all the announcement here.
I'm gonna add some command rules actually to the chat.
Yeah. Okay. And on my side, I'm Kiku, so I'm holding the team. Before that, I'm still a moderator on Magic Corporation, so it's a huge game store in Paris. They do all the stuff, so selling cards, animating tournaments. There's a forum to discuss, and with articles and with that kind of thing. And I used to be a consultant for the rules committee. So as William said earlier, I'm still not far. I'm discussing with the members, but now I'm not an official consultant. That means I don't have to test all the things that needs to be tested to make sure the format is balanced. I can test my own deck and do my own stuff, so including my YouTube videos. And that's also what allowed me to just play the decks I wanted to play and win 2 of the ZAP tournament. So now here to comment, and that's kind of the alternative. Either I'm commentating or I'm coming and usually winning. That's one of the running gag of the tournament. Anyway, so we're here for the whole day, and it's a 2-day tournament. We have one main event that's most of the time today, and then you have a second day for of the participants. But the most advanced players will go into a second tournament that's going to be kind of like in the GPs and the Pro Tours. So all the players who have reached the best scores will manage to secure day 2 and go further and advance to the top 8. And it's also the world record for biggest tournament, dual commander tournament in the world in all history, with 236 players, if I remember well.
Yeah.
So yeah, huge stuff. And now DarkFX did his short break to fetch some food, and I'm going to do the same and leave you in the skilled hands of DarkFX.
Yeah.
See you soon.
I'm just eating massive amounts of tomatoes. So as you can see on the stream, there are actually in the extra turns of the round 2. And right now in France, the time is 20 to midday. So it's actually going pretty fast. Yeah. It's actually going so far so good. So we should be streaming up to 7 o'clock p.m. tonight. And I'm just adding a few comments to the chat meanwhile, so you guys can have the minimum amount of information if you want to. I will add comments to the metagame breakdown when it gets published, and it's not published yet for the ones who are interested. And I will add a few comments to what the rules and the Beyond list. What else could I add? It's just you have a number of rounds is being displayed on the stream, and considering you got the results. All right. So yeah. So all right. Let me just activate all these comments, and so you've got this. Okay. Close. All right. So right now you should just be able to use comments if you want to see them. Yeah. So you've got the comment here. And if you want the rules, the BNR, the local time, whatever, just let me try. This should work. It's not exactly the good time. It is a good time, right? It's a good time. And you've got the current BNR list that is here. You've got the rules that are here. And I don't know what else you could need if you got comments. And of course, you've got cards, the cardboard, just like whatever it is. If you take an underground sea like that. So you guys have a few comments. I just added to the chat. And I'm just checking if we can find more information. What right now it's not ready yet. We don't have that much information yet. And I'm just trying to see if we got the metagame breakdown, asking the people on site. And no, we don't have the people on site right now. Okay, so this is still a pause. I'm just going to eat for a few minutes, very few minutes, because actually we're gonna get back in a maybe less than few minutes. So stay tuned. We're going back in I hope 5 to 10 minutes, because it's the next return of round 2, and this is going to be very fast for the next rounds. And I'll see you there.
So, this song is about love, I mentioned. Jarabi, I would like very much if you could join us on this song. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. For those that can do two things at the same time, to clap and sing, yeah, or half. We yo Jarabi. 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 Thank you so much. Okay, this next song is entitled Mama Muso. Iko nyinye kabila kindoje muso kendo lebelo ringa kuma tunyale na kabilo barakata kende kele tumengi te nyusu ya bangu Mama
Alright, guys, we're gonna go back on this game with the metagame because I know we got the metagame breakdown. And there's
Oh my
both a set
God,
of surprises
19
and no
years old.
surprises, actually. So, shout back to Leo is back.
Yep, exactly.
And
Yeah.
I think I just got the sound correctly again because I was. Is everything right? Is everything right? I'm just cutting. Yeah, that's better. All right. So minigame is, I mean, not really interesting because actually this is. I would have expected 30 to 40 Urza Lords Officer, and with surprise to me, slightly surprising because the game was really out recently and people might not have collected all the cards right now. There's only, with a lot of quotes around, only 19 Urza Lord High Artificer out of 233 players. So remember, guys, this is 233 players.
Well, that's
So
huge. And it hasn't been out a lot of. We know that it's going to be hugely strong, but still, that's 19 years old. That's a lot. That's more. That's the highest deck. So you can see that the two decks that benefited the most from Modern Horizons are the two most played decks. And then decks like Teferi, Trog are way less popular. We only have 5 Strazios team now. So the most popular decks have been the kind of decks to beat, the usual deck to beat, the decks to beat, are less played now, and we can see way more winners that have been buffed recently. We have a buff of popularity of Kess that was less popular in France during the previous months, even though it's probably a tier 1 deck.
yeah.
So it's interesting to see it a bit more played here. Prosh is as played as Teferi. It's more played than Karizev. That's interesting. We have 5 Nagilas. That's not a lot because the deck is really strong. I don't see Saskia in the list, so it's probably really not heavily played. Who is Saskia? There's only 3 Saskia, which is often considered a tier 2 deck, often tier 1 deck. So it's interesting. So we can see some control decks like Cass and Aminatu. We can see some really aggressive decks like Tajik, Rabo, Isamaru, and Karizev. We can see some combo decks, some round decks. The more I'd say
I would like to compare. I would like to compare with the last metagame from January, where there was 229 players. So that's exactly the same number. 4 player less in January. In January, the total record was Barrow, that got banned since then. So obviously people had to turn to something else. Then in January, the second most played commander or partner commander, as you just said, was Saskia. Now it's been relinquished to actually a normal amount of players. Then there was Mono Red represented by Karizev. And right now I think Karizev is just not even here. There's six of them. Twice less Mono Red players with Karizev. I mean, there should be other Mono Red, but it's gonna
there's
fall.
Tajik, there's kind of red aggro decks at least.
Yeah,
But,
we can count Tajik as an aggro deck. Yeah. I mean, we
interesting
can
is
count
that,
Najila the Blade Blossom too, but it's not really that awesome.
Red
Mono
aggro
Red
has been
already is
really
not
popular as a
aggressive,
ZAP
so
for months and months. But during the last 3 or 4 months, what's interesting is that people have really started to know the decks, adapt to it, and know how to handle, and know the cards to play, and how to adapt. And during the 4 last months, we've seen more blue control decks come back now that they know what to and how to adapt. So it's interesting to see that red aggro is getting less popular.
So I was just focusing. Urza is just 1/14 of the meta game, which is actually not so bad, but I would expect more people. And alright, so and that was it. And also the next most played pack 6 months ago after Barrel, Karizev, and Saskia, close to it. And I'm not going to go further into the comparison, but there were Git Rogue Monster. The Git Rogue Monster had 8 players. There were Queen Marchesa with 8 players, and ZAP Master Fortress with 8 players, who obviously for me are being represented by Urza player right now, because there's no reason why you would just not go through. So you see that the explanation why there is only 4 ZAP Master Fortress player right now today. I think a few of them have bounced up to Urza Lloyd's Artificer, so that explains everything. Also, let's talk about new commanders. We talk about Urza, which is the elephant in the room, because obviously this is how to say so without being too much considerative. This is what exactly was broken in Magic, in Commander, in Dual Commander since start, which is why at the start of Dual Commander, all the Moxes were banned, and not because of the price, because they were overpowered in terms of mana generation. Same did for Black Lotus, even if it was also for abusive ways to play Black Lotus and for the price. I just remember back then, when it started in 2006, the Power 9 was just, in terms of magnitude, 10 to 20 times less expensive. So at that time, the Black Lotus was around 600 euros or $600 if you want to see that. And Moxes were, I just remember putting a red Mox as a near mint red Mox, very good state, as a price for 2014 tournament at 600 euros. So if you remember, in 2007 or 6 it was not really expensive, so it wasn't a matter of playability and availability. There were many more Moxes and P9 than today. But very soon Soul Ring got banned, and Soul Ring is very, very cheap, even though it gets reprinted and still is around $5 for the same reasons. Pretty soon, actually, I can track it back if you want the exact date. I can give you the exact date, but Tolarian Academy was banned very soon, as well as Mana Vault. A little later on, because it's less versatile, Grim Monolith was banned, and this is exactly why most of his cards were banned, because there were not only things you can untap to get free mana, but all of them were based on one thing: generate blue or colorless mana to play some really crazy spells with little amount of resources and little usage of your land plays and your mana. So those are the reasons why those were broken, because if you go Eternal, you obviously very, very often go blue, especially in singleton format, which is why the more you added HP to the starting life total, going to 13 to 30 or going to 40, the more you had blue and or green. At the end of the switch between 30 and 20, back to the original Magic the Gathering rules, there was like a polarization of the format, like 40% of blue, 40% of green, and among the remaining percent, the 20 remaining percent, there were like something was 5 to 10% blue or green, or blue and green, or blue and green and something else. So that was really crazy. And the 10% that remained were just black combo, and there was almost nothing blue, nothing white, nothing red. So that was the polarization of format. And among this, all the blue strategies could have even more been polarized if we just kept all those mana generating abilities. And of course, printing an emblematic creature that Urza Lord of Ifsur is, that was supposed to be so powerful Magic you would never see it printed, just like Serra. And they just actually did print both of them, one is a Planeswalker, one's a creature, for the same edition. And they had to make it something really broken and overwhelming. So the definition of overwhelming for Urza is really crazy, because in Singleton, you get so many copies and so many functional copies of things that are cantrips, cheap artifacts that are not creatures if possible, so they don't die to nothing. They don't die to wrath or mass removal. Means that Urza is extremely dangerous and resilient, and you cannot really go against it. Then you add a little classic of blue, which is cheap protection. And one of the other drawbacks was you usually, like if you play ZAP Masters Top Tourist or Arkham Daxon, I happen to play some really low level, no skill, shitty Arkham Daxon pack, but you got to protect your commander. And usually the thing you want is to have at least one extra mana to get just a divert or maybe get a Force of Will in the back, and that's your only hope. But with Urza, you've got additional protection by the same turn in a tough battlefield. So you only have one more mana than what you would have with a classic 4 mana commander like Padim or Arkham Daxon or whatever you play. You would not have that much mana, and Urza gives you even more mana. And if you already had artifacts put to the battlefield the turns before you play commander, even for the first time, you have more than 1 mana, which means you can still have potentially like Urza and play a cryptic command to protect it, which is not the best card to protect, but it still works, you know. Just a simple mana leak, a remand, whatever you want to play, you're going to keep Urza by the next turn. And if you do so, the thing is, if Urza dies by your turn, you just tap artifacts during the main phases, and you just play it back with even more mana and even one more creature that's going to be at the end of the day a tempo creature attacking your opponents, because it's not going to stay and remain 1/1 for the rest of the game. It's going to be a really cool artifact creature attacking. So the definition of blue broken things is really applying to Urza right now, because it generates mana. It generates as a legendary, you know, as lore. It generates mana from artifacts being blue. There's a long history between blue and artifacts in Magic the Gathering. Only in Vintage, I think, it is disconnected from one another with Mishra's Workshop, Trini Spheres, and stuff like that, that just allow you to play non-blue things with artifacts only, because it gets so broken you don't even need color. But usually in a singleton, in Eternal format, you're going to need pretty much what you have. So this is why Urza can sometimes get deceiving. It's actually not that hard to be better, but the commander has lots of resilience, so it was expecting that people will just play the match. We'll just go back to the meta game after this game, where we're gonna see Najila versus CDC, I think, and yeah. So just a few words to talk about what is left. I don't see that many new commanders, but Urza is here. Yuriko got definitely reinforcements during the last edition prints. You've got Karizaf is already, let's say, quite old, so it's not really completely new. You've got Gold Eternal Kefnet, which is a recent addition. Let's say ZAP Masters Top Tourist is not really old. It's not really old. Then you also have Grenzo Havoc Razor, Lord Windgrace was added last year, and you got on the, also we're talking with you, Leo, about the aggressive packs. We had Judith the Scourge Diva, which is also a new addition, very interesting addition if you want to play aggressive red decks, and the rest is just little played. So we'll just talk about that later on. Let's go back to the game, because right now this is round 3, and we've got, as we just said, CDC on the left, and we've got the black CDC, of course, on the left, and Najila. So
CDC on the left is probably a combo deck. Well, yeah, there's usually 2 approaches to this deck. You have the ad nauseam approach, so you're going full combo with a really low curve. You're trying to play CDC as fast as possible, or any tutor, because you're searching ad nauseam, and you're attempting to resolve ad nauseam as fast as possible and draw something like 30 and start comboing and win through something like 10 Wheels of Agony kind of kill. So that's an approach. The issue with that approach is when you're facing when you're facing control, they could just counter the team. So you have to have some discard cards like Bodiju to manage to resolve the ad nauseam. And when you're facing aggro decks like Najila, the issue is that your life total is going to drop really fast, and the lower your life total, the less you can draw cards with ad nauseam, and you risk the state where you just draw cards, but you don't have enough to start comboing off. And if you leave the turn to your opponent, you're dead high enough. So that's the huge issue. Another approach is to tutor fast for Cabal Coffers and Yoborg, and to have tons of mana in a big black control deck and play some cards like Eugene, like resolve huge spells that will give you the advantage. And anyway, you will have the mana and then you can play multiple spells, sources of card advantage, and it will work. And I see a Eugene in the starting hand, so it may be that approach. On the other hand, we have an Agila, which is an aggro deck that resembles Edgar Markov, because you just play warrior, you drop some tons of warriors so that you can activate Nagila's ability to, for each warrior attacking, have one more warrior added. So you can see one warrior got killed with blood to force him to discard it. And then he played Selfless Spirit, and his opponent played Duress. So he has a choice between an Incinerate, a Lightning Helix, so 2 blasts, and a Dromocast Command, which has a bit more use.
I just added a random old CDC list that I just found on the deck list if you want to check what it is. Nagila's Blade Blossom is not really worth listing. You find plenty, tons of them on the web right now, and it's just about doing the same thing over and over. So what am I seeing on the left? Is it just piling his graveyard, or is it his hand? No, it's the hand post Duress, right?
Yeah.
All right. Because I was just configuring the chat and I didn't pay attention to that. So yeah, his hand is on the left and his graveyard is on the right.
Yep. So we saw Eugene, we saw Wayfarer Bubble, so those are black control cards. So we are seeing the black control version of CD, while we're facing a classic Nagila list on the right.
Yeah. So let's just explain Nagila maybe. It's I would say basically about throwing any cheap creature that is a warrior and has lots of card advantage, whatever the color it is, because you just want to attack, be able to recast Nagila, so you want to have cheap mana generating creatures, but it's not really an obligation. And as you can see on the hand of the opponent, right, also you need some red blasts usually to complete the pile.
Nagila is red, and you can go for 5 colors if you want to activate her ability. But in fact, it's kind of a bonus. Just having the increase, the added warriors to trigger her ability is great. Just her being a 3-drop, adding some warrior is great. And having less colors is really great because it can allow you to be more stable. So now he put Nagila on the previous turn, and now he's putting one more warrior, focusing on his red side of the deck, and it's a haste warrior. So he's adding 2 more attacking warriors. He's having 5 creatures right away because Nagila didn't get managed by his opponent, who was already busy playing one Power Stone.
Massacre Girl. Massacre Girl is one of the really latest additions to the.
It's exactly what he needed, because it was a Damnation. Selfless Spirit would have allowed Benjamin to just give indestructible to all of his creatures and protect everything. But now he's able to wipe the whole board without losing his Massacre Girl. Oh, yes, no, he's not losing it. And so he'll have 1 more blocker soon. Nagila will cost 5, and there's no protection against that. So it was the best possible drop. Now he still needs to be careful because his opponent has 6 damage in his hand and he's only at 9. But hopefully he'll be able to play Eugene soon and try to go for the kill.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a Goblin
that Massacre Girl was crazy actually. It's one card from the... Oh, it's not the latest edition right now. It's the one before the last, because this weekend is the M20 pre-release weekend too. So, yeah, it's one of the new cards that get added to Black that are actually crazy. Like, played it in Standard actually, and you've got access to lots of board sweepers, and this one is really crazy. But you only rely on your opponents to not get +1/+1 to all creatures, and then you go off. So as you just said... It's just like Languish. You just put -X. It's just like Toxic Deluge, and this is why it actually is slightly better than strict destroy everything, cannot be regenerated or whatever, because it looks like Wizards of the Coast have decided to put lots of indestructible things among the permanents. I mean, up to Magic 2015, for 20 years there have been only like say only a handful of or two handful of indestructible cards, and then they just decided to add more, which was crazy. And right now we got many much more. Even some commons right now can be indestructible, which is really amazing. So maybe the minus X is better right now.
It could be, and Massacre Girl is a great addition to the deck. Often be able to wipe all of the elves, many aggro creatures, and keep a blocker. So it gave him the time to play CDZ, fetch for his Cabal Coffer, and now his big mana engine is starting. So he has 8 mana, in fact, so he can play the Eugene and start trying to go for the kill.
And I think he already has a kill with Massacre Girl by itself, because 4 toughness is actually quite hard to beat when you're playing red. 3 is still reachable, and not only because of Lightning Bolt.
But he's at 6, so what's great with is that he can try to rush the ultimate and get, and that would close the game. So it's a Witchbane Orb. So
yeah, it's Witchbane Orb. That's what I'm thinking. So he's got Hexproof now. Hexproof.
So that's why he played that before Eugene. So now he has Hexproof. So it's great for him. Next turn he's able to play Eugene and start killing some creatures, and then put him at. So now he's at 3 because of the blast. So this would put him at 10, allow him to play some more permanents, and that would close the game.
That's crazy. I've never seen anyone playing Witchbane Orb in monocolored packs.
Yeah, but as we discussed earlier, the players have really adapted to red aggro. They know that it's popular. They know that they need some specific ways to answer the deck. If they do not, they will lose. So that's interesting. They really adapted to it, and that's why we see control coming back and securing more space in the metagame and in the top 8, and red aggro having a harder time.
And I mean, what is the best moment? What is the best moment to get a Witchbane Orb than when you are at 3, actually, right?
It's the mono black control approach. Only the last life is useful. The other one you can sacrifice.
It is like, oh crap, I'm dead, and I'm not.
I'm sorry, Willy.
That was crazy. What do you think the chances are? I think I would still go for Nugila in this meta game, but I'm not sure.
So Knight Sorin, he's starting to ping the open creature, and he still has Eugene, so I think it's an easy win for the CDZ. He managed to stabilize, and now he securized the win.
Oh my goodness, what was a Sorin? Oh really?
Sorin. He killed the cohort and gained 2 lives, so it's a...
This is the 6 mana Sorin, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now there's Lagila, but it's not going to... Okay, let's go for game 2. So well played, and that's exactly... It's nice to see that, because that's exactly what a CDZ control deck does. You fetch Cabal Coffers, you stabilize, you win through huge permanents.
So that's the card that's named exactly Sorin Markov, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
For those who wonder, that's the exact card. So yeah, target's opponent life total becomes 10. What?
Yeah. And that's like, CDZ is like a tier 2. I don't know deck, so it's a real outside, and to see it beat something like that's probably even maybe a tier 1 deck as Najila, which is really a great aggro deck that works really well.
Yeah.
And that dominates, dominates, that's at least a huge deck in the Dual Commander scene. That's really great. And that's, I mean, that's what happens in Dual Commander, and that's what I love about the format. So we saw the, the decks breakdown, or the metagame breakdown previously, and there were 32 decks played by only one person. So there's a huge variety. It's like, I think there's 60 different decks in the room, maybe more. Probably more, maybe more, like different decks played, different combinations of commanders, and even inside those combinations. So for example, you take the 5 Treasures Tina, you may have one that is an Enchantress deck, one that is a Reanimator deck, one that is a control, one that is combo creature deck. So you have multiple approaches, and that's huge. And in the format, you have so much variety. So what generally happens is that each round you're facing a different deck. You're facing tons of different approaches and archetypes, and you can really play some outsiders and manage to reach the top 8. And it's really something that happens at each big tournament almost. You will almost always see at least one deck that nobody really have seen. That's not even considered a tier 1 or tier 2 deck, and that's still in the top 8 and winning. That's great.
So same goes in terms of variety for and diversity for Najila. I've seen so many builds because Najila allows you to just build the classic 40, 42 lands with all fetch, duels, and whatever you want to play, and the rest is just put everything you want that is either a warrior, either a good creature. Like, I've seen Tarmogoyf in Najila that was just going to be 7-8 or something. I've seen Bob, actually, Dark Confident is crazy in Najila. I think it's really good because your curve is like 1.5, and everything is fine. And that allows you to play most of the borderlands creature, you know, the side, the limit creatures that you would just never play in other formats. It's like you can add this, but you know, I slightly out because you got a better replacement, and sometimes you can play them into those packs, and that's crazy. So all the best card advantage or generic raw power cards are playable in an aggressive Najila, because Najila, warrior or not, blast or not, is just a classic junk aggressive deck. You just throw everything that is a good creature that can attack and deal lots of damage into it. You know, you got what? I don't know, 2,000 potential good cards to play in Najila. So you just play whatever you like.
And that's what many people do in the format. It's just like, okay, what are the cards I want to play? What are the archetype I like? What are the commanders I want to play? And they just go for it and try to optimize it and to make it work. And you actually see it work. And in the rules committee, we have people who are like, I want to play ZAP or something like that. And they go for it and they top it. And you're like, okay, but that's something like a tier 4.
Yeah. I've seen so many real creatures like... So this is absolutely crazy. People who just played Najila with Naya aggro because they needed a Naya commander, and actually when you play red, white, and green, you got all the warriors you need. I've seen so many.
You want to pick.
Each and every time you can play a whole afternoon against Najila. Each and every turn you're gonna face different creatures that you've never seen in the packs before. Yeah. So, and actually, you know what? I think the guy on the right, Benjamin, is just playing what I just talked about. It's just playing a Naya pack, right? The rest is just not used. I mean, we have seen like 20 cards of his pack. Everything is just Naya.
Yeah, maybe he's playing cards like Dismember, but yeah, as we you gain some stability if you just go for less colors, and that's what's really amazing with that have a color identity that allows you to go up to 5 colors. But a mana cost that only requires you to have fewer colors. So that was the case with the Joda. That's really something I love when Wizard print that kind of cards, because you have so much choice. It's basically like if you remove the color identity, and suddenly you can have tons of builds with the same commander. So now it's game 2. The first one was was won by Alexi, and now his deck is called La Massacreuse for Massacre Girl. So Najila is on the play. He got Duress to turn 1 that removed the blast, and now he's going to start dropping his creatures. We don't see a third land in his hand for now, so he may have troubles reaching Najila, but he has other drops to play anyway. And he's going for Salia to try to slow down all of his opponent's deck, including if he was about to play some mana rocks.
Oh, there's a damnation on the left, but truly, the turn 2 Thalia Gun of Raven is actually insane against this deck, because I'm pretty sure that other than Massacre Girl, everything that Alexi on the left plays will be a non-creature. And actually, it seems like he found an answer. But he found an answer to Najila. Wow, that's bold. Because if he killed Thalia, he just have like what? Thalia and another war. You know, it's just not really. Oh, he's got hasty. He's got the brawler on the right on the right side of the screen. So, yeah, maybe he could just go brawler attack.
Yeah, he's about to go more warriors anyway, so killing Najila is okay.
That's what I found when playing against Najila, just putting down the beat down. But the thing is, you kill Najila each and every 2 turns, basically, but the rest of the time you get the other creatures that are still attacking you, so it's always a problem. But there are some devastative cards like, I don't know, Night Betrayal or whatever the cards are, artificial...
card that allows you to
yeah, everything that gets -1/-1, you know, Pox. What was this card?
Artificial Plague.
Yeah, Plague, Engineered Plague. And the new one, which is Plague Engineer, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Plague Engineer. It's not Plague. It's Plague, I think, in English. Plague Engineer. The new one is also crazy. Also, shouts out to Liliana of the Veil, the sexiest card ever drawn to Magic Gathering to me. But
here you can see when Najila arrives, he basically doubles all of the warriors. She just needs 1 turn to make your board look like you're playing it.
Yeah. What is he doing right now?
As a reminder,
oh, the new force,
because it was too strong. It's really a great commander. Oh, nice.
The new force, the force of Despair, I think.
Yeah. So he's still trying to kill the.
Yeah, that's the force of Despair.
Liliana.
And he still has a damnation, so. He still chooses to kill the last creature. I think he could have waited for a turn, but he's got nothing else to do. Also, yeah, this is again the same Sorin, which is far from being played. So he doesn't have the mana for CDC, he doesn't have the mana for Sorin, and the Nation does nothing right. So I think I would have waited for 1 more turn. He's at 16, take 1 turn, get Najila die 1 more, and have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attack, and then just deal after this deal. Oh yeah, no, he's got his 6 mana.
Some more HP to optimize his resources a bit more.
But he's a bit greedy, and actually Benjamin on the right found his 6th land, so he can play Najila again. So oh no, not 7 land. It's just 1, 2. No, he succeeds. I just did.
Play CDZ and find his Cabal Coffers, so that next turn he can wipe the play Sorin, start going for the kill, and have the mana to replay CDZ. Because that's also the strength of Cabal Coffers. Because the first time you pay 5, and then you'll have to go to 7, 9. CDZ is going to cost a lot, but now that you have the Cabal Coffers, you have the 7 mana, you have the 9 mana.
He can basically exploit CDC to itself to find whatever he wants to find, but...
I'm surprised he didn't do that, but he doesn't have any kind of instance.
Also, he can just play it and block, because actually CDC is a hell of a blocker, right? So, I don't know. And meanwhile, on the other right, we have Benjamin, who is just flooded with mana, while last game he had no mana. That's always what I try to talk about the most when I play and stream on whatever Magic Arena or else. People don't pay attention to that. The proportion of lands and non-land cards, which is static generation, static cards that do nothing, and cards that actually could do something, change the game, alright, is really, really important. And what you can see in the last game, Benjamin on the right had only non-land cards, which is why he could just add some tempo and never get flooded. He just had 3 lands and 4 in the end. In like what 11 or 13 cards, which is crazy. So he could just play whatever his top deck was, and that was very important things to note. And right now he's being flooded with mana because he's got a ratio that is just being overly devastating. Considering if you look at his graveyard, there are I think 2 fetch lands, 3 non-land cards, 1 on the board, 1 in his hand. That makes 4, 5, 6 non-land cards to 7 cards that are lands, which is completely crazy.
He only had 2 lands, so he really drew. He drew 5 lands. I think,
probably in a row, I think. Yeah, so that was already a lot. So, yeah.
Yeah, he almost drew only lands. What we see in the board in his graveyard is basically his starting hand.
Which is why he's getting nervous, because I was expecting that he would win game 2.
Well, Alexi is the one moving his legs, so he's the one more.
Yeah, unless he wants to pee, but that's not our concern, right? And Sorin's gonna come back. So Sorin is basically just kill target Najila each and every turn, so that's a straight win. And recurring damage on whatever target it is just crazy.
You have to note that the Najila ability to put a warrior is a May, so he chose not to put a token to avoid risking facing Massacre Girl. So he dealt 1 less damage to prevent losing all of his board to Massacre Girl, and then he went into the nation.
Learning from experience, right?
Well, trying to at least.
That was bold, but that was cool. Also, moving on to the next one. Players did thinking. They just used all their hands like bloom, 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 and then nothing. Because right now there is nothing else left in the packs, left in the hands. And both players have close to similar cost, 5 on the left, 7 on the right. I mean, I didn't count correctly. Najila did die 3 times or needs 3 counters. I'm not sure.
He played it for 7 the previous time.
So yeah. Najila died 3 times actually. So now it's costing 9. Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought I missed a death trigger, but it's actually 9. Ooh, that's actually close, because now you're relying on the top deck, and truly, the thing is, I don't remember how Najila plays card drawing and card advantage. Like, this demonic tutor is probably one of the last things that manipulates the pack. I don't know what he could just take. I mean, if he took, like, I don't know, Dark Confident, for example, he would just get extra draws, but otherwise now he's getting back to being aggressive and relying on the initial power that is written on the cards and printed on the cards to just try to attack for the few turns. Najila doesn't really win on the long term.
But that also doesn't die to all of the players. I mean, he may go for Blood Elf to just try to get 2 active cards.
Or Blood Elf, yeah. I mean, we can practically list the cards that are going to generate card advantage really fast. I don't think there are that many of them. Let me check a few Najila's list. I don't think there can be that many.
Najila, compare decks.
So what do we have?
We don't have much things. Really.
We don't. I don't see many things. If not, I don't see actually anything.
Talk about them. Edric could be a thing.
Yeah.
We have Cass, Jace, Vince Prodigy.
The Squatch Recruiter.
playing unusual things.
The Squatch Recruiter would be nice, I think.
Snapcaster Mage.
Oh, Snapcaster Mage? Oh, yeah, to recast his...
Oh, Stoneforge Mystic could be... But,
yeah, Stoneforge could be nice.
Cool. So, Sorin, kill your creature. Is it over yet or not?
Well,
I'm still surprised that he didn't use to play CDZ and have his Kawakoffers now and be ready to turbo tutors and secure the win. But,
Saskia
anyway,
would be a good top deck, actually. Saskia top deck would be nice. Saskia would be a very, very good top deck. Boom. And it's not... No, I mean, there's really nothing in the pack that is not aggressive, so... I don't think... Maybe if he plays the Domri Raid Planeswalker that can actually reveal the top cards or something like that, but the rest is just dedicated to direct damage. And did he found a Duskwatch Recruiter?
I think that's what he tutored for.
Yeah, that's what he got. Because I think that's the only remaining card that just does actual card advantage seriously in terms of creature. So he's gonna have to flip it also because he played two spells, I think, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a choice. You don't get to choose, right?
No, but he can use the ability right now to be sure that he uses it at least once. Oh, it only turns if he plays 0 spells.
Oh, so no, yeah, I was just thinking it's not 2 spells or more, it's 0 spells. So yeah, he just played 2. So he's gonna tap. He's gonna reveal one of the cards. Is it a birthing pod? No. Also, he's not able to reveal.
Oh, it's not. Well, we're talking about cities.
Oh, there comes the Massacre Girl again. Really?
No, it's the commander.
Yeah. That's his commander, actually.
No, it's his commander. That's
Yeah. I don't know what we talked about CDC because we thought it was going to be CDC.
Yeah,
so
from the beginning it was
also there is only one CDC in the room. So because I was going to say that a few minutes ago. I just forgot about it. The Massacre Girl, despite her name, the name of the card being really common, is actually a legendary card, and that is. Weird. I mean, when I first discovered it while playing in on draft, I was like, is it really a legendary card in a non-legendary edition? That's weird. You don't expect some card with that. I mean, she's got no first name, no last name, just Massacre Girl. And that's actually a legendary card. She's just a legendary creature, so... I mean, that's a potentially very good pack in format, actually.
Yeah. So he keeps on handling the whole board.
Oh.
He put Benjamin to 10. He attacked him to put him to 7, and now I guess he's going to attack, put him to 4, +2 Sorin, put him to... And it's going to be hard to come back from that.
So he did Commander Swap. He did Commander Swap, which was really, really insane in between rounds. That is actually one of the first time I see a mono black commander swap, especially when your commander is CDC, and that is cool.
That's really great, and in fact, against Najila, most of the time, playing Massacre Girl will wipe the tokens. So it's really a nice swap. It's really effective, and really a nice tech from Alexi. That's a good story.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the CDC deck, being a country, he really has that option to to swap. And I'm curious if he plays features to swap with, like there's the 3/4 vampire lifelink. That could be an option. What's his name again?
All right, that was a good moment, and I think we can now talk a lot more about the metagame because we got quite a long time to run until the next round, which is going to happen in like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's just go back to the metagame, and so we talked. I mean, I think we just said everything about Urza right now. Yuriko is not new, but considering how far in time the ninjas when printed the last time they were, it's been actually seeing a great upgrade of between 2 to 5 cards, I would say, in the recent expansions, just in terms of unblockable creatures and ninjutsu ninja, because you would not have expected ninjutsu creatures. I mean, the last time there was a new print of a ninjutsu creature, I think it was probably like 6 years ago or something. I'm just gonna check because I wanted to check, but that is really crazy. I think actually the last creature printed with ninjutsu is Yuriko itself. So that was we got Plane Chase, Sakashima Student, that is a reprint. We've got Higure, we've got Walker the Streetways, that's old. So the new ones, we got Mystic Syndicate Naga, which is the one that creates a copy of itself. The good old common Ninja of the Deep Hours. It actually allows you to retrigger your own Yuriko. If you want to put it back to your hand, have another unblocked creature, put this back to your hand and just go again, because you can play ninjutsu whenever you want. Mistblade Shinobi is one of the old ones. Moonblade Shinobi is one of the new ones. Azura Smoke Shaper, giving indestructible. We're talking about the new fashion of wizards to put indestructible on each and every card they print. We've got the new one that is 6/3, the Ninja of the New Moon. And we've got the Skull Snatcher, which is actually cool. The good old one, the rat, the ninjutsu rat. We've got the Okibagang Shinobi. We've got the Throat Sliter, that is old. We've got, of course, the mandatory Ink Eyes that I don't think any list really plays with, though it's actually cool because it regenerates and you can take creatures from the graveyard and put them under control, which is fine. And the new one I was talking about is the Ingenious Infiltrator, which is the new one. It's got 2/3. It's got ninjutsu 2, and that actually says whenever a ninja you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So it's a mandatory, and that works for all the ninjas, which is actually really fine. The Silent Blade Oni, of course, being the unplayable ninja that just wrecks everything. And the new one, like you say, Leo, the Fallen Shinobi with ninjutsu 4, that's actually really crazy. And of course, Yuriko itself. So that's 17 creatures, and I was not dreaming. The last time a creature with ninjutsu was printed, I mean, not reprinted, it was Yuriko in Commander 2018, so last year, like exactly 11 months ago, because Commander 2018 was out in... oh, wait, no, it was out in November, right? I think it was in November. I think they changed the... I think for Commander 2018 they changed no, it was August. I was mistaken. It was August. So yeah, that's like I said, it's close to 1 year ago. We are 11 months ago. So Yuriko was the last one, and before that, all the ninjutsu creatures were from the Kamigawa era, which was in 2002. If I remember well, I never remember exactly. 2004. Yeah, Champions of Kamigawa was out in 2004, so 15 years ago, and that's very dangerous in terms of mechanics, because clearly there has been no new edition with ninjutsu or things like that, and there won't be, because it's really linked to Asian lore and history that hasn't been remade by Wizards yet. We've been to Egypt, we've been to lots of places, we've been in time to pirates and dinosaur, whatever it means, and actually we didn't have that. So Yuriko was already good by itself, but recently, like we say, you saw that we got Hope of Girapu, we had a new set of 1/1 flyers, 1/1 unblockable creatures, like the new Naga from the Amonkhet edition. We've got quite a few new things that recently were good additions to Yuriko's packs. And that changed the deal. So that made Yuriko, that was already a threat, be, more than a threat that it actually already is. So, yeah, I don't really know what to think about that, but Yuriko's was already good, if not very good, and it just became even better with the last edition. And you could see this because today in 2 games we had 2 new cards from the last edition and they just completely wrecked the game by themselves. I actually think the 5/4 did more damage than Yuriko did, even with if you add the triggers of Yuriko's last ability. That's actually crazy. So yeah, Yuriko. Then you've got the classic Case Disengage. Nothing to say about that because it's just so many different lists, so many different people playing it. Tajik is actually the new, like you said, Leo, the new aggressive pack, the new red aggro pack. Then Aminature is just the classic Esper control pack, weak, slow, and I don't think it's got lots of new extensions, new things to play recently. Arabo Roll the World is the same. Arabo just got a few new additions, like what did it need? Improve your kitties and new kitties. Guess what? Arabo's got improved kitties and new kitties. So, yeah, there's no surprise to me that Arabo just got upgraded to that. And Isamaru, actually that's fine. I don't know what you think about that, but Isamaru is fine. And you know what? As expected, Isamaru got really reinforced by the commander swap text, because when you got Isamaru, Thalia, and whatever, you got tons of very good commanders that are very situational, and if you, for example, end up against a combo pack or a control pack and you just got Thalia as a commander, that is crazy. We also have Karizeth. We also have 7 Prosh Sky Raider of Care, which is usually a combo pack between generating creatures. You got 2 sorts of combos, the tons of mana and tons of resources. And on the other side, you got tons of combat damage all of a snap. So you just got everything attacking, all the Cobalt tokens, and you've got like between 4 and 5 really good cards that actually make you one-shot your opponent by just casting your Prosh. Then, Leo, are you still here? Shall we talk about Teferi Temporal Archmage? Because I know you want to talk about this one.
Well, I don't know if I want to talk about it.
You already got too much, right?
Well, it's just so yeah, it's been around for I don't know 2 years, 3 years. A lot of time. It used to be, we used to have Burrow or Jace Prodigy in his place because they were cheaper and they had more, other strengths that would make the deck stronger, and that's what got them banned. So now we have Teferi, which costs 6, so it's harder to put on the board. You still have ways to cheat it out with extra polar lens on high tile, and you go for classic combos like the chain bell, some ways to double your mana, or you just use Teferi or high tide or something to chill out big cards like the Emrakul, the Promised Land, and Eugene. So it's a nice deck. I won the December tournament with it. It works well.
You can say it louder.
Recently,
got credits for that.
have the London Mulligan, and the London Mulligan can help combo decks. So we'll see how it happens. The issue is that there are many angles to handle Teferi, kind of like Tachova list. So Tachova, you can kill it, you can bounce it, it only has 3 toughness, you can attack the mana base, tons of things to handle the deck, and the main card is a creature. It's kind of the same thing for Teferi. So it's strong. That's certainty, and we have all of the blue cards to have to go faster, to counter the right cards, to tempo, and to tutor for the right cards, especially artifacts of blue instance. So that works well. The thing is, you can really attack. You can blast the commander in instance of the then those. So it's not that easy to play, especially in a red aggro environment. In a blue control, you have the ability to maybe go faster and try to be the aggro deck in the matchup, and to use counter spells and cards like Giga Draws or Emerald Promistem to secure the match. So it's kind of better against control, even if your commander can just get killed. And the issue is that the worst matchups are really everything that's tempo aggro or that attacks your mana base. And that's the huge issue here. The most popular decks today are Urza and Yuriko, and I would have never brought Teferi today to the tournament because of those two decks. Yuriko is a nightmare. It's really really hard to win against Yuriko. You're constantly under pressure. You have nothing.
Except when you are Husto and you just go on turn 3.
Yeah, that's the way.
And that was a Chainville victory, I think. Turn 3 Chainville plus Teferi, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
really, well, happen often.
Maybe we should talk about the second elephant in the room when you're talking about Teferi, which is High Tide, actually.
Yeah, well, High Tide is mainly played in. It can be played in Chaos Storm version. I've seen it played in decks like Wildenron Kenris. It's useful to ramp into something, but the thing is, control decks don't really need it. It's a win more card, or it's a situational card, or it's not that a huge card in the more control decks. So it's better in the combo decks, and the main combo deck making High Tide good is Teferi, and right now it's the worst metagame possible. So High Tide is a great option that allows some crazy early wins, but that's in theory, and in fact your most early wins are generally on turn 4. Turn 4, the opponent is generally ready for it. You have tons of cards like Galactic, Salia, the Blast, and everything that makes it a nightmare to go through a combo, and people have really adapted to it. So you can still manage to win the tournament, but I don't think that metagame is favorable at all. All of the stacks played in Urza and all of the tempo decks will just wreck the whole archetype, I think. And for Timmy, the Nope t-shirt is actually MTG players because it's basically a blue symbol and saying nope, you're not going to play your spells. Counter spell, bro. And that's the reason of that t-shirt.
Lots of good t-shirts with counterspell, actually. I also like the one with the evolution of mankind, where you've got a cellular, then you've got a fish, then you've got the rampant reptiles, then you've got the monkeys, then you've got the human, then you've got the human sitting on a table saying counterspell. That's also a very good t-shirt that I like.
Well, what's funny is that perfect for you. Well, in fact, I don't play that much counter spells because I'm more of combo players, but I don't know why. It's like I had a game around against Atraxa where the round was a nightmare for the Atraxa. I stole his commander, I countered his spells, I put him under Aegis Lock, and then I comboed him out boss game. So all of the worst thing that can happen in the deck, he got it in his face, and I was almost sad for him because a slow control deck. That's the kind of things High Tide just eats every day. You just, if you are playing a slow control deck like Queen Marchesa, like Atra, and you face Teferi, you can almost bring just some go for lunch, stop playing Ocasio. And it was nightmare for him. And I don't know why. When I do that kind of thing, people remember the counter spells. So I counter the options. They couldn't play their cards to try to get out of that situation, and they're not that frustrated by the fact that I comboed them, I stole their commanders, or I stacked them.
I think you should be happy if someday Mana Drain gets back to the field, right? Also, let's we didn't talk about how Teferi wins. Usually, Chainville and Teferi mostly of the time.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you're just playing Teferi, making him survive a turn. That can happen. Sometimes I'm just playing High Tide on turn 4. I have 6 mana with my 3 other island, and I play Teferi. And I just untap 4 island, and then I have my commander and 4 mana untapped, and I just go for a more control approach until I can secure a win somehow. And with 4 mana, I can do tons of things to just hold, protect my commander, and start going for off the card advantage from the commander. And in fact, many of the games are like that. And sometimes you manage to tutor for your combo pieces, so High Tide, Merchant Scroll, for example. You can cycle, well, you can transmute Murder of the Mixture for Merchant Scroll, to go for High Tide, or to go directly for Stasis. You can play Fabricate Teferi to tutor for Chainveil, or for the Extraordinary Lens to double your mana. And if you manage to assemble the whole combo, then what you do is that you double the mana from your islands with either High Tide or Extraordinary Lens. Then you play Teferi, you untap 4 lands, you retap all, you have 8 mana, you play Chainveil, you activate it. It costs 8, so you have no more mana left, but then you can activate Teferi once more. And once you've done that, basically you can keep doing -1, untap Chainveil and 3 island. You get 6 mana. You only use 4 to activate Chainveil and get 1 more activation.
Yeah, so you get only one. You get one extra mana all the time every time you use it.
Yeah, 2 if you untap 3 islands.
Yeah. You can at least get, the minimum you can get is 1 more, and then you get 2 more. And under some very special cases where you just go Snapcaster on High Tide, you can get 3 or 4 mana each and every time you untap.
Yeah, but you only need 2, and that's also why you can use to combo instead of having High Tide, because it gives you 3 mana right away. And in CEDH, in multiplayer, some people use Grim Monolith for the same Mana Vault. You could also start discussing, okay, what happens if we ban High Tide, and then you could go for slower drops, like you could go for the Gilded Lotus for Strand Dynamo and that kind of cards. And the idea, so the idea would be to once you've started accumulating mana, at some point Teferi is going to die because it has no more loyalty. But if you have reached the right conditions for the combo, what happens is that you still have enough mana accumulated to replay it, and then you have his normal ability and all of the additional abilities that you triggered with the Chainveil. So you replay it, and you can use 6 abilities right away before even having to use the Chainveil. So you're going to accumulate loyalty abilities, and you're going to do infinite mana, infinite loyalty abilities. At that point, you can use Teferi's ability to find anything in your deck. So you're going to find Eugene and use the infinite abilities on him to do 3 damage, etc. on your opponent.
Yeah.
So you can go for the full combo, and most of the time people now know the combo. So I say, okay, I combo out, and either they have something to play and we continue playing, or they just say, okay, up, we go to the next game. So I don't I don't even remember displaying the whole combo once in the last 7 months.
Yeah, so Teferi is actually still a good pack, but depends on the metagame. Then we got the Git Rogue Monster. Nothing special to say about that. Not even sure it gained some new things. The question of Git
No.
Rogue Monster is usually about squandered resources, but there's no really instant speed combo. There's not really. It's just very resilient because it's black green. So like, just like every black greens, like Meren, like Carador, like every single black green pack is about having a permanent resource with being your hand, your library, your battlefield, and your graveyard all at the same time, which is using your 100 cards all the time permanently. So this one is about using lands, so it does lots of triggers and stuff that does not really use the stack that much, but it's still popular. You know, it's not moving. I think it's the same amount of Great Road Monsters we had last time. I think we got to from 8 to 7, so it's close to the same. Titania, Protector of Argoth, is just the same, but it actually gains some few new fetches. And the new things, I don't remember why, but I think there's something from the core M20 that's going out today that is new for Titania that is not so bad. A new creature, I don't remember which one, but it was a good one. Then we've got Karloff. Karloff of the Ghost Council that shined because it was a predator of Mono Red Aggressive and Blast Pack, especially. Nothing special to say about that. We talked about Karizev too, about the mono red packs and another thing that goes with it. Najila's Blade Blossom, we talked about it a lot. Doran, the Siege Tower. I think Doran is actually good. You want to go aggressive? Fine, I'll be even more aggressive than you are. Right. And Doran's got...
the same,
yeah, you can command the swap, even command the swap for partners if you want. But the thing that's crazy that Doran has actually a lot of new creatures because recently Wizards printed so many aggressive creatures that are really cheap, like 3/3 for ones, 2/2 for ones. We got so many new things like that they had to print on the other side some creatures that have an ETB effect like Scry or Draw or something else, and all of these creatures are 0/3, 0/4, 0/5, and actually Doran got lots of new additions recently to be played with that. More elves, more stuff to be played, more combos, and Doran is actually a very resilient pack. Next is God Eternal Kifnet, which is slightly different than the other ones because this one actually relies heavily on you playing your commander plus instant. So that is new. That forces you to play just like Barrel or Jace, much like Barrel, forces you to play lots of instant that are blue, so basically counter spells and bounces. A few cards are abusive when you can actually get to target your creature and something else and just bounce it again and have it back to your hand. But yeah, you can reveal more things and draw more cards basically with God Eternal Kif. Now, it happens to be also a commander you can exceptionally choose to put back in the library. Which is one of the choices you have between the game choices that is mandatorily applied. You cannot choose not to choose. This is a game's rule, but you have a game's rule that says you can put it back to the command zone, and this one says you can also put it back in the third position of the pack. So actually this never increases the cost of Kefnet if you want to have it come back 3 cards after this, and a few cards like Brainstorm or Pounder or whatever it is, you're gonna have some fun with that. So
while we're speaking about that, what do you think about Hogak from Modern Horizon?
Isn't there a Hogak list in today? I don't think so. That would be that would be complicated, just like Hakon or whatever it is. No, there is no Hogak list.
Some people are finding that it's a bit strong for modern, so I don't know how it will evolve. But the fact that it always come back to your graveyard, you can convoke it and delve it, that can basically allow you to repay constantly your commander over and over for the whole game, and it has a huge stats. It's an 8/8 trample, So I don't know if some people are going to try some kind of rock build with that.
I've been
commander.
questioning myself about building a pack with that, because contrary to Hakon or stuff like that, it can be played. The thing is, sometimes in Commander, in the end of the games, when you have played a green something like overly aggressive pack, in the late game, you bring green, right? So you've got mana. So in the end game, your creatures are gonna get wiped unpowerful enough, but you want to pay 8 each and every turn plus whatever to play Hogak again, and you can do it. Actually, especially if you play things like Rothalus or something like that, you can get 16, 20, 25 mana. Look at the Selvala packs, for example, that can generate in a few turns 15, 20 mana per turn, so you don't really care about that. The thing is, it's actually hard to play because Hogak has a converted mana cost that is really higher, much subsequently higher than Tasigur. And Tasigur also filled the graveyard by itself. Hogak just empties the graveyard by himself. So Convoke is hard to play and is currently the best option. And contrary to what people think, Delving is actually gonna get your graveyard out of control very fast. And Delving kills any black-green strategy because it relies on the graveyard. So that is actually a very not gonna say schizophrenic. It's not schizophrenic. It's just duality. You know, it's just a paradoxal creature because it's black and green, of course. But it's usually the colors that rely on having cards in the graveyard, like Life from the Loam, like Retrace cards, like everything like that. And when you play Hogak, you have to pull everything out of your graveyard. So you have to be extremely aggressive, and you cannot be aggressive when your commander costs like, what, 8 or 9, I don't remember. That's too much. So it has some interesting mechanics, but it is, how to say, in my opinion, Hogak is just countering and it's just, you know, how to say, so killing its own static abilities. Some of the words of the text lines of Hogak are just condemning it from the other words of it is. Which means if you play in Modern, for example, if you play things when you know you're gonna have 4 copies of each of the cards that really get powerful, so you just mill yourself like the new 1/1 for 1 from Core 2019. The new things that just mill you a lot, whatever they are, like crabs or stuff like that. And also in Modern, you have access to other colors, which you don't in Commander. So you have to rely on exclusively green and black. And truly the answer to me is yes, but you miss the blue. And the thing is, I don't see how you can actually get an advantage with that commander. This has to be a very, 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 very fucking complex list to build. Because I think most of the time you will not even be able to play your commander. That is the difference with Modern when you can actually abuse it. And I don't think so, but maybe if you can reanimate it, stuff like that. But if you go reanimate, you don't really rely on the plan being a Convoke plan, because reanimate means big creatures, Convoke means cheap creatures and dorks. And to me, it's not really a playable thing. It has a grand potential, like the card is insane by itself. It's insane. And it was built for Modern, but it wasn't built for Commander. Not like, you know, Yuriko, not like the Revi, not like Marath, Will of the World. These cards are
have the pre-constructed the new commander decks, and that would be great.
They could. Also, what do we have now? We have Cymath Tortoise. We just thought about that. We just talk about that. Surak the Hunt Caller. Is it the mono green one or the? Yeah, it's the mono green one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been quite popular at ZAP. Well, quite popular. We've seen 1 to 3 Stuart lists quite often at the ZAP, and we have some players that have actually reached the top 8 of big events with Surak, playing a really aggro green Stumpy deck really fast. They're really trying to overrun the opponent and play all these surprise spells they can. So for 1, +2/+2 X-proof and that kind of thing. So they trying to go too big, too fast, and to prepare for the enemy, the opponent's disruption. And sometimes it works really great.
Yeah, I've seen that in action, and also I've seen Surak being played in Titania decks, because with the tokens you actually got instant peel, instant speed. How is the creature? It's formidable. Instant peel, formidable.
Yeah.
You just boom, and out of nowhere you say like, yeah, I can wait. And no, you just take 16 this turn. All right, do you have a crater hoof behemoth? No, just put 3 creatures and 2 tokens. Okay. And giving your tokens and Titania haste is actually insane. So yeah, that could be very aggressive packs. Dorothy Scrap 7, this is bold because the pack has gained... Dorothy Scrap 7 was weak but very fun and extremely resilient. I think, to me, Dorothy is by far the most resilient pack you can build in Commander right now. If it's built, I would say just not even perfectly, just correctly. You don't depend on your graveyard, but if you got a graveyard, you are unkillable. Your commander doesn't really matter. You have all the red cards that just wreck the battlefield, that just destroy everything, and you've got actually a commander that generates mana from other artifacts to recover, that's got some decent stats. You're not killing with your commander, but in the end, you just played brain dead artifacts, and you can go like infinite loop of taking opponent control of turns, of just doing. And for example, I think Darity just gained a new creature with the 1/2 that's the Goblin Artificer, that is the new Tinkerer that is slightly less busted but still does a few things. Darity is actually fine because you just get so many card advantage, draw, whatever you do with red, you don't even know what you're gonna face. And basically it's about putting Mountain, and the pack is just resilient to any Blood Moon, Blood Mage, whatever. Magus of the Moon effect is just crazy. You're playing lots of basic mountains, so you are completely mana proof. Your mana is just crazy and it's gonna work all the time. You're gonna have tons of amounts of mana and it just goes up, and the more you wait, the more resilient it gets, because whatever you think you discarded is never really out. Whatever you think is in the hand is never gonna stay in the hand because it's gonna get exchanged or discarded. You really don't know. There's such a chaos in the Reti Scrap 7 that it's fine. And
yeah,
the thing is,
that's the problem. It's too fine. We have some decks with huge late games. We have Carador, we have Marin, we have tons of decks that can have a huge late game and they don't perform because the metagame is so fast. And that's what we were saying earlier. You could go to any of the good players to prepare for the tournament, and they would all tell you go for the speed. The metagame is so fast that you can't just aim for the long term. There won't be any long term, and if you try to reach the long term, you will face decks like Jigtrog or Teferi or Tatiova. They're like, okay, how do you handle Emrakul, the Promised Land? You would be like, oh, that's a bit much. Yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah.
And to me, Dorothy was never a good commander until recently, because it's the kind of commander that has potential and that gains the exact same number of potential good ins and the potential good outs each and every new edition, albeit an Eternal only edition, a Modern only edition, or a Standard edition. Dorothy keeps getting good cards each and every edition that are replacement, functional copies, or whatever you want it to be. So this is why we had no Dorothy Scrap 7 a few years ago, and it was out, because Dorothy has been here for like 5 years right now, Commander 2014. And the thing is, Dorothy is actually getting more and more, not really good, but still playable. You can get away with some games, and it doesn't... it's so resilient. You don't care about your starting hand. There's no bad starting hand in Dorothy. There are really good ones and less good ones, but some hands are actually really strong. I don't even know how to talk about them, but these ones are really good. Also, one of the new commanders, Grenzo Havoc Razor, Mono Red Grenzo, another really, I would say not combo. It's not combo. It's just red aggressive packs, but it's slightly different than Charizef would be, and it's actually fun. The goad ability and the ability to play anything without spending the mana, the color is actually good because it denies part of what the commander rules define. So it's not really out of reach, you know. Then you got another mono white Kithan or Hero of Arcos. Lord Windgrace is actually usually played in land combo. It's just like an enhanced version of Gitrog Monster, except that your commander doesn't do really much things with your lands. It just recycles them and put them. It's not really killable. It's not really adding extra land plays. So Lord of Windgrace actually slightly less interesting in terms of direct impact than Gitrog Monster is, because you can still play Gitrog being full tap and keep playing your turn and keep doing stuff. So yeah, we've got Maelstrom Wanderer, which is not dead. That's crazy. People still play this. And actually, if you keep playing good board sweepers in red or maybe blue, and you keep going a little, further in terms of ramping, then Maelstrom Wanderer might be something. Except you just rely on some random effects, and everyone knows where it can go. You can be like Maelstrom, Cascade, and then you go, oh, get one land and ponder. Oh my goodness! So that's also complicated. Judith's the Scourge Device, one of the new commanders from the latest edition, the one before the last edition, Ravnica Legends, I think. Judith is, I would say, slightly over Lizolda. Lizolda was cool in 20 HP, was playable, but I think Judith is actually a little more aggressive. It does, in the long term, Judith just does a little more damage without spending a little less mana. So yeah, we still got Narset Enlightened Master, because we need. Niv Mizzet Reborn, that is interesting. I would like to see a 5-color strange decks like that. Niv Mizzet Reborn is actually fine. Queen Marchesa is really the downside of this event. Look at that. Queen Marchesa was the second most played commander 6 months ago, with 10 people in the room playing like Queen Marchesa was 10 people, or even it was 10. 10 is just like 1/20th of the field, and right now it's 2. So it's 5 times less. And I mean, in terms of magnitude, you see the difference. So Queen Marchesa was a good stuff Mardu thing, but it's original. And truly right now, the format is going so fast, even when you play Yuriko, that whatever you do, people are going to get the Monarch instead of you. And it's not really good. You don't want to give Yuriko the Monarch, actually. So Queen Marchesa, I think, suffered from a lot of disadvantages. And then, should we just spot before the round starts over a few exotic commanders? What we have is Scarab God, Tuvasa the Sunlit. Guys, shouts out! I will not say you why, but anyone who plays enchantment packs has my, benediction. Then this one is for you, Vendilion Click. Why not? When you play Mono Blue Control, you don't have Barrel and Jace anymore.
I don't play Control, I play Combo.
But this can be the case. Both of them are actually good, so... And Vendilion Click, you can having some difficulty playing combo with the commander. Tunnel effects, I think, whatever it is. The new Yawgmoth. That's a new commander. Yawgmoth, the new.
Curious to see how this one plays out.
What is it? It's a 2/4 for 4. And you pay mana, you crack creatures, and you draw cards, and you put -1/-1 counters on opponent creatures by paying 2. And I don't know what to think. This is a good black creature handling commander, which is exactly what you would like to play. Like we saw with Massacre Girl. Massacre Girl goes really well with Yawgmoth. I don't know what to think. This is still a black creature based deck. When you got Adelis, the Cinder Wind.
Yeah, you can easily control the board by putting tons of -1 counters and drawing cards, and maybe have some tricks with the proliferation. But it costs 4. The issue I see with that deck is that it basically requires you to play tons of 4 cards, cards of really lower quality that you wouldn't play with that commander. And I'm not sure how much it brings to the table against many decks. So against Yuriko, you could say, hey, I'm going to put -1 counters on Yuriko so that she has no attack points, and on all of the 1/1s, so that I can stop getting beaten and stop giving opportunities for ninjutsu. But your commander costs 4 and requires some setup. So what happens if you just get bounced. If there are some removal, some counter spells, some discard, so many things could happen preventing you from just doing that. That I'm not sure how well it performs. And the issue really is when you start playing against combo decks where you have basically nothing or that kind of thing. So we'll see, because with all of the discard and that kind of thing, you could end up having some kind of protection against the combo decks, even if it's going to stay in a negative matchup. Against the control, maybe you have tons of discard and all of the recursion with Bloodghast and that kind of creature that makes it annoying for the control players. But so many control decks now just have some partners like Akiri and Silas, and just don't care about your 2-1 unblockable, well, that cannot block when they have a 7-3 initiative vigilance. First strike, sorry. So we'll see if we manage to have it in the feature table at some point, and if it performed well, if it's in the higher tables. But I'm not sure how it's supposed to play out to perform in the metagame.
And next we have a few things. Oh, Anafenza, the Kindred Spirit, which has a new combo right now with one of the latest cards that went out. You got combos with infinite -1, +1/+1 counters, but it's not mono white, so you have to play more than one color. Adelis the Sinnoh shouts out to uncommon commanders. I would think that's cool.
There are some infinite combos in mono black. In the video, the video presentation I made on my channel, I presented some with the creatures that come back with the +1/+1 counters, because you can have two and start sacrificing one to remove the +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, you just bolster that negates the +1 and -1 counter with the bolster ability, and what else is fun in the list? It's fun. Arcadis the Strategist. Is this the bent dragon that actually uses walls?
Yeah, exactly.
It is. Yeah, that's actually, I would like to see that because it's really fun, even though it doesn't really perform actually, I think, because it's complicated to play with walls.
Well, we'll see, because usually you have Gennara as a band commander for a more control approach.
Yeah.
But you have some good walls that you could want to play in the format, like Wall of Omens, Wall of Blossoms, or Wall of Roots. So you don't have
the ship, the 05 ship enchantment creature that gains 1 life each and every upkeep.
Well, that could happen against.
There are things that just gains you some life. Other worlds that make mana, or you draw cards, ETB draw a card, and a few new ones. But why not? Why not? That could be fun. We've got classic Atraxas Priest of Voice. That's nice. I love this association. One of my favorite all-time commander. Brago, Kinetanol, Captain Sisei, shouts out. Emara, Soul of the Accord, you just tap it and you create tokens. Also, the tokens have lifelink, right? So, Estrid the Masked, this is just Esper with slightly more daring, audacious thing to say. Inhaler, Archmage, Ritualist, Grant Arbiter, Inanimate Death Aspect. There's always one Inanimate Death Aspect somewhere. There's gonna be one in the room. And when you face it, you're going to face pan, because this is also very resilient. Less resilient, I think, than the one we mentioned before. But yeah, Gennara, as we just said, Gennara. Joda, we just found the Joda in the room today. Leovold, Emissary of Trest, but why not? It's still good and very good. Eternal Staple, Mercury Buried, Mogis, God of Slaughter. That's interesting. Mogis. Muldrota, the Gravetard. If we still had more life points in the format, like 40 life points in multiplayer, and still building some whatever competitive duel thing with 40 life points, Muldrota will be just crazy. I would just go nuts for this commander because I love it. In multiplayer, this is also really cool, really interesting to play. Nicol the Ravager, Nissa Vaswood Series, still a very great green commander, I think. Niv Mizzet Paran is just the uncontrollable one, the non-controllable one. Omila, Manasura, Phoenix Girl, Radar, Samut. We got a Samut Void of Descent, which is the last decent, as I posted a few days ago on French forums. It's just the last close to decent and not very decent Naya commander. It's not Voice of Decent, it's Voice of Decent, not the same word. Also, Chalet Voice of Plenty, Sinisian Dead Vizier, Tatiova, we just saw the Tatiova. Verino Lich Queen. That's a
That's
commander that I've
interesting.
seen played recently. The Esper zombie attacking things. That's actually a strong body 4/4 for 4. I'm not joking. 4/4 mana. And actually, you get to create lots of zombies close to as fast as CDC Undead CDC blue, green, black sometimes. I think it's just comparable in terms of how many tokens you can create. Varrows, the classic Varrows, one shot, infinite, aggressive pack, whatever. Venser Shaped Servant, why not? Yisan the Wanderer because it's legal now again. And then we didn't talk about the other elephants in the room, but we didn't talk about the partner commanders. So right now that was, let me count, that was 11, 15, 21, 24, 7, 37 people in the room are playing partner commanders. So that's 1/8 of the room. 1 people out of 8 is playing partner commander. And the most played commander is actually Chrome/Timna. I wouldn't have expected this actually. Timna Chrome was
control tempo approach then.
Yeah. I think it's that what the people are playing usually, but I would have expected the second and the third line to be more played, like Timna/Fresius. But I was just more expecting the classic pairing of Timna-Fresius, and of course the one who is to me the most interesting one in terms of stability and broken things in the early game is Akiri Silas, because Akiri Silas is just can become crazy in less than 3 turns, and it just abuses balance like you never seen that. It's crazy. It's very cheap, and you can play some things that you usually never play, like I don't know, Mox Opal for example, or stuff like that. One of the last remaining Moxes can be played. The other Mox, actually, Mox Opal and Mox Amber can be played in that pack, even though it's not really fast enough, but it's one of the rare packs that is just close to it. Lots of abusive, uncommon equipments that you just never forget about, but they just wreck you in 2 turns. And yeah, I would have expected a little more than these ones. I think I didn't check the comparison between now and January. In January, we had less partners actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 partners only. 11, yeah. And right now we have what I said, like 3 times more. Yeah, that's actually crazy. 3 times more partners, but the difference is people play any partner right now. It's just not polarized. I mean, there's Chrome, Timna, Fresius, Akiri Silas, but the rest still makes 1/2 of the partner commander, and there are different combinations like Ikra Shiliki and Rayhan and Tresius, Rowan and Win Kenrith. Of course, this one we just saw about the 2 planeswalkers. I think was last top 8 last ZAP actually was in like January, or was the top 8 with Rowan and Win Kenrith. Fresius Crone, Fresius Ludovic, we just saw, I think. Timna Rayhan and Ludovic Crumbs Ludovic Opus and Ludovic Necrochemist. So I think this one is playing for the flavor, right? You just get Chrome and Ludovic, and Timna Akiri, which is also something like a good combination, I suppose.
Kimna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you can see, Timna every turn. Everyone is playing Timna, and then it's Fresius. Statistically, I think Timna is the most played, and Fresius is the most played. Also, Timna is the only one who brings white and black and for cheap. The other ones can bring green something, green blue, green red, green white, and you got some decent curve, but Timna is the only one. The other one is too expensive, and this is why I think Timna is really played a lot. Not because it's good or better than the other ones. I think Fresius is much better, but it's always complicated to explain and to guess why people are playing like that. So yeah.
Yeah, well, many people still chose to go for the safe decks that we already knew, to go for the new decks with tons of potential due to Modern Horizons. And then we have also the usual huge block of people playing just what they want, and that's it. And Akira Timna is a player who didn't want to go Treasures Timna or anything like that. He wanted to go for these colors, for Mardu aggro, and really play with aggressive creatures, artifacts, equipments, and vehicles, and that kind of things, and make his own aggro blast deck with less colors to be more stable and more aggressive. And it was a pretty nice deck. The thing is, with Timna, you can hope to have more late game, more steam, and to have a way to generate card advantage against control decks and combo decks and that kind of thing. With Akiri, you can really just Akiri is a nightmare for all the combo decks. You just can't go through that kind of huge beater with Vigilance and First Strike. That makes it a pretty aggressive and solid deck, I think. So
Are we going to? Are we going to round 4? I think we should be going to round 4.
4? We had the Teichova against.
Or 5. I don't remember. No, it's
No, definitely
4. It's round 4.
4.
We had. Well, I just forgot about that. Jeez.
We had Teichova against Strazios
Yeah.
and Ludovic. We had then
Sergey.
Sergey, yeah, playing Yuriko against the Joda. Then we had the Massacre Girl / CDC playing against the Najila, and we're going for the 4th round.
Yeah, that's right. 4th round. And there were an extra turn.
Yeah, so it should come back soon.
Yeah, I think we should be starting so soon.
So I don't know if you have much more to add, but if you have any questions in the chat about the metagame, about what's great in Commander currently, I don't know, if you have any kind of questions on anything, just go ahead and try to address your questions right now, or if the round begins, maybe after the round or during the downtimes. So anyway, if you have any questions or things you want to share and discuss, go ahead, and we're here for you. What are you playing at the moment, Doc?
So what I'm playing right now?
Yeah.
I'm just keep playing the same paid decks over and over, except I'm building Urza. And I think I can make my deck list public right now because it was based on a few deck takes that some people who wanted to have a surprise for at the ZAP Masters didn't want to. So I just I didn't have all the cards, so I just ordered some Japanese Forge things like from the post, and they are arriving right now. So I should have 100% of a card on paper soon, and I just have a time to play Duel Commander on paper. Online, I'm just playing Magic Arena all the time, and so Magic Arena is just eating my whole life right now. Because I'm doing many other things, but right now I'm still playing that, and of course I will never stop playing Enchantress pack. Whatever happens, I will still play that. And when I want to have some decent stupid games, I just play Keranos, because after a few years I reached full Asian foil pack, so I got everything. The pack is insane. I mean. Could go live and show it with a smartphone right now. It's crazy. I've got everything like pimped a lot, and I'm having lots of fun playing it. But the pack I like playing the most still is that. What I was trying to build, as like I said a few minutes ago, was trying to build the Naya packers. Naya is still one of the strongest combination in the format. to be played, because I think when you want to play aggro right now, you just want to go Naya. What you just said with Najila a few minutes ago when we were streaming Najila, you just have a guy going full Naya and not playing anything else. You actually don't need anything else. Naya is very good, and in format that goes very aggressive, it's actually one of the best combination of colors, whatever you want to play. And also, Naya is aggressive, but yet, I think a third of the pack was dedicated to combo. You've got so many combos like Splinter Twin effects that are crazy. You just play it like that all the time. The thing is, Naya only had one decent commander with what we call the minimum cost effect, which is you want to play Naya, one white, one green, and one red, and nothing else. And the thing is, unfortunately, Naya had only one good commander, that was Marath, Will of the World, that really cannot be back into the field right now, because we've got a really aggressive metagame, and if you were to overrise Marath once again, it's just going to crush half of the packs. Not all of the packs, but half of the packs. And we just condemn over creature-based strategies. So there is no good commander. There is, of course, what is the Kifkin name already? Mael. But Mael is just relying on some heavy long-term strategy that was not even fun when you had more resources to play with, like more Hutch points. So Mael is good, but it's not crazy. It's not good. You cannot bring that to a tournament. You will never play your commander. So I just took Samut, kept the same deck, removed the Marat affinities, and updated it with some new creatures that were out this year or last year. And I was searching for new things to play with that, or new strategies, or new combos. Like, can I go stacks on Naya? Can I go ramp on Naya? Whatever you want to play. And I just I didn't know what to play. Okay. So it's still in the coffers. Also, one deck I liked to play was Animar, because Animar's, excuse me, I'm eating. Animar Soul of Elements is still very fun to play. The thing is, right now, everyone is playing Unsummon effects and Lightning Bolts or Shock or whatever effects. So, Animar relied on playing a creature-based combo pack that just got so much affinity you can't really stop it. And the thing is, right now, everyone is playing red, so it's not really interesting in terms of play. So yeah, it looks like we're going to go for the 4th round. And talking about partners, a few minutes ago, we were talking about the Rayan / Ikran Shidiki.
Yeah.
The other bird. I think we can just ping that back in the chat, because
okay.
Let me
go. In the chat, I see, what's the opinion on Scepter Reversal in Urza? It's a great plan in CDH, I guess, because you have to get 120 HPs down. So that's a lot, and you need an infinite combo to reach that. The thing is, in purely in dual commander, you need to get 20 HP down. So the Scepter Reversal combo is a bit to win more. It requires more setup. You need to search for both the PCs. And in fact, you could just go for the stack species of the Winter Orb, Static Orb, etc. And just use Urza to tap them during your turn to not be affected by those. And what will happen is that just with Urza, with those synergies and with the big construct from Urza and all of the good stuff from Blue Control, it will be enough to get rid of all the HPs of your opponent. So you could go for the Scepter Reversal combo in Urza, but in Dual Commander you don't really need to. And about how Queen Marchesa is going, so it's a good deck, but the thing is, against aggro, you don't really want to keep Queen Marchesa because you're going to offer cards to your opponent. So you're going to want to swap to maybe the no, he's not the name. What's his name again? going to fight it in Mardu. You have a swap option with. I'll find it on EDH.
Were you searching for
with
another legendary one?
Yeah, you can swap with Matas against aggro decks
Oh, Matas,
to
yeah.
make sure that you don't give cards to your opponent, and that instead you are the one getting more cards, more HPs. So you end up wanting to remove that against aggro decks, and aggro decks are really popular. Against all of the big combo decks, you just don't have any chance. You face High Tide or Jitrog, and you just yeah, I don't know, put back all of your cards in your pocket and go for lunch or something, because you just can't win that matchup. And even against control and all of the more, well, you don't have many slow decks in the metagame. Really, the metagame is really fast, so you're mainly facing fast deck that you won't want Queen Marches against, and against the slower decks, you're still facing cards that you just can't face, like Emrakul, the Promised End, and Eugene, and that kind of huge stuff to wreck your whole board and be really hard to overcome. So Queen Marchesa is a good commander, but it's just not adapted to the current metagame and the current
Yeah, it's actually hard to get really amazing with Queen Marchesa. It doesn't have the blue and really lacks the blue sometimes. So the pack is having some really destructive effects, and you feel like you're gonna play control most of the time, which is fine. But you don't play control fast enough. Even though some in recent edition like Fatal Push or something like that were just added to the pack and was cool. So in before now we are facing a pack which has an Abzan source of commanders on the left with Rayhan and Akrashiliki going through Kozilek's Inquisition on the left, and the random lifelink token cat, not token cat on the right, and it looks like Leo is going to go for Mother of Runes, and the guy on the right, Ronan, just is his name. Oh no, it's just he's not playing Ronan, right? It's just named Ronan. Is just playing kiddies, so you don't see that on screen because it's probably hidden behind his library, and he is playing a Rabo, which is a commander-centric pack because it's tribal effects, I would say, and it's
Tribal
also based on an effect that only triggers from the command zone, which is why we were talking about earlier on about the card that Wizard of the Coast printed especially for commanders. That was a cycle where all the 5 commanders were triggering something from the command zone. That's the second time Wizards have done that. The first one was playing with a command zone like Animar sort of elements, Marth, Will of the Wild, Oloro, Ageless Ascetic, and I just forget the 2 ones. And there were 5 of them. And Derevi, and there was the last one. I just remember the last one, the Mardu one all the time. Not the Mardu one, it's not Kiss, it's the Mercial, not Mercial, is not the other one. I think it's Mercial actually. It's Mercial, and then it was a second set of 5 commanders that just trigger something from the command zone, and among them was Edgar Markov that just couldn't hold for like 1 month 2 years ago because it was just overly powerful, and Jeleva. What was Jeleva and not Mercial? And
so now we have the game ongoing. And the Arabo player is already starting to put pressure on Leo with his Rayan Shidiki. So the idea is that he's playing all of the early cats to get the +3/+3 activation from Arabo. So every time he's hitting with his 1/1 lifelink, he's actually hitting with a 4/4 lifelink. That's hard to block. So Leo is already at 11. But the nice thing is that with Rayhan, you can have a quality blocker that's going to keep the bonus counters on his other creatures. And if he managed to get the Ikra Shidiki, he has a 3/7 blocker that will later be able to attack him, and he will gain as much HPs as the toughness of the creature. So for Ikrashidiki, it would be 7 life each time. And you can see that he can go fast. On Leo's side, thanks to the Cobra, he's able to play a turn 3 Chupacabra, get rid of the first cat, and he will still have the other one. Ronan has a Mutavault to make sure he also has some cats. The idea of the deck, there are 2 approaches to Arabo. You can have the first one with all of the cheap cats, and well, basically all of the cats, and you're revolving around the cats. You're going all in on the cats, and you're playing Rancor, you're playing the +2/+2 X-Proof, you're playing everything you can to go faster. And there's another approach that's more good stuff, where you have the early cats, and then you go with more heavy creatures like Tarmogoyf, like all of the good stuff from Green-White. So for now, we only see cats, and we can see the...
I think we just saw the most powerful of all the deck. To me, Brimaz is by far the most powerful of all the cats that is in the pack. No Changeling is close to Brimaz. Brimaz is just devastating. It's already a very, very good commander in mono white by itself, but having a Brimaz that is 3/4 vigilance, gain +3/+3 each and every turn, that is utterly crazy. And also you put 1/1 Kite Soldier with vigilance and is already attacking. I think the fact that he hit Brimaz is just crazy. He didn't like, for some reason that I can probably understand, the Mother of Runes. The thing is, Mother of Runes is not a cat, and Mother of Runes means he could just he didn't have a Chupacabra at that time, so he didn't know maybe he was going to kill that easily. But I think I would just maybe it's not hard to shoot the ambulance like we say in France, but it's always harder to just think post action. But I think I was just surprised by the time he did that he just actually named and chose the Mother of Runes to be discarded, because he's not targeting that much the cats here, and having just one Mother of Rune and killing the rest was not going to be impossible for him. I'm pretty sure he plays some removal, some things that are cool, and we see here is Demonic Tutor being resolved past fetch land that is a Verdant Catacombs.
Yeah, maybe he's going for something like Toxic Deluge or something like that.
Yes, or just a simple Damnation maybe, or maybe considering he fetched, maybe a Fatal Bush would be fine too. Because Fatal Bush now kills Brimaz, but it's a Toxic Deluge. Alright. So he just plays 4, he pays 4. So he goes
one of the things to consider is that if you remove cards like Mother of Runes and the +2/+2 X-Proof and that kind of thing, the deck, the Arabo, is really predictable. So you can go around everything and just play a blocker pattern, and you know it's going to be fine. The thing with
boom! He's got the Feral Push. How crazy is that, bro?
Try to go for the 5 damage and the kill, and nope.
Wow, that was exactly the only card he could play. Maybe Path to Exile or something. And he's got another cat.
But for now he's in a great shape because he can block the cat. He has more lands. Ronan seems to be stuck at 2 lands. So if he's...
I think he should just play Ikra Shidiki right now, because it's a 3/7. And once it has blocked, you just attack and you gain 7 each and every turn. That's crazy.
I prefer the action he will do. He's going to kill the cat with Liliana of the Veil.
Oh yeah, I didn't see he had Liliana. My bad. Yeah, I didn't see he had it.
He doesn't want to... the issue with Ikra Shidiki is you play it and then it gets removed from the board and the cat goes for the kill. You take 5 damage, you're dead.
But he's got one cat in the graveyard. He's got the Embalmed cat in the graveyard.
He's got the Embalmed cat on the graveyard, and he also has the Unexpectedly Absent in his hand.
Yeah, he's just embalming, which means if he embalms, which means to me, he's got no other card in hand, just protection spells and stuff like that. Should he go for the discard right now? I think he does need to, because he's gonna have to -2 each and every turn. I mean, he's gonna have to lose Liliana next turn, whatever happens. What is it? Is this going to be this?
Probably Crush the Key.
I think he's going to go for it. Because I don't really see how white-green is going to handle that. If he's got any response to that, he just dies. And did he discard a card? I don't see Ronan discarding a card, but he was fast,
Yeah,
maybe.
unexpectedly absent and going for the kill.
Yep. That is crazy.
So as planned, he needed to kill the cat, and there were too many cats, and that's one of the strengths of Arabo. So one of the weaknesses is that you're only attacking with one good creature per turn. So if you're facing something like Maze of It or Mother of Runes or anything that could allow your opponent to block easily once per turn, it's going to be really hard. And that's why you play cards like Rancor and that kind of things to try to go through the blockers.
Yeah.
But if you don't face that kind of things, you have another strength, which is you have many cheap creatures with really overpowered stats. And if your opponent doesn't manage to really have one card that handles it for the long term, you kind of have to feed the opponent, and you go like, okay, I'll sack that creature for that phase, and then this one and this one and this one, and you're slowly burning all of your resources.
The best thing you can get against the Rabo to me is a first strike death touch creature. I think that's the best thing you can get.
Yeah, but even cards we used to, like Grim Lavamancer, for example, can easily kill a cat per turn in response to the trigger.
Yeah.
You have the G-Truck players are also playing the Dark Blast. So Dark Blast for 1 black, you do -1/-1 on a creature.
Yeah, it's dredge.
And you have Dredge 3. So it can activate G-Truck's ability, help for the combo, and anything like that. And it's also great in the format against all of the aggressive creatures and all of the mana dogs. And the mana dogs are really popular in Dual Commander. Like in CDH, you want the speed.
So right now we're gonna see a mulligan. Don't forget the mulligan has changed. Now playing the London mulligan, which means you draw 7 more. And then you think about what you want not to keep. It looks like this hand is more of a keep. It looks like we got more of a keep, yeah. Alright, so more mulligans, not cool.
So on Arabo's side, the game plan is to go aggressive and manage. At some point, you see you're going to eat your opponent's resources, and at some point, just a small change in the plan can secure you the win. While on the other hand, on Araya Ikrashidiki's side, you want to find a way to stabilize, so find a way to handle the cats, find a way to stop getting beaten up, and put some cards to hold on. What's nice is that even just a Rayhan can allow you to have a huge blocker because you just transfer the 3+1% counters on the creature, so it can allow you to build a blocker that will be able to block the cats over and over again. And that's the situation you want to reach, a way to block over and over again without consuming all of your resources.
So Arabo has Burzuk, Plains, Shelter, Flagstones of Troker, Arithmesa, 7 Alliance, and the White Mantra. Rhaenyra has Ooze, Pendlehaven, Okina, which is just played turn 1, Reflecting Pool, and Sinus Snake. What is it? What is that?
Boa. Don't understand the Boa. So he has his land, he has a creature, so it's okay. But I don't get why he would play the Boa.
That's the
maybe it's to
Winding
some
Constrictor.
Matchups, but...
Winding Constrictor, I was just forgetting. So that's a combo engine.
Winding Constrictor, that one. Oh, and that one is nice. He's going to buff Rayhan. On turn 3, he can have Rayhan. He can have it block.
Oh man.
So that next he puts 4 + 1% counters on the boa, which becomes a 4/6, and that can or for 5. No, 6/7. Sorry. It's going to be a great blocker against all of our Arabo's shenanigans.
Yeah, but truly, the best plan for Arabo is just have your opponent get a mulligan. You got 2 mulligans, so to me, we're gonna have 30 minutes of pause and talking after this game because I don't really see why and how.
That's the thing is, all of those explosive decks are made to punish all of the mistakes, slow starts, slow builds, mulligans, and you get many wins just from exactly what you said, from your opponent just mulligan, or your kind of see all those situations where your opponent just doesn't have a start that is up to what he's facing.
Right now, Rehan can actually kill one of the attackers.
Exactly.
And the counters remain, right? The counters go on.
Absolutely. They go on the board.
As long as you have another creature. That is a good defensive strat. But I mean, Leo had to get the strat. There was this or nothing. But there's a Berserk, right? We have a Berserk on the Ronan's hand, so he could actually go one shot, trampling your whatever is going to die creature, and go over it. Oh, I'm just... Oh, Rehan is the red, green, black, white. Yeah, it's an Okina under. I was just thinking why he got the green source, and he's got an Okina. I just forgot about it. So yeah. So this is exactly what Arabo doesn't like thinking. And lots of trolling here, but come on.
Oh, it's exactly the spot where Leo wants to be, because attacking with the cats would mean losing resources, while on Leo's side he's just losing his commander that will come back anyway.
He just played a Rancor, right?
Yeah, so now he potentially has 7/5 7/4 creature trample, and if he can manage to boost it more, he can
also he cannot play Berserk because it's only 1 green, so there's only white left in his hand, and he cannot play Berserk this turn, so there's no instant kill Berserk, which is actually
can
fine.
At least keep the pressure, sacrifice some card to try to just deal some more damage, but he's
gonna have a defensive white spell.
4 will be blocked, so he's going to deal 3 and lose a creature for that. So maybe that's not worth the cost.
I think he's gonna use his protection spell right now. But the thing is, he calculates that if he does that, he keeps the 7 Alliance, but the counters go on the other creature, and he's gonna play pre-combat main phase. No, he's gonna play Key to the City. Yeah, all right. So Key to the City does nothing right now. Just gonna discard.
Yes, you discard a card, and up to 1 creature can be blocked this turn, and the next time when you untap it, you can pay 2 to draw a card. So he can actually go for 7 damage now, and that's going to be an issue for Leo's plan, because he doesn't have any ways to gain some more HPs for now.
Yeah.
And 2 swings and he'll be at 1. So actually, for now on Ronan's side, he has a way to.
He's got a kill. Basically, he's got a kill because next turn, whatever, it's unblockable, pay 2, draw, Berserk, whatever. Boom. No activation. Wow. No activation of nothing. He just wants to get the Rancor back and go for the full Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he wants to go for the surprise skill, unblockable bonus.
If he
Not
had a
the
way
rushing, but,
to get 5 mana and play Ikra Shidiki right now, he would just attack for a 7/8, gaining 7. That would be cool actually, and still get a blocker.
yeah.
But it's not gonna happen, right? He needs 1 more mana. That's the non-really cool thing about Rabo. Oh, the good thing is with Pendelhaven, he can boost the other cat. I don't think cool is what I wanted to say actually. Oh, is that a ooze? Ooze! Did we
Yep,
get a
it's
creature
coming
to
ooze.
remove? He's got 2 green open. But on the other side, if he gets like, I'm just thinking, if he gets, oh, that's bold.
That's bold, but he's planning on blocking with the Scavenging Ooze, remove some creatures, gain some HPs. He's not frightened that much by the cat at that point, and he wants to be sure he will be.
Yeah,
will
he's
go
probably
to
right,
the
because
win.
what if Ronan's hand was only lands or just protection spells and not new cats? Or just new cats and nothing else to play? That would be a hell of a plan, actually.
Yeah.
But
At some point, you need to transition to the aggro deck.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a bit early, but anyway, he will have to do that at some point.
so next turn, whatever happens, he can play he can play a Rehan again, or play Ikra Shidiki for the first time. That's gonna be tough.
If there are not many boosts, he may not even want to.
So Savile Alliance
Block.
goes away. Then it goes to 14, I think. Or 13, I think. Then protection
So
spell.
boost spell.
Okay.
Ooze dies, he draws a card.
You can just exile. You can just choose to exile a random spell right now. No. I don't think he plans to do anything with his left cards in hand. And geez, yeah, that's what I was asking. He's just cut protection from green, so Rancor goes back to your hand.
Yeah.
The judge did so that I thought he knew about it. I thought everyone would just notice it, but the judge had to say that himself or herself. I didn't know if it was a woman or man was just pointing things just to the arm quick fast. So the cat just doesn't do any trampling damage, but is that the cat that's got lifelink, right? No, it's not this one.
I think there's an option to make it get lifelink or something.
No, it's the one that's got lifelink. No, it's not. Isn't it the cat who's just recently printed that gets counters when you play the cat with same name?
Yeah, something like
From War of a Spark. I don't remember the cat's name because I don't really care about this. This hasn't been. I just played against that in limited the other day. Some guys was, doing stuff. Yeah, Ooze isn't that dead, bro? You blocked. He blocked, all right, because I think he didn't block. Did he say he blocked? Yeah, he pushed with his finger, so he blocked. I mean, we don't have a sound to the zone right now. We got only the commenters in French noise. I don't think we can get the noise, the commenters, and the cards and the players' voices. So yeah.
So for now, he's in great shape. And anyway, he's not planning on blocking because he
Look
knows that
how fast he played Ikra Shidiki, and look how fast his opponent's like, what the hell is this commander? And look how fast
it's that makes your opponent go to 21 right now.
Yep. Oh, 20, 20, right? It's just no, it's toughness. 21. Business. Because I don't think a Rabo can do 8 damage per turn for sure each and every turn. 5 is okay, 6 is maybe, but 8 no. No, I don't think so.
And that's why you play Ikra Shidiki. So we used to have some barrels played at the tournament, and the issue was that you had tons of issues. If your commander gets managed, you only have one, so it's quickly costing a turn. It's not that aggressive in terms of stat. It doesn't have all the abilities from Rayhan on Ikra Shidiki. You had issues to go aggro, to go control, to gain some HP. So you had many issues. And actually, they tried swapping for Ikrashiliki Rayhan, and it worked wonder because it made them top 8 on a 80% tournament, I think, something like that. And
Oh, look, a
the
changeling.
thing is, you are more aggressive, you have more options, you have more advantage produced by the commanders. You have Rayhan boosting your creatures and making everything a nightmare. You have Ikra allowing you to gain a ton of HPs and win the race. So it works well now that they have chosen that. So showing me on Colossus, so protection from the deck basically.
Yeah.
It's like every time he's doing exactly what he needs to come back.
It looks like this is with one more mana. This is killable. No, he needs more. He needs much more mana than this to make it unblockable. Plus Berserk is too much. But is it a ballista?
That's also a nice card.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And he kills it. Oh.
That is cool. That is fucking cool.
So, but okay, he paid 6. He had one more counter, so 4. Now he kills it. He goes for 10 damage.
15 damage.
1 to 3, earning 15 HPs.
Yeah, I think that's 15 neat life drain. So that's crazy. I would just have attacked with one of them actually, just attack the 3/7 because the other one kills the cat. But wow, aggro versus aggro.
Nice. Good
But
game.
Let's just face it, right? Clearly, the Winding Constrictor did everything.
Yeah.
The Winding Constrictor and Rayhan are actually completely broken. But these are good association, right?
Yeah, and every time you swap counters from a creature to another with Rayhan, you get one more with the Constrictor. So it's really great.
Can I talk to the other myself that was talking like 10 minutes ago about the issue of this game, mulligan to 5 and losing? He did a mulligan to 5 into win with not a very good hand.
Yeah. So that's really great and nice to see. And we really saw some comebacks in the game. Like he couldn't attack, and then there was the keys to the city. He couldn't block, but he used Ikrashiliki to try to race. And then his opponent was not winning the race, but he had a pro against everything in your deck. And then, I finally have the solution that works only because I have the Constrictor on the board. So for 6 ballista, for 4 counters, and then I finish you off.
Also, let's just mention the fact that there was a slightly paradoxal thing in his build, because he had Berserk, a protection from the color of your choice, and Rancor. So he couldn't go Berserk after triggering the protection, so he had to choose. And he also couldn't keep the Rancor on it. So I think he was aware about the Berserk target, because target is not possible after this. And this is why protection is actually really too strong for most of the players that I knew right now. This is why it's been removed and replaced by hexproof from something, and the word protection from really actually gets randomly printed on cards right now. We've got hexproof and that's short, hexproof from, and we've got something that cannot be targeted by opponents' abilities to, or stuff like that. You understand why, because protection is a hell of a thing to understand if you're not used to it. And having someone who's really obviously playing a pet deck that Arabo is, being at 3-0 and doing this misplay on thinking that the Rancor would just not keep thinking about it and trying to reason in terms of trample damage was actually weird. So yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we're not pre-9th edition rules, so you could just stack the damage and then play protection. That would just be nuts. So glad to see some rules are not going the good way sometimes, and some rules are going the good way in terms of playability and enjoyment when you play the game. And right now we are going to game 3 of this round 4, and we still have less than a third. We have a third of the time left actually. That's I wouldn't have thought we would go so far into the time with those two players because I would have thought about Arabo going really fast, and I mean like really lightning fast. But on the other side, Arabo relies on playing one creature only. So yeah.
So we already have Rayhan's Ikrashdiki's Stunning Hand with Urborg, a green black fetch against the green one, coming back with a +1/+1 counter. A demonic tutor, an elf, so he's going to be able to play Rayhan on turn 2, and a Sotsies. While on our boss side, we have 2 cast for 1, 2 cast for 2, a Mother of Runes, and a Painland. So he's low on land count, had to mulligan.
So there comes another mulligan, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, info to the chat, I'm just going to slow down the bot because the bot is just talking too much. It's just talking more than I do and I don't like it. I'm gonna slow down the timers. Minutes before posting 15 and chat lines, I'm gonna push that to 20. Yes. That's much better for everyone, I think. Considering how much the cardboard is actually filling the chat by itself. Alright, so we've got elves, and we've got... What is that? What cat is that? I don't remember this cat.
So...
Oh!
It's Cat's Party. So he managed to find his land, and thanks to that he's able to make a great start. So now his cats are going to be hard to kill, hard to block, hard to everything.
That is crazy. And he needs to shoot down the Mother of Runes first.
Yeah.
Also, there is a new Mother of Runes for this deck.
Into Sotsies and try to remove any additional problematic options from Ronan. He could also just go for Rayhan and try to, I don't know, maybe not block for a turn and then start setting good blockers.
Note for the people who are watching this, the ZAP organize tournaments each and every month, the ZAP Monthly. This is a ZAP Masters, which happens so far each and every 6 months. Maybe they're gonna go faster than 6 months. Who knows? It's been thought. And each and every month there is a ZAP Monthly that is a 100-player limited tournament, close to 100 and sometimes 5 and 10. The last one was exactly 100 players, and Arabo won the tournament. So not this player, but this deck, or probably close to this deck. Knowing that Arabo's variance is not really hell of a thing, you know. People don't really use hell of a variance in Arabo. So yeah, I was talking. The last cat that was played was Charmed Stray for Warrior Spark, and I'm just trying to get which one is this one. It's not an initiate companion.
I think he may have tutored for a mass removal like Toxic Deluge.
This way it's Jungle Lion.
One of the cats and the Mother of Rune.
Jungle Lion. That's what Jungle Lion is. Okay, so we go for Thoughtseize, and I think it's gonna kill itself very fast. It's got 2 cards in hand. Both of them are non-lands.
Yeah.
What did he choose? I don't know.
Well, a cat. He only has 2 cats for 2 in his hand. So he moved the cat and he still has 1.
And look at that. 2 lands and 3 turns you deal over 20 damage. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the strengths of Arabo. And that's what you were saying about playing less lands than needed, especially maybe with the London Mulligan. You can try to go for more active cards and more ways to just crush the early game and rely on the mulligan to help you find only the best cards. And it works even better on Magic Arena because the algorithm is made to give you hands that are closer to the average land count in a starting hand to make less bad games. So in fact, you can abuse it to always have like 2 lands in your head, and that's it.
I wish he had a Toxic Deluge right now. A Toxic Deluge would be crazy stuff, but he does not. Oh, what? He does?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He Dominic tutored during the previous turn, and he tutored for his Toxic Deluge.
Oh, I
and
didn't
now
even
he
see.
just
I was configuring the chatbot. I didn't look at the I didn't see the demonic. Oh yeah, you're right. There's a demonic tutor straight under it.
Yeah.
My bad. My bad. I didn't see it. Oh my goodness. And guess what? He drew another cat. The thing is, actually, there's only 40 cards that are cats. The rest is just. I mean, not all of them are cats actually. Like, just like Mother of Runes is not a cat, but this is crazy, right? This is really crazy. Actually, only 40 cards out of 100 are cats. I mean, when you got 5 mana, you can start playing a Rabo for real, and it also gets to wreck the battlefield, but you've got some other spells like Ajani, Elspeth Knight Errant, which just doesn't generate cats, Criff's Boon, Key to the City, we saw that, Rancor, we saw that too, Tingle Wire, Winter Orb, stuff like that. And lots of instant sorcery like Apostle Blessings, Armageddon, Domoka's Command, Source to Plowshare, of course, Unexpectedly Absent that we saw game 1. And all of this is something he can top deck, and that would just nullify the whole game. But right now... Oh, that's a lot late roll? Is it?
No, it's the new one.
No, it's... Oh, yeah. Oh my god, I just forget this card's name. It's a mythic creature that's 2/2 from
Radical Legends.
yeah.
So we'll just find that card's name quickly. Oh, the chat will help us. But I find it on EDH Reg.
Someone's gonna have it before us, right? Grimflayer? Grimflayer,
So,
yeah, that's...
Grimflayer,
Grimflayer, yeah. I just had it...
Well played, chat.
Yeah, ping the ability is just... it's actually quite good against these specs. Also, opponent has no enchantment, no artifact, so there's no way you can actually go nuts. But he just drew a Multivolt, right? Multivolt has summoning sickness right now.
Yeah, the issue right now is that he can attack with 2 creatures, and one will kill the creature or the player, and the other one will go through. So he can force his opponent to lose a creature and to life, and that's the issue. But I think an Assassin's Trophy in Leo's hand. So what could happen is that Ronan attacks with 2 creatures, and he tries to buff one. And in response to the buff, Leo Assassin's Trophy the card to make sure that he manages to kill it and that he's not protected. And if he manages to kill it, he can just block the other and get rid of both of the creatures.
Also, I was wondering if he does. I think he has Delirium, right? He's got sorcery, land, creature. Not sure he's got Delirium right now.
That's the question they're asking. So he has sorcery and land, that's for sure. He has creatures with the Final Elf that died. So now the thing is, does he have instant, for example? I don't remember if he played a removal or something. I don't think so. Is it the cat that taps a creature?
I think it is the net.
That's terrible. So that's an awful situation.
Snarecaster, that's what, Leonin Snarecaster, that's what I was searching for. It's actually amazing how a very good commander can make a very bad card become amazing, right?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's kind of the history of Commander. Making bad cards look great.
So, he's gone. Oh, he's not dead yet. He's at 1. He's at 1. Come on, draw fetch land. Show us some mercy. Assassin's Trophy was cast.
Yeah. Oh, he used the Assassin's Trophy before the attack phase, or in response to the Exalted trigger or something like that. I don't know. Because why did he take?
Oh, Ancient Tomb. Oh.
What happened?
Don't touch your Ancient Tomb. Oh, he's got Urborg, right? He's got Urborg. And Grimflayer is a. Oh, Grimflayer has to be a 4/4 this time, right?
What?
But he cannot attack because if he attacks,
What's the HP?
he's
And the
just
Ancient
dead.
Tomb, so he's dead.
Yeah, he's just dead too.
No, he went to 1 with the Ancient Tomb. That's the only explanation I see.
Oh. No. No, I don't think so. He just took
So
the damage.
now he has Delirium, so he has a 4/4. So he chose not to attack, so he's not gaining 4 HPs. Could have been an option to block one of the cats and gain 4 HPs and try to come back in life total. Because from now, if he just has something like protection from green, he can go through and win the game.
Actually, lots of things can make you run and win the game right now. It's hard, but he's got only 1 card, right? I mean, no, he has one. He had 1 card, so he drew another. No, he just. Oh, Tangle Warrior. I would gladly tap my tomb. I would just gladly tap my tomb because there's no way this goes anywhere.
It's nice because the Arabo doesn't have much things to play, while the Ikrashiliki Rehan could really get out of control if he manages to play more cards. Just for example, attacking with Ikrashiliki while playing another Broker would instantly put him back to 8.
He just can't attack right now because if he attacks, he taps the other target and then he's dead. So he cannot tap creatures either. So he has to just keep, I think, this Buell land on the left. And yeah. He doesn't have white mana. He doesn't have white mana.
Okay, so he tapped the all 4.
Oh, whoa, that's bold. That's 4 plus 7 if everything goes through.
Well, actually, yeah, he can go to 8 and kill the creature, and the
And he jumped the wrong one. He jumped the wrong one.
Yeah. Exactly.
What is the judge saying?
Yeah, because if he only let the other ones through. Oh, does Ikrashiliki have menace or something? Yeah, the Ikrashiliki has menace. So
Yeah. I just you're right. It's just it's the only ability it has, except life gaining. It's just menace from the start, but the Green Flayer does not.
Yeah, but the Grim Flayer, if I remember well, has trample or something.
It's trample, yeah, it's trample. So he just deals damage.
That's why he's back to 12.
So he just what was the cat? The blocking cat was 1/2, I think. I just forgot about it.
Play.
No, it's 2/1. It's 2/1. So he did 3 damage. So he did 3 damage and 7 damage. So he's gaining 10, going to 11. So that's correct. Then he gets the trigger from Green Flayer, looking at the top 3 cards, and put another in the graveyard, and the rest back on top in any order. So I was just looking at the text. What did it just throw in the graveyard? A forest for sure. And I missed the other one if you got it.
So the Arable player forgot about the trample, and now it's getting a bit hard for him. What? He's not tapping the Tangle Warrior? So basically, what happens with Tangle Warrior is that you get to remove your counter before tapping some permanents, and then you tap permanents, including
The Tangle Wire. Yeah.
So what happens is that you always have a difference of 2 permanents between what your opponent has to tap and what you have to tap. And that's the great strength of the Tangle Wire.
Well, I just think he was certain of his skill.
From the Ikrashiliki Rayhan, and you can see the strength of the deck. So the +1/+1 counters are a nightmare. The big stompy creatures are a nightmare. The ability to gain tons of HPs is a nightmare. So you have many ways to create issues for your opponents and to just make your 2 creatures that are already hard to kill because they are black and the Ikra is big come back over and over again. And you have, of course, all of the strengths of a black-green control deck.
Yeah.
A more, rocky approach.
And the thing is, it's not. I mean, it's not as brutal as Bruce Tall, which is brutal. That was the joke. But it still generates tons of life. Actually, it doesn't get lifelink by itself, but lifelink is actually a little better in the case you trample.
Yeah, and you can see that cards like Rancor in something like a Tarmogoyf would be devastating. And Bruce was cheaper, gave double strike, and opened the 2 mark colors, so the deck was really way stronger when players were playing Rayhan and Bruce Star. But still, with only 2 colors and the partners, you can do some quite nice stuff. So it was the round 4. So actually, this Ikrashiliki Rayhan is going for 5-0.
Yeah.
He's at 4-0 at least, and now he's going to the 5th round. So we could actually see him reach the top 8. We'll see what happens during the next rounds. But he has a really nice start. And you can see that he has already played enough rounds to win 32 players tournament. So it's a deck with a huge potential.
That gives a new partner to the list of the available decent partner, maybe too. I think it does add some partner to the list. Because as we were discussing, there's no new real partner with that. Thrasios Rayhan was already played. Rowan Wilkenrith, of course. I think actually Rowan and Wilkenrith are the only ones that are played from Battlebound. The rest is not considered by anyone. Chrome Thrasios. So they do all partner with a specific other partner, so you don't get to choose, and they are all too expensive. So we only got partners from the Commander Edition. Timna Rayhan. I mean, yeah, maybe there's another exotic one, Ludovic and Chrome, because it's rare that you see both of them, especially in the same pack. But it's a flavor one, right? And you got to play Ludovic's Experiment too, and that's the only thing. You just got Lens and your Ludovic Experiment, I suppose. That would be a great pack, very flavored. So what else could we expect right now? We're going to round 5, which means players are actually going to be able to know what they're going to do by the end of the day. I think it's going to be clear enough. Maybe next round, not this round, but next round, people are going to well, we're just going to make a small pause. I'll just put back some music until the 5 minutes, 10 minutes to the next round.
Okay. So see you for the next round then.
Yeah.
kabilo kangana nungitela kanuni wakilo ye mekeni kabilo ye wobe tula tenten nakabalo. Kumuna, mama kumuna, italiente londi furuya la kumuna. Kumuna, mama kumuna, italiente londi furuya la kumuna. Kumuna, mama kumuna, italiente londi tilimuna kumuna. Kumuna, mama kumuna, italiente londi kilimuna kumuna. Kumuna, mama kumuna, italiente londi furuya la 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 kumuna. Mata bude bubulo jodo Mido fudo Jimmy amena samena fulbe Pulo dimo Mohala tafinande Mo uchata Munya madugache Kainako 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 Ulo Kainako Kainako Ulo yasa Kainako Kainako Ulo Kainako Kainako Naina na Kainako Kainako Ulo Kainako
Thank you.
Sifana, nimenyoka, sebo sifana, ngai Se wo sifana, se wo sifana, ngai kanole, ngai kanole, ngai kanole, ngai kanole.
And we're back for round 4. Not round 5, actually. Actually, it's just round 5. So, people are at 4-0. Just got people in a good state, I mean. Alright, this is going to be, I would say, interesting. So we're gonna have to see some new stuff that we haven't found right so far on the field. So we've got Killian on the right, who's obviously someone who's playing lots of ZAP Masters. We already have streamed him, I think. Oops, there comes the dice. And we're going to see some mono red action on the left with Karizeth, which, as you can know, is a very aggressive mono red pack on the left. And also, we have a Kess pack on the right with a Spellseeker that we just found while he was shuffling. You can see a Spellseeker on the bottom of the deck. We can see Wandering Fumaroles, which is original. I wouldn't expect Wandering Fumaroles to be played. And that was 3 damage to everything. You can see a few cards actually. Sulfur Falls. Then what do we see? Then Shivan Reef. That's all the cards I see from the bottom of Killian on the right. And on the left, I do see a few things, but I didn't have... He's just... The left player is not shuffling the same way. That's a mountain. And we're gonna see some heavy aggro stuff versus heavy control stuff. The thing is, those decks are not really antagonists. Usually, mono red's a predator of control packs, especially control packs that don't really use creatures. So this is going to be a rough match, rough test. Kess won the dice roll, I think, so Kess is going to be on the play, and the other one's going to be on the draw. On the left, I think I've seen a few cards. I didn't have the time to watch them because I was watching the counters. And so, if you don't remember, Kess puts a 2-1 monkey attacking. Kess is a 1-3 menace. And on the right, we have Thought's Duress, both of them. Dark Slick Shores. We have Badlands, Volcanic Islands, and Marsh Flats on the Kess side. So pretty stable mana base, pretty stable start, I'd say. Nothing is really exceptional here. And on the left, we've got 2 mountains. We've got Chandra, Torch of Defiance. We've got a Braid. We've got a Runaway Steamkin, which is one of the latest additions to the pack. The one that gates counters on it. And I didn't type correctly. It's Runaway Steam Dash Kin. Here we go for the bot. That's the correct card. Alright, so Oh, that's the card we missed. So what did I just don't forget to mention? What do we know? What do we don't? The mountains. And pretty good start for Karizev, except Karizev has no turn one. So that may be a good start, I think, for Karizev, because Kess is just playing on the defensive, no counterspell, nothing to just handle the cards. I think right now he's pondering about what to remove. He chose Chandra, the PS, he chose Chandra. Yeah, he just chose Chandra and the rest. No, he does not. He just chose the Runaway Steamkin. Okay, players agree not to keep the cards face up, but just note down worries, which is another way of doing so. So he just decided to draw a land, play. He's mixing his cards not to show his draw of the same land he has already. Meanwhile, on the right we got fetch lands, and we got a Durus that just followed, so it's gonna be very efficient. So he knows that he played everything else, and he's gonna remove probably the spell that's gonna be countered over Chandra. I don't think the Crusher is gonna be a very decent choice of cards to be removed. So right now he should just, it depends on what he intends to draw and how he intends to play Kess. So definitely he's gonna have to remove the Chandra's bolts, but it shows is the Planeswalker actually going for the analysis in terms of raw power, because the rest is less powerful and slightly impacting on one turn only. Also bolt your face, because now of course Maxim on the left knows exactly that Kess doesn't have any other creatures that a Spellseeker or Snapcaster Mage otherwise, so he's just going to do that. That was a failed push. So Karizev gets played and now costs 3, which is a decent top deck for Killin, who didn't have this in starting hand, and who knows chooses to another top deck. He just drew Liliana out of the Ville, out of nowhere, and he got it. That's actually crazy. So both players are going to discard. He chooses to discard. All right. He could have avoided and not done anything. Also, Maxim is slowly regretting his play on Lightning Bolt. He knows that Upgrade is not going to kill anything, especially not the players. So there's the land he just revealed, and Ramunap things, and she's just going to have a poor choice of events now, and he chooses to kill the Liliana of the Ville right now. So that means next turn Chaos can go and remain on the board if Killing on the right knows everything about the guys on the left. So Maxim on the left. So that is going to be so yeah, right now he's choosing Skull Crack Your Face. So it's at 12. But now Case is here, and there's a Gitaxian Probe that is getting paid for 1 blue. So yeah, so that not a Lava Dart, is just Lava Spike, I suppose. I think it's a Lava Spike, but I'm not sure. Also, right now, things are going to turn slightly in the favor of Kess. Kess, who just single-handedly handled the first top decks like a king, because that was looking like a very good start for Karizev, but the discards were okay, I suppose. And Starfire, no, that's Starfire U. That just reminds us a few pro games on Pro Tours. Starfire U. Then what? another land, which he doesn't know about, except this could be another one. Oh, and we got to see the hasty goblin who's just attacking Jace, I suppose. No, he's attacking Killin. So, oh, jeez. Oh! And more than this, with the Scryland, he can actually play the Scryland, have it enter the battlefield tapped, and then choose to keep another land on top deck. Is that a Force of Will he drew? Force of Will it is. So he's gonna play the Scryland, obviously, trying to put anything that's not a land on bottom, because he's not planning on drawing. Maybe he can replay the Gitaxian Probe this turn, but he doesn't want to. Alright, he's just going to draw it. He's just using Jace for abusive draws. Feldbush is getting replayed and exiled because now Kess thinks she wants to play the same spells twice, attacking Maxim on the left for 3 more and going to 14, and then is just drawing his Force of Will, yes. He's just replaying Karizev for 4, which is going to be supposedly good actually, except Radogan doesn't have the way to go past all this. So everyone draws a card, which is not what you wanted to play when you were playing Kess, but why not? He is replaying Duress one more time, and boom, failed Duress, which is not the best thing you could do, but that was the correct idea to be played. And this is a Flame Slash on Karizev, meaning that Karizev will just now cost 6. Attacking with Karizev, putting you back at 11, and then followed by probably a random stuff. No, just fetching. Alright. Fetching for something new, and who knows what it's going to be. Alright, so that was a fetch on a mountain that happens to be the same mountain illustration that Kess is playing, which is fine. Players are just checking their correct amount of life. They had a doubt, but it's fixed. Alright. I think the life totals are correct. And now he says this goes to your bottom, plus 2ing the Jace. And he's gonna try the last 3 turns, but I think this is... it looks like something that's dead to me. Oh! Oh! Actually, I think that's the last time to crush your opponent with a Force of Will. I mean, he could potentially go somewhere. That he says say yes. Did he say yes? Because he don't have. Wait, doesn't he have a second blue card in hand to exile with pitching Force of Will? I don't think so. He's still resolving some shuffle on the right, and back to more shuffling. That's what Kess is about anyway, so... all right.
Yeah, so he must indeed have some kind of solution at least.
Yeah.
Well, at the experiment, basically the worst thing that can happen to a Kess deck, you don't have the colors to handle it. It's going to give infinite gas to the Karizev. He's seeing Dead Gun on the top of the deck. He's in a fairly good position with 2 Planeswalker on his Kess, so
yeah.
You can try to just close out the game and see what happens.
He is asking confirmation with this is a Boom Burst on top deck, which I think it is, and Maze of it, jeez, that's hell of a nice out. Alright, is that a Gitaxian Probe one more time? Yep, it's a mountain.
Yeah, so he's just developing the classic Kess board states, Planeswalkers, Kess, Infinite Discard, Blast, and cantrips. And he even has a maze of it to secure anything kind of protection.
Beatrix. All right.
So it's kind of a nightmare game for.
Boom. That's exactly the card being played.
I do.
And now he just chooses to draw it first.
Yeah.
Then look at it.
What he can do is just check at the top, and before drawing, play some instants.
He chose to play the mountain from his hand. So Killian goes to 4. Oh.
Okay, that's one more incinerate like.
He's not even dead next turn actually, so
No, he's not dead.
he's gonna force it, so he's gonna pitch. So he's got to 3, which means he can still win this game. But I think he shouldn't have played the mountain from his hand, right? Because he did. That's crazy. Also, isn't that a Ramuna Prince on this middle? Because I'm pretty sure Ramuna Prince is...
Oh, yeah. It may indeed be the Ramuna Ruins.
I think it is a Ramuna Prince.
Why he really wanted to fall.
Which means he just needs 1 more damage. It is a Ramuna Prince. So he's just hiding it under the mountains so that he thinks Killian is going to forget it. He's not going to. But that is neat 2 damage that clearly he cannot prevent because I don't think he's going to play some stifle effect. And right now he's going to try to filter the pack, but he doesn't have that many things in the graveyard. Also, Maxim is at 8. Oh, there comes the bolt. So he goes to 2. Alright, I'm not sure.
I think he just revealed the mountain. He couldn't play anything and he scooped. She wanted to reveal more things before that. Things like that.
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, he was at 8. I mean, it was bolt plus flashback bolt plus free case. That's made 9 damage. I just missed. I thought the life points were before that. So yeah, of course, you're right on that. He couldn't play anything from his hand, and I'm pretty sure he played the mountain from his hand. Or did he just quickly reveal it and put it on the battlefield? I don't know. I thought, to me, it looked like he played it from his hand, but he had mountains on his top deck and mountains on his hand, so I don't know which one happened first. So I suppose everyone was fine with that. Because yeah, with Frenzy, Experiment Frenzy, you just cannot play anything from your hand, unless you just explode the enchantment by itself, but that was actually hell of a top deck. Frenzy is one of the most powerful cards in mono red packs right now. It's just really busted. And when you are getting flooded and you need a real comeback, that exactly is what you need. And to be honest, if Killian on the right didn't have his lightning bolt, I think he was never going to win this game. So yeah, I don't see how he could win this game. I mean, maybe bouncing the experimental frenzy, maybe, but the rest was not going to help him a lot. This game was clearly in favor of Karizev, who just lost it by some really millisecond play. And yeah, that was short.
Are you sure he lost it? I see 1-0 in his favor. And he had a blast in instant speed, so if Killian didn't have any kind of counterspell...
Did he... Oh, what? You're right, that's 1-0? Did he win?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the attack, the bolt, and the flashback of bolt. Did he just in answer... He revealed the mountain, so...
Yeah, the mountain is the card he drew, and he played from the top an instant to blast him.
Oh. Because I thought it was just a handshake on the lightning bolt, and the first card he revealed was a mountain, so I just don't know. No, I don't. No, Kess won the first one. Kess won the first one. The first card that Maxim revealed was a mountain, so he cannot exile the top
So
card.
it's just an error on the display.
Yeah, I think it's just a misplay on the. Okay. All right, that was corrected. That was corrected. Yeah, I was just worried about that. Okay, so game 2. This game was actually really, really close. Like I said, for Karazev, we, in my opinion, was supposed to win this game, but the bad sequence of plays, of not plays, but cards from Killian at start did turn out to be successful, because honestly, when you start against mono red with something like a Thoughtseize on a fetch land, you not really think you're going too deep, right? And he did it, because his opponent is playing more burn than creatures beat down, so he got out of it. That is the Inquisition.
Yep.
Mountain, Shock. I forgot the name of this.
Pyroblast.
It's the new drawing, the new illustration of Pyroblast, and I don't even see anything on the rack.
Loyal Sentinel or Loyal something?
Yes. Oh, maybe. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna find its name back. It's Don't worry, we got this situation. We got this. I think opponent was puzzled as well on the right. I think Killian was puzzled as well by the name of a card being revealed.
Okay, so aggressive start from Karazev, turn 1 Goblin Guy, turn 2
That is
Karazev.
probably the best turn 1 he can get, actually.
You may be right, indeed.
That is by far. I mean, Jackal Pup or Zurgo played from the hand is not that good. Zurgo would be a nice turn 1 if you had it in hand, but isn't it the Loyal Apprentice? Maybe it's a Loyal Apprentice. Okay. Turn 2 Karizeth. Yes. Ooh, wow. This is starting to look bad. I hope Killian has something like, I don't know, Fatal Push maybe, or Lightning Bolt now, because it's going to be short. Yeah, that is Loyal Apprentice, right? Loyal Apprentice is 2-1 hasty, and at the beginning of Commander turn, if you control your commander...
Yeah, he puts Starters if the commander is here, so if he doesn't have any kind of removal, it's going to be really hard.
This is really flooding the battlefield. I mean, what he needs right now is a Bolt Sweeper for 3, like Anger of the Gods or something like that. That would be insane. But just insane enough to get back in the game, right? Also, he's getting tapped. Spell Snare. Brainstorm, alright. Brainstorm. Wow. Brainstorm as an answer to anything means generally you don't have a very good answer.
Yeah.
especially in that case, man. If it was a control mirror or whatever, I would say brainstorm is let me think first, but this is let me try to survive first. Also, do you agree that the land on the left is Ancient Doom, or is it me? Under his hand?
I think it's Urborg.
Oh, it's Urborg, my bad. Yeah, you're right. It's the box topper version. So he just created another token. Yeah, that's the first attack phase. So that's a lot of helly broken stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. That's crazy per turn. That's basically the last turn for Killian if he doesn't find anything. Look at that. He's got 2 lands, and he can either try to come back from hell, which is red, of course, or he can just... Alright, Pyroclasm is fine. But Karizov is still here.
Yep.
And
what is that?
Let me find it.
5 damage?
Yeah, it's just you deal 1 damage. It's not lightning burst. It's not fire ambush. Not sure I know what this card is actually. It's always weird because when you look at mono red, there are so many functional copies. This is a key to lava runner, right? That is also
yeah, indeed.
100, if not 200% of the time, a hasty creature in this format. He says, wait, you're attacking, got something to do. Lightning bolt, jeez, and he saw the lightning bolt 2 games out of 2 without a tutor out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, out of his 15 first cards of the pack. And I think this is 4 damage. Yeah, you're dead. Boom. No, 3 damage. That's enough. 3 plus carry plus the other creature is enough. That is a normal game, except that was a very, very good game on Maxim because he had the perfect, I think the best turn 1 he could get, if it's not Zergo. Zergo is slightly better. And Killian had a very good start. You know what the thing is? I think he got better set of cards this time, but he did less good with them. And on the first one, when you got 2 discards only that are non-creatures, like it was not even like Kozilek's Inquisition. It was, I mean, he also had Indian Kozilek's Inquisition, but he has Duress, and Duress has to be sure that the opponent has the exact only burn spell in moment in hand, and he did it. So I actually liked much more the second game hand for Killian, but it actually turned out to be a less interesting hand because it was broken and too slow to be followed by to be able to follow Karizov. So that's a 1-1, and whatever happens, this game is going to be devastatingly fast because after a few turns, there's no hope. If you don't have like Experimental Frenzy, there is literally no hope that you can come back with a Karizov deck, except if you just know that you've got 3 turns and you hope to top deck 3 damage to target player each and every turn, which is something that is possible and very common. And on the other side, if you are going to win with Karizov, you just win without having to think about winning or not, and you do it within less than 5 minutes. So whatever, I'm pretty sure this is going nuts in a few games. We also saw a very good game of Karizov during the last stream of ZAP in January, with like 1 damage blast out of nowhere and a perfect series of unconventional cards. That was really good.
Yeah, well,
Korizev is one of those decks where it's easier to play with than to play against.
Yeah, it's not completely brain dead because you have to calculate. I
Oh,
mean,
no,
you
it's really not
sacrifice
brain dead.
the tactical ability of how you play to a pure calculation to say what do I want to hit and where damage goes. And the most complicated thing, in my opinion, is to control the overflow damage. Like lightning bolt dealing 3 damage to something that has 2 strength, and that is, or Karizeth and Bregavan being blocked by something that actually doesn't really that absorbs damage, and that's how you dispatch damage. To me, it's really complicated. Is that a prismatic vista? I think it is.
Seems so. It
Yeah.
seems so. The thing is, with the blast, you need to choose on which target you put it, and with the
Yeah.
creatures, you need to choose of the attack phase and block phase. And it's harder to play a heavy creature deck than a heavy burn deck. You have more interesting decision to make with a
Yeah.
heavy creatures deck. So the more the deck goes toward burn, the easier it is to play. And
You don't
it
really
gets really
need to
interesting
read
when
all
you
the
have
cards.
2 creatures deck and you have all of the attack and block phases.
You don't really need to read all the cards when you're playing burn. I mean, half of the text boxes are useless to you. So that's the difference to me, because when you go back to, okay, we're going to fight and we're going to combat phase, you have to remember cards have abilities, and probably every other card from every other deck is going to have better creatures than yours. But it's complicated. It's complicated, and also it's a strong arbitration between the creatures that attack with haste and the lightning damage, the blast direct damage that you can do. This is also a reason why you have to calculate very precisely what you're gonna do. And so far, is it me or Killian did just once again did just do lightning strike for the first 4 turns 3 times in a row?
Well, that's what you call skill.
Yeah, I call it skill, really. Because let's just face the truth, Lightning Strike is by far, to me, the best card in case packs against Mono Red. There's nothing that can be better, if maybe Fatal Push. But this is crazy. Also, Spell Snare might be one of the best ones, but really situational too already. So Lightning Bolt just kills everything, and as we just saw, even when you are willing to instant reverse the game, he just did so. So that's crazy. Lightning Bolt is by far the best card. I think it's probably the first card you want to into a case pack, because if you don't have Lightning Bolt, you probably didn't read your commander or whatever. So, and also, let's face the truth, Lightning Bolt is the second most played card in Dual Command right now. So there's a reason for that.
Yep. And we have an interesting situation here where the Karizev player has revealed his Ankaj Mishra, which is game breaking in that situation against control without many artifact removals. But if he uses it, he allows his opponent to just breathe and to just use a counter and survive. So it's a bet. Does he have a counter spell or not? If he has one,
Spell Snare would be
one of his
epic.
best bets.
Spell Snare, Force of Will. Ankh of Mishra is gonna be crazy. Except that maybe the case player not gonna take 1000 damage to Ankh of Mishra.
Yeah,
he's already got 2 lands.
You only need to go to 4 lands, and you could.
I think he goes to 5. He's got 2. He can take 6 and go to 5 mana, and then you basically recycle all the lands. So Ankh of Mishra is here. That is crazy. He could actually bounce it. He could actually bounce and play like Boomerang, whatever, Cyclonic Rift, and then hope. But alright, so everyone takes 2 now, whenever they have a land that enters the battlefield. So one of the rare non-blast, non-red, non-creature hasty cards of the pack, with probably, I would say, the war gear equipment for 0. And this is really complicated. We just saw, if you remind, a correct game that was reversed. That was last year, I think, on the ZAP Masters. A correct reversed game with Zergobel Striker against white blue control. It was probably Ojutai or something, and the control player had the stabilization, but the red player did some obvious half bait by saying, "You're at 5, I'm going to blast you." He said, "All right, I'll counter that." And then he just played the enchantment that pings anyone who plays a spell that costs 3 or less. And that was crazy because the guy was at 2 and he was saying, "I'm just fucking dead." And he just got back to 1. And then the control player was at 1. So whatever he did was going to be either extremely expensive or a suicide. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Fetch on Killian's side. Under the effect of Mishra. Why the fuck? That's crazy. Look at the people immediately going back to counting the life points one more time because they need to be very sure. Because you think you're going to get out of it, but Ink of Mishra is so much damage. It's such a little time span. It's crazy. That's... Oh, also we say pack. All right. In English, it means several things. In French, it means it's just the word we receive from English the most, which is what you say when you got a product packaging, a package, a pack, or whatever pack of things. Yeah. So I don't know, a pack of cards. So yeah, you can say both, and you're right. I should just say deck or list sometime maybe.
Or should you?
When you talk about variants, is that a Grim Lavamancer?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And another lightning bolt like we saw during the first Inquisition of Kozilek in the first time. So we actually saw 5 lightning bolts. Oh, and here comes a band commander. Oh my goodness. Played with haste. There is not a lot of ways that Killian can get out of this. Ink of Mishra is devastative. And... also, that's what happens when your hand is more towards discard / direct damage, and there are not many creatures on the battlefield, that you're going to counter spells. So that's basically the 3 effects we get in a case deck. You've got counter spell and a little bounce, but majorly counter spell, cheap counter spell. Then you've got the discard. Then you've got the little cantrips and the discard and the direct damage. And if you don't have a correct balance...
black-red control, I guess, you're more tuned against aggro decks, and against burn it's not that efficient.
Yeah, against burn you can play counter, you can play mono blue against burn, but you need to be exactly mono blue. You need nothing else than strict mono blue. So right now we've got 2 damage on the board from Grim Lavamancer that is mandatory. No land. I think this is the last land that Killian could play. And I think this is also the last land that Maxim could play. And oh, okay. So he's got to 4. He's going to go at 4 now.
So much damage.
And
the Grim Lavamancer is still there, so it's
just but he had to stay untapped. So the thing is, if he uses his mana to just... Also, am I dreaming? It's just the right land on the top right of it, under his right hand. Is it a pain land? Right? Is it Underground River, right?
Yeah.
So that mana cannot be tapped for colored mana, whatever happens. And there's no Urbog. So...
I'm surprised that he didn't choose to use the Grim Lavamancer instead of a Blast to make sure that he would have... more Grim Lavamancer,
more fuel to the graveyard. Because right now Grim Lavamancer is a death, whatever he does. Brainstorm, 1, 2, 3, and this is a win for Karizef, which is, I don't know. Killian is a very, very good player, but I would just be in favor of Karizef in this configuration.
Well, that's easy to predict, indeed.
I would just have bet like I don't know, maybe 2 more percent or 5 more percent if the commander was Zergo and wasn't banned, but it's just going to be the same here. And oh, that is ugly. Oh my goodness.
Exactly one damage.
Chain Whirler for the win, just to ping you for one, because why not? But that is mean. I was going to say I was in favor of Karizov, but killing with a Chain Whirler is I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, I've seen that so many times in standard while grinding on Magic Arena and I'm not playing red. I was like, come on, man. When you calculate and you say the guy has to draw against you, your opponent they have to draw like 2 spells that deal 5 mana or 3+1. You say, I can hold on for 1 more because next time I'm gonna gain 5 or 6 life. And the opponent, they go like, Chain Whirler, and oh, come on. Chain Whirler is such a mean thing. Because actually, it's just a brick. If there's case against it, he has to. Maxim would have had to just crack a burn spell to kill Kess again. But on the other side, when there's Ink of Mishra, you have 1 opportunity to play Kess, not 2. The next one, you're not going to wait for 2 more lands to replay Kess for 6. This is not going anywhere. So, the thing is, as long as Ink of Mishra was on the battlefield, there was no way for Killian to come back to this. So, yeah. Yeah, that was what is Kozan doing with t-shirt? We all know you bought your Nope t-shirt, right? You should have taken a blue cover, a blue cap on your head or something, a blue glasses or something to go with Nope. Also, Nemo on the right is just full orange, right? I'm just getting blind right now. So these are the streamers in French. This is not us, you know. We could pretend to be talking one and each other to fool you out into thinking that they are these kind of players. And I cannot, you know, show you man on this, but I can show you a list if you want to. I can show you lists of Kiss and Karizeth if you want to, but that's not really interesting. We all know that it's just good stuff, cheap non-creature spells on one side, and whatever deals the most damage per mana on the other side. And yeah, that's the thing. So that was round 5, and so as you know, we got 2 rounds left for today. So I think we're going to finish exactly at 7 o'clock p.m. as expected. So hold on, guys, because you know I've got to rest after this. You know what I will do for rest? I will just go to take a shower because I haven't taken a shower yet. Ooh, boo! Yeah, I was streaming since, and my neighbors came back very drunk at something like 4 a.m. this morning. So they just woke me up and I couldn't go back to sleep. Thank you. And then I'm gonna play some Apex Legends after this, or maybe a Core M20. I should make a poll. Do you want me to just cut the stream, wait and talk shit with Kiku right now, or should I just go and show you a very bad seal of Magic Arena? I should make a poll actually. Or maybe you just want to see Nemo and Kozant commenting in French. I could just put the stream voice back if you want to, like that.
Vampiric Link
That is their voice.
en side, pour ensuite pouvoir le poser sur un Gurmag ou machin, et donner le lifelink au Gurmag juste pour pouvoir réussir à avoir un effet de lifelink, où il y avait le truc genre sacrifier une bête et gagner des points de vie, enfin voilà.
I just wanted you to hear their voices for 5 seconds, right? So you see, this is not us, this is not Leo and I. So we've got 20 minutes to wait. So do you want to guys make a pause? Do you want some music? Do you want some Magic Arena? What do you want? Because we've got some time to lose now. I should make a poll. Can I make a poll with Moobot right now? I think I should make a poll. Where is the poll? I don't think so. No, I don't think I can make a poll with that. Maybe with MTG bot. I could do that actually. Oh, I've got a great pack of stupidity, but I can show you if you want to. Do you want to see a stupid game? All right, let's just do this. I'm keeping an eye on the the stream on the other side. I'll tell you when it goes back to playing. So let's just do this. I'll just do a stupid version of what do you think of this pack? I will just show you. So this pack is completely stupid, out of Brad Nelson's ID. So you just play branded planeswalkers like this. You just play command the horde, command the dread horde, like you could just replay everything from the garage. You got a basic mana base, and you just go for the whole life gain pack with wild growth walkers and branch walkers. This deck is actually going to lose like so much time, but I like it. Actually, it's just fun. So let's have one game of this, one shot, and I'll keep an eye on the other stream a while, saying that they should come back in like 20 minutes, I think. I'm gonna I might make a small pause also, and probably just drink a little, because I keep drinking. It's quite hot right now in France. We have 30-35 degrees depending on when you are, and degrees centigrade. And it's quite heavy, stormy weather. You got lots of clouds in the skies, and it's beautiful, but it's going to rain at some point. It should be raining all day, so this is definitely a hand I could keep. I'm not gonna throw this away because I like this hand, and also the first time I've been launching Magic Arena since I changed my graphics board, so I was surprised that I just put the graphics back to maximum. All right. So don't ask me anything about this deck. It is stupid. It goes either on the wall, either in the sky. All right, let's go. And I should update the list actually. Wait, I think I got the list somewhere in my decks. And wait. I was just taking some water because I don't have any water less. Alright, what did you just do? Ah, we just lost a turn. I'm fine with that. I just gone for 5 seconds because I was getting some water. So someone voted for sealed, someone voted for death. What the hell is this deck? What is everyone doing? What are you guys doing? Attacking me with nothing? Alright, let's just go Shipple and Walker. What are people doing, really? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I do have a camera, but I'm fucking naked and I'm dirty right now, so you don't want to see me, whatever. Just add this and no text. You don't want to see me right now. You're hearing me, which is already a lot, but I do have a camera. But you won't see it. And also, I'm gonna try to win a game despite the fact that I just passed a turn and make my opponent go to time walk. So, boom. And I think my opponent just realized that World Growth Walker is a good thing, so he's gonna try to kill it. Oh. Do I want my opponent to draw? No, I don't. Alright, so let's go with getting some more life. Hello. Boom. And since I'm gonna get nothing, we're gonna go Temple Garden, go. How crazy is this pack? This pack is crazy. So we're playing in bronze rank now because I just got reset and I haven't played Magic Arena for like 2 weeks. So, yeah. No, I'm fine with you attacking me. Oh, Massacre Girl is going to be good, but not yet. Not yet. I want my opponent to go further into his random shit, so I'm going to go choose a non-land card. I'm gonna choose Jade Light Ranger because we haven't seen any for so far, so yes, I got it. And we're going to go like no attacks. Go your turn, and opponent's gonna have like, whoa, I want to attack Tamio. This is so crazy. Rite of Bloodlock. This is even a good fuel for Massacre Girl. This is crazy, because even the token is a 5, right? No blocks. Boom. Poor little opponent, what am I doing to you? Let's go. Boom, Gillette Ranger. This actually goes to my library. Library. Also, we keep going for... I'm gonna go and try to get another Gillette Ranger, actually. And looks like I've got it. Except I don't have another green. Second green is here. Going for J-Light Ranger. Boom. Great library again. Dismiss, go. No attacks. Boom. Your turn. Clock is ticking. Ooh! Demon of Catastrophe. Can I just one-shot my opponent on the Midnight Reaper triggers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I think I just kill it, right? No, I need one more actually. I need one more creature. I need one more creature. Come on, just play one more creature, right? Oh, you can't. Okay. What if I say choose an unland card, try to get one of the last branch walkers, miserably fail. What do we have? We got walkers. Oh my god, it's crazy. Okay, let's just go for Massacre Girl. Boom! That's a lot of triggers, right? Do you like it? Yes, I do! Everything is dead. Everything is dead. Everything is dead. Opponent's just tilting right now. I think he's got a... I mean, oh yeah, he's got... His name is Psycho Tilted, so he's going to tilt. You see that? He's going to tilt. Alright. Please go on. Okay, so he's got a 6/6 flyer. Woo! Guess what? Next turn's going to be pretty much insane. Are you ready, guys? Yeah! Are you ready, guys? Yeah! That's not enough. I cannot hear you from the streets. Are you ready, guys? And of course, my opponent could play this card, and I got 2 Commander Druid Horde in hand, so it looks like my opponent's a beginner of Magic, and he doesn't have the habit of playing his cards, so He's completely lost. My opponent, they are completely lost. So they're like, oh, what's the best thing you can play for 5? You are dead! But he's not going to try it, so... Okay. I could just... Actually, do I have... just for the fun, I have a Vraska, right? I do have a Vraska. Yeah, I have a Vraska, so this is going to be really mean. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how, it's going to be mean. Come on. Okay, just come on. Opponent, come on. Opponent, come on. Opponent, come on. Opponent has a card overflow, and he's thinking about, yay, how much mana can I make? Not enough. Not enough, and you have 0 timer left, so you're gonna die from your own timers. Wait and see. Be quick, be quick! Cavalier of Knights. Oh, that's the new one. You will sacrifice another creature. Wow, this is crazy, bro. Make me sacrifice my girl. Yeah, kill your massacre girl, cause it's so cool. Alright, that is fine. Okay, are you ready? So I'm gonna name a card that I don't absolutely want to go to my hand, so I'm gonna go for... what do you say about Cast Down? Because I got no chance to reveal it. And now we just go like... Isolated Chapel, Commander Draw. So we got 32 life points. Alright, 32 minus 32, 30, 28. 28 to take a Teferi. Yeah, 28, 25. 25... 23, 21, 18, 15, 13, 10, 6. Did I count correctly? Because if I did not, we're dead. And let's go. Boom! You want to see triggers? Walks on, walks off. Here are some triggers. And this is going to go to a graveyard. Boom! Oh, and I just happened to have calculated correctly. This is going to library. I don't want to mill everything. I'm just going to click on library until the end of times. Alright, library, boom, library, boom. How entertaining is that? Raise your voice! We're just going back from 6 to 60. I just made by 10 and we're going off, we're going off. Don't ask me why. Alright, this is Sorin. Sorin says, I'm gonna deal damage to you. Also, Teferi deals return up to 1 something to your hand, so I draw more. And I'm gonna play this Paradise Druid and say, go! Your turn! Be happy, be crazy, be me. Tell me, guys, is it faster than a Commander game? I don't know. Is it more broken and interesting than a Commander game? I don't know. Depends on the Commander, right? Also, where's the round 6? Round 6 is not really even close to starting. Alright! Guys, I got a question. Do you want to see one more game? Or do you want to see, I don't know, Sealed Corsair. Was my sealed? Oh, I just lost the sealed. Alright! You want to see N20 sealed building with an awesomely awful pack, or do you want to see me play standard again? Yeah, Pochettino, my bro, how's it going? We are now, as you know, bro, broadcasting, streaming the most amazing Duel Commander tournament ever, but the last players was, one of them was a red player, so there was a very, very fast game, and we just got 25 minutes to kill now, right now, so yeah, we just can go, and I'll just replay another ranked game, and I think maybe we should go back to the stream. No, not yet. Don't worry, the stream is not back, and if you don't believe me, I can show you. Look, this is the stream, and it's still talking about decks, alright? This is not a joke. Alright, let's go back to Magic Arena. Ah, this is a very bad hand, so I'm gonna keep it. Also, if my opponent plays raid, I'm pretty much dead. An Arboreal Grazer? Are you fucking kidding me? What is an Arboreal Grazer? Usually it says me when it enters the battlefield. Me. Blue. Am I expecting a counterspell? I am expecting a counterspell. No, I'm expecting a ram deck. Alright. Ram deck, ram deck. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be when I'm gonna ram deck? I'm fine. It's just a little hot in France right now, so I'm just going to go. Alright, there's no instant speed in my opponent's hand, and I say go. Ram deck, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when you got your mind now? Ram deck. Alright, reveal card is an island. Also, yeah, no, I don't know. My opponent's trying to do something. I don't know what my opponent's trying to do, so I'll just go library and library, yes. No lands, but I do agree with that. Boom. Boom. Ping you! Ping you, ping you, ping you. And not Pingu. Pingu is the small, you know, Pingu on the ice thing waiting for stuff to happen saying noot noot. That's not me. Alright, now we got some lands. Let's go for, yeah, this, and we go for this and this. Boom! Ping you! Ooh, what a nice block. Opponent is definitely trying to play something. Don't ask me why, I don't know what my opponent is playing. It looks like a draft to me, but I don't know. I only got rares in my hand. Hey, we got an uncommon here. And here. We don't even have a basic forest, right? I'm just playing rares and mythics. It's crazy. Okay, bros. Hedroid Krasis. Wow, wow, wow. You were going deep, bro. So, I shall play this. Then I shall play this. And you know what, my brother? I'm gonna say this goes back to your head. Third position from the top. Alright, attack. Smash! Bye-bye! This is going nuts, right? This is going nuts, this is going nuts, this is going nuts. Grow from the ashes. Let them be grown. And so Kutus root. Alright, so what do we play? Oh, come on, we just got too fast. And let's go one more time. Oh! I got silver. We've got 20 minutes. Alright, let's go for sealed. How much do I need? Oh wait, I need money first. Alright. I won't have enough. I'll miss a little gems. Come on. Alright. And I've got too many cards to unlock, so I'll just do that later on. Alright, we can draft something. Can we draft? What can we draft? Traditional draft. War of Asparagus is shit. Rank draft. War of Asparagus is shit too. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's just go for a seal. I'll just consider buying gems so you guys don't wait too much. Alright, 3, 2, 1, bing! You got gems. I know, my name is not Gems, but I've got gems. Right, you've got the gems. Alright, boom! Come on, guys. Wax off. Wax on. Let there be light. Oh my goodness, this is a fucking good thing. I'm just gonna Leyline of the Void is bad. Legion's End is fine. I suppose, yeah, it's fine. Bishop is fine. Sephora is just fucking fine. And Jan is obviously insanely fine. So, let's see what we have. So we have a Devout Decree. That's not good. This is playable. We have a Pacifism in white. We have not much in white, but we actually got enough of that. Blue says, look at Threat is fine. Piranha is not fine. No use run. Unexpended Charge is good, but not less. Wingwoods is fine. Bond Ash, Gen Ghasts, Paralysis, Color is fine. Alright, Black, Bone Splinters, Duress is shit. Skeleton is fine. Oh, Blight Beetle is okay. Legion End, Volturate, don't like it. Mind Rod is fine, but oh, Soul Salvage is good. Blood of Brothers is fine too. Leyline of the Void is not really cool. Undead Servant is not cool when you got one. This is fine. I've actually got some decent black and red. Red is, says no. It's good. This is good. This is not cool. Not cool. Not cool. Fine. The shock is perfect. This is cool. This is we got a number hole. That's good. This is decent. Cool. Cool. Not cool because it's stupid. Oh, we got a Generous Spitfire. All right. I haven't opened any Generous Spitfire right now so far. Oh, that's actually neat. Why not? I will just be happy with that. You create lots of elemental. Alright, elementals we have. Red says okay, green says okay too. That's cool. Rabbit Bite is fine. Woodland Champion is fine. Invocation is fine. Gifts. Actually, I like green. The green is not bad. Overcome. Yeah, why not? And two Overcome and two was Barons, Leech, Stormkin, 2 Evolving Wilds. Let's play lots of colors actually. Okay, so we've got no special theme. What if I just isolate the cards that I just wore something? So we get a pattern from here. 10 minutes to go. I don't get a pattern from all this. This doesn't look like fine to me. And what if I just go through the only thing that is a cycle here? We do not have that many elemental, right? And we don't have any triggers with elementals. We just create this cool Stormkin. So okay, I'll just go for the stupid pack, like whatever I can build. You go in, you go in, you go in. That's a good start. Then I would say you go in, because we got 2 Tumble Leech. And then I would say you go in, the Dungeon Gaze go in. Score is not something I'm a huge fan of. That is fine too. That is cool too. That is cool too. Lots of green in this format. So I like green. I'm gonna turn back on green because I don't think it's a good idea to play it like that. And right now I'm just going to go back to everything else and I'm gonna say what? We got a pacifism, this cannot be dodged. We got another 2 mana creatures. We got a Bone to Ash. We've got Winged Words, which is fine. We've got Soul Salvage, which is fine too. And we've got 2 Necromancers. The Abomination is actually hard to kill in this format, so I will just play it. And if I added red even more, that would be still stupid, because nothing's valuable in red. Green gives us stabilization, Rabbit Fire. This is 2 green, so it's not really cool. Now green is not really OP. I would just add this, because we can play this. The 2 Evolving Wilds. I will just choose not to play those cards. Not a huge fan of Dragonfire, and the rest is not cool. So, give flying to whatever. I could give flying to something. I could get a disenchant. I got 3 disenchant, really? I don't want to play disenchant. I don't want to play disenchant. Disenchant is not cool. This is fine. I'll just play 1 moment of realism. Raise the Alarm is fine. I like Raise the Alarm, but oh, actually we got a Griffin Protector at 4. Looks fine to me. And let's go in with a negate. And I could play Quarter of the Ages, but what do I return? Not that much, and everything is not surprise. Bone to Ash and Negate are not surprises. I would just Bone Splinters. I will just play Bone Splinters, and I think actually if we play Bone Splinters, we need to play 1 Raise the Alarm. So I need to rethink what I'm playing right now. Bishop of Winding is fine. Let's remove the Moment of Heroism. Negate, and I think we are good with that. Yeah, I don't think I want to play the other Raise the Alarm. So this is fine, and in terms of mana, if you just look at the curve, we got black, then blue, then white. So we got black, then blue, then white, Scored Barons, and Evolve. Let's go! You guys say you want to see 1 game where I just get destroyed playing this fucking Esper pack. Yes, we do! Wait! I will not insist. 5 minutes to go back live on the ZAP tournament. So don't worry, guys, we've got this. I've got no champ 3 here except the Wingwords. I'm gonna go like... Okay, you're forcing me to play Blight Beetle. Especially by playing turn 1 Forest Green Creature. Look, I don't want to be bad to you, but what do you think about that? Please attack. No, he read the card. My opponent read the card. That's nice. Alright, so we got this. Pacifism goes nowhere, and I'm just going to block anything but screen. I told you Blight Beetle was broken and sealed. Sure, this is going to be pacified. My opponent is doing so much card advantage, I'm trying to get flooded with that. Alright, fine. I'll just get an island by myself. Are you sure you drew enough cards? Because I'm not sure you did, right? Boom. And I will just discard the swamp. Alright, let's go. Boom. Ah! We're getting attacked by the Cloaking Seer. I can see her. Oh! Pretty happy we keep the Blight Beetle, actually. My opponent goes... Actually, I'm gonna go pacifying the worst claw, because I've got flyers. And, well, this is Death Touch, actually, so no, let's just... Oh, wait, no, we need lands. We need lands, and we need lands. Alright, boom. That is a land, that is a land that says... Oh, what is this? What is this? Okay. No. The Scorpion cannot be played more than once, that has to be stupid. So I'll just go pacify you. Hello. You cannot kill with Unreef. It's converts mana 2 or less, not 3 or less. Oh, Frost Links, another elemental. So my opponent plays blue-green elemental. Oh! Brother, this is insane! How am I getting out of this? How do I get away from that? Alright, I do by doing this. Destroy target creature, sacrifice the beetle, say go. Then I go... sacrifice. This goes back to battlefield and this goes back to my hand. We saved the day. Not for long. That is not an elemental. That is an elemental. Come on! Opponent, is that a sealed or a draft that you've got? Because I'm really doubtful right now. You guys vote. Do you think my opponent's playing draft or playing sealed? Because I thought it was a sealed that I was supposed to play, you know? 2 Frostlings, 2 Clock-in Seer. What the fuck did I miss? What the fuck did I miss, bro? I need to discard Wing Words or Bond to Ash maybe. So I need to exile this. What is in his hand? Are you kidding me? Who the fuck gave a child all these cards? Really? My goodness. Who the fuck gave my opponent so many cards in the same sealed? Like, what is the rest of the sealed my opponent is not playing? Wow. I hope you guys saw that, because I'm happy it doesn't happen to me when I'm playing alone. I wanted you guys to see this. Really. Also, it's Reason Reef. Our opponent has a random deck, but he has they have a Reason Reef. Reason Reef is I had this yesterday with just like 5 elementals in the pack and it was already broken. Opponent has like 10 or 15, I don't care. Yeah, so I would play Reason Reef each and every time because it's actually crazy. And also, like we just said, elemental is not a creature type in Magic. It's like human. It's just like 200% of creatures are elemental in Magic the Gathering. So meanwhile, the other tournament is like in the extra turns, and I'm trying to entertain you, which is not really successfully done so far. Also, do you want to hear a cat? This is a cat. Where is the scorpion actually? There was a scorpion here, right? I don't see the scorpion anymore. Alright, let's just go bitter. Oh, we got a slow opponent. Come on. Please locate your genitals and shake them. Oh, goodness, it's so slow. Of course he plays a normie creator spells when I've got this. So we got an island, got Tumble Lich, because I don't think my opponent's going to play. I'm going to discard the planes, because I think my opponent's obviously going to play a creature next turn. I hope I can exile it, but it's not, so it's going to cost 3 white. Yeah. I'm going to go in with a Tumble Lich. Dude, why are you blocking? Why on hell would you be blocking this? Equip and strike? Jeez, that's crazy. Alright. And let's go. Of course, now my opponent has negative, is going to equip with Axe and a random angel, right? Boom. don't feel like this is going to be well. Actually, Legion's End doesn't show up to be very good, right? Especially when opponent's brain dead. I think I'm gonna throw this whole sealed pack in the dustbin and get another one. We understand it cannot get refund on this Magic Arena format, but truly. Alright, that is a perfect nonsense, because, yeah. Alright. I need to keep first strike up, because I'm dead. Brain dead. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be when you play Brain Dead? Sure. Alright, that was a second nonsense game. I really like these core editions. This is so cool. You get absolutely nonsense. I mean, like, I just did 7-0 with a nonsense pack, and this one is a nonsense pack in the other way, because it was very poor. Good thing is we have Ajani and we will never have to draw it, I suppose. Yep, it looks like we never get an Ajani. Alright. Let's go. Alright guys, you know what? I just don't care about my game, and what I'm gonna do right now is go back to Twitch, because we are back for round 6. And look at that. Back from round 6. Having this time Urza against Arabo. So the Arabo is not the same player than the one we have seen last round. And Urza is the new thing in this meta game. So these packs are nuts. And I mean by nuts. They are nuts. And yeah, Pochettino bro, what do you think I'm doing? I'm just streaming today and tomorrow, so I just don't care about the pre-release. Also, it's Core M20. I don't want to go pre-release that. I don't really need it, you know, it's not something that I miss in my life. As you just saw on the screen, Core M20 is as interesting as brooking your own feet into your bed sheets, so I'm just not doing it. Alright, let's go back. People are taking mulligans. Okay. So Urza's actually doing a mulligan, going to 5, which is crazy strong actually. And Arabo says keep. I mean, you all know what Arabo works right now. You just basically what you just keep. I don't know. Two lands and kitties. Oh, I could go to the pre-release tonight, but I think the stream's gonna end while the pre-release starts, and I won't be ready, and I got many things to do. There's not only Magic in life, I'm playing Apex Legends as well on the side on this very Twitch channel right now, and Apex Legends Season 2 just started, so I got my new graphics board, and as soon as the stream ends tonight, I'm gonna go nuts on Apex. So guys, I think I should make myself some tea or something, because I'm fucking thirsty right now. I'm gonna get something to drink. Drink. Something to drink. Sorry guys, I was getting thirsty. So Urza has, Arabo has Council Judgment. It's got one of the kitties, whatever it is, Forest, Mother of Runes, Mutavault, Saber-Tooth Tiger, and Urza has Snow-Covered Island, Crystal Veins, Everflowing Chalice, Winter Orb, and Tribute Mage, which is a new edition that fetches an artifact that costs exactly 2, if I'm not completely lost on this format. which I am sometimes, and we have both decks. So, for those of you who would not know what Urza Lord High Artificer is about, it's about derp. I mean, derp. I know I'm playing it and it's derp. You just get to play artifacts and preferably non-creature artifacts on the opposite of Arkham and Sai, who just happen to be slightly more aggressive. Urza is not really aggressive. You just need to play artifacts and whatever your commander is broken. And when I say broken, your commander is broken, right? So if any of you doesn't know what it does, I just typed it in the chat. So yeah, this is one of the best commander ever printed because it's pretty broken. So basically you just want to play commander ETB. You're gonna have a token that is 0/0 against +1/+1 for each artifact you control, including itself, so it's a 1/1 at least, unless it loses the artifact type. And what you're gonna see is very cheap artifact sequence on the right, but a Rabo on the left is going to strike quite fast and quite heavy on the right side. Also, Mother of Runes doesn't give protection from artifacts or colorless. The new Mother of Runes that is out since Modern Horizons right now is something that can get protection from whatever is colorless, and this is a great game changer and a great difference between those two. And right now this is part of the reason why Urza is kind of ignoring the Mother of Runes. Also, Council Judgment says, I want to shuffle. Boom. So, Kitty says 2/1 that gets +3/3 that gets protect from blue, so you don't get to block. And Urza's gonna try to come back from this. Urza's got a pretty controlish hand. I don't think that is the best you want, especially against Rebel right now, but says Ponder. So he taps the Chalice for blue instead of tapping the Chalice for this natively printed ability. It's going to Ponder the 3 cards on the left, I think, yeah. And he's choosing what to do with them. So he keeps them. Okay, he keeps, he reorders and draws one of them. That was the Ponder. Okay. So we got Crystal Vein, which is a land that you can sack for 2 colorless mana or just tap for 1 colorless mana. And there's an ETB tapped, which is always cool. Also, another island, because so far there was not another island. And there come the Winter Orb. Winter Orb is not really something that frightens a Rabo, because you know what? A Rabo also plays Winter Orb. Except a Rabo doesn't have anything to just tutor or whatever in abuse or whatever. It's just good because you need 1 mana to play a Rabo decks. Static Orb on the other side could be devastative, but it's not Static Orb. So that's 5 more damage going to 7. Then they're gonna have Among Us. What is it? All right. It's got a few things. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's just pondering what to do right now. It's just pondering because, and of course, if you wonder why the Winter Orb is only working on one side, Winter Orb original text says it needs to be untapped. If it's untapped, the player whose turn it happens to be chooses to untap only one land and not more. If it's not untapped, you do whatever you want with that. Also, I think it's Thomas explaining how it works to his opponent. So he's explaining why he untapped, and he say, end of turn, I just tap Winter Orb, and I just take 1 blue mana that doesn't happen to make damage. Also, you can see the judge on top explaining how it works, and that's the reason why. And or maybe he's just arguing that he wasn't clear that the Winter Orb was untapped during the upkeep, and it has to be exactly tapped end of turn, because if you tap it during the upkeep, it's too late. You don't get priority during the untap phase, so you have to be waiting. So that's still good. All right, Thomas on the right is still going to do some things, because turns of Urza can be really long, especially when you gotta survive against the Mother of Runes, which is not going to help a lot, actually, because it's going too fast for him. And right now there is no surprise, but we could just have a change of winds. Mother of Rune actually just did something, I think, to opponent, so he says go. Of course, Gator on the left just untap the command tower, having a choice to untap only one of them. And now waits. Waits. What is it going to be? He could probably win the game this turn, depending on what he has in hand. But you never know. The 5 damage are going to be mandatory. That's a Whir of Invention, having improvised on the Winter Orb. So it's got to fetch something that costs 1, I think, because it didn't tap anything else. So it's going to be a 1 mana artifact. Should be, I think, June to Skates, or no, Mixed Stone is not going to work. No, it's GT. Oh, what? Oh, he didn't have used the Chalice, so he could just Whir of Invention for X equal 2. Sorry, my bad. I just didn't count the Chalice on the left. So he just chose to get GT. Imager was GT, so he untaps everything because the Winter Orb is tapped. So he also, maybe he should get an island right now, which is going to be. So he's adding mana by tapping the GT, tapping the Chalice. That makes 2 blue mana. Then he charges this with he just kills the Mother of Runes right now because he has to, and then he's gonna wait for the trigger. He can also gain 2 life if he wants to. He's gonna wait for the trigger during the Arabo's attack phase. So right now I think GT is gonna be game breaker and a game changer. We're not sure that we could have some heavy trigger on this and then boost that. Like he could, you know, I don't know, probably play Berserk or something that would just win him the game, but we never know. We're gonna wait. Right now, we're gonna wait. We don't know what's gonna happen. I think I had put a list of Arabo on the stream if you want to wonder what it could look like. No, it's not Arabo. I've just kept Najila, so I'm just gonna put back an Arabo deck. Did I just already put a land, an Arabo pack on the field? Oh. Look at that. I'm gonna put some Arabo. On the thing, yes. There you go. Boom, set as current. So now you got a sample deck list if you just click on the deck list option on the right. Okay, so that's gonna be tense. That's gonna be the turn where Urza has to shine despite having a mulligan 5. And this is complicated. He wanted to have 2 more cards, but right now he's just at the very brink, the very edge of winning the game on the rope on the last seconds or just not doing it. So, okay, so there you go. Attack, Arabo's trigger, and then he chooses to attack with everything. We get a blocker with the new mage. I'm just gonna find his name. Tribute mage. And okay, there we go. That is a board wipe out of nowhere. Urza's attacking. So now we can still choose to each and every turn gain 2 life twice by removing GT's Mizowachi's encounters. So this should be a good moment now. I would like to stop this violence by, showing you some, I don't know, the video of a reindeer running in the forest in the middle of trees with a delicate wood noise. Because right now this game is completely broken, and you know what? I think that the game is over. And I don't think I'm alone thinking that the game is over. Alright, so moving on to game 2, which means Arabo gets to play first. And we're gonna see some intense action right now. I like the Urza's player token on the back right side of your screen. It's fine. And the altered Arabo on the left is probably done, I think, by Kevin Altered. I'm pretty sure he did this one, which is a crazily good alteration of Arabo, which is fine. And yeah, what else is to say? Yeah, Urza is really, really, really strong. Really, really a good deck. Remember, for the stats, if you guys want the stats, you just type comments. Like, you can do this and have the current meta game. And if you look at the current meta game, we have 233 players today, and Urza is played by 19 people today, which one of them is Thomas Brochagani on the right side of the screen. So, nevertheless, he got out of this. Also, Thomas looks like a very good player. He already knows his pack by really how he knows how to play it blindfoldly. And this time it's going to be normal again. I think I saw Sky Diamond on the right, which I don't really like playing because it ETB tapped. I saw an island. I saw Sky Diamond. And this time Arabo chooses to go mulligan, which is not a very good thing. So we got a mulligan on the left, and the people on side are taking photos of the deck on the right. So back to 2020, round 6, and we're gonna see if Arabo players Gaetan keeps his hand or not. So, on the right side, we've got Urza, who's got 3 islands, Tormod Script, Spellbomb, the blue Spellbomb, either one, Static Orb, which is much, much better than Winter Orb, which is already dimensionally stupid, and Sky Diamond, yeah. I saw the Sky Diamond, the old look. Arabo chose to mulligan again, so things is going to be very, very, very fast. So don't want to say, guys, but I think if you got some shopping to do, if you got some things to do right now, I think it's the time, because the decks could be playing on an equal footing, but having to make 2 mulligans is actually a lot. Even for Arabo, this is actually too much, I think. I don't think you want to go with a mulligan like that. But, you know, The new London mulligan favors all packs who just want to filters and know exactly what they want to do, and especially when they got a full speed ahead, takes. And this time, Arabo seems to be slightly favored by this mulligan. Says he's going to keep it. So the 2 cards go on bottom. He chose the order, of course. And right now, we're going to have we can have the hand. So left player starting hand is Forest, Windswept Heath, Tanglewire, a Dead Companion, and Swords to Plowshares. So actually the Swords to Plowshare can be a thing, because right now Thomas on the right doesn't have a way to answer this, except if he plays his this Either Spellbomb straight away, but yet this means that he has to replay Urza. But as you guys know, replaying Urza is not really a disadvantage, right? It's slightly slower, nothing else. Alright, the Spellbomb goes, of course, on the board. So is the Either Spellbomb, so you actually get to return to the Honest card, to Honest hand, and yeah. That is weird, but it can happen sometimes. You have to face it. This is Initiate's Companion. I think, yeah. This is the 3/1 for 2. When it deals damage to a player, combat damage to a player, you untap target creature or land, which is actually fine, because you can play one more thing per turn in the Rebel, which has a very weird curve, and it looks like, unfortunately, Gaetan doesn't have the means to abuse it, so he just does a follow-up. And why did he do that? You just had to pay pre-combat main phase, then attack, and he chose not to do it. Why not? Why not? Tormod's Crypt is being played on the right. Sky Diamond, and this is going to be the famous Urza, who's getting ramped by his ETB ability, which means one more creature, and he's getting ramped by Sky Diamond previously. So he just says, I'm gonna tap this, play, is that a Tangle Warrior? I think it's a Tangle Warrior. Yeah, it's a Tangle Warrior. That ETBs with 4 counters, and Swords to Plowshares gets to be played. Actually, Urza is going to cost 6. So we're gonna see no action for a few turns, but why not? So no untap, untap, then straight away tap. Wasteland is not the perfect choice. And Lotus Petal, alright. That's close, very close. Very, very close. Alright, so he chooses his 3 permanents to keep tapped, plays GT of Amizawa, and equip the GT to the token. That is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 6. Boom. How broken is that? And he uses the tokens to kill everything. And like I said, no spoiler ahead, but this is already a very complicated matchup with bare hands at 7 cards, but having to face it 2 mulligans, and let's face it, 2 mulligans is not really good, but I mean it's exceptionally bad in that terms. But also the thing is, unfortunately, as you can see, Arabo's starting hand is not really devastating. So whatever it does right now, the game is going to be still quite fast, and I don't think we're gonna see many more plays from Arabo's side. Anyway. So we're gonna see some bad action here. Urza's going to come back at some point. And whatever, I think Thomas is going to play random artifacts, hoping that he just boosts and pumps the token that is still here. And also he gained life during his source to closure resolution. So that's a shuffled ponder. Alright, that means nothing on the top deck was an artifact, probably a permanent card. To me, it means that everything on the top deck was probably a land or a counterspell or something. But you don't really care at this point. You just need artifacts to beat down and shut down your opponent in 2 or 3 turns, knowing that GD is going to make +4/+4 at some point. So whatever you're going to do, it's going to be devastating. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still 6 damage. So no more artifacts in Thomas' hands. It looks like he's still going to play something that is the mandatory. I already forgot the mandatory tribute mage that you saw. Let's say this is the new card, and there's nothing else to add. It's going to be a 2 converted mana thing, and then even if Gaetan kills the token, GD is going to get equipped on the mage on the right, and this is going to be crazy. He asks for a draw. He just looks at his hand. There's going to be a handshake very soon because this gets broken, and actually Thomas on the right didn't even have the time to play his static orb. He was just busy playing with the Tangle Wire already, which is too complicated. And yes, this is absolutely devastatingly broken. So yeah, that was really unfortunate. So yeah. Questions. How about the French ban list? You say Icon. For the French ban list. So first of all things, I want to remind you, myself, I am part of a dual commander committee. So the first thing I want to remind you is not French. It's not French. It was not created in France. It was not created there. It was just brought to France and it just landed up, and people like it in France. So the first thing I want to say is that there's no French commander. It's just dual commander. And that's the name it's wearing, especially since half the committee is not from France. I think that's a little reducing the format, you know. We got Sergey and Husto on site. One of them is from Peru, the one's Russia. I don't think they're French. Then, do you choose your own card and what is banned in ZAP, or do you follow any list? I mean, I'm not part of the ZAP, I'm just part of the ZAP organization team too, and I'm part of a committee, so I will answer as both of them. Whatever gets played in France usually follows the rest of the committee. We are open to discussions and open to everything you want, and some people sometimes just try to, you know, get rogue lists or make preemptive changes, and sometimes we actually do test drives where we discuss with TOs, and TO says, hi guys, I would just like to unban or ban this. Usually it's more for unbans at the last second, and they say, can I just make a tournament with unbans? I would just don't like to piss you up or anything. And actually we say, just go for it. We need more field testing. And actually if people do this and the players are warned, most of the times it's like just, okay, want to try this unban, and then people say, okay, this needs to be still banned because the tournament was a disaster. So far we did test drives, and the test drive were quite in favor of what we already thought. And usually people are organizing tournaments, not only in France, but all throughout the world. The people just play and follow the official rules for Dual Commander. And when I say official, people are going to say, you're not Wizard of the Coast. You're right, we're not Wizard of the Coast. But yet, if you want to say you're playing Dual Commander, the official source is the Dual Commander Rules Committee, right? So yeah, so I don't remember any ZAP tournaments in the history of ZAP, which I've been knowing them for a long time, where they actually tried to do a rogue list of authorized and BNR lists. So they always followed the cards that were supposed to play. So yeah. Just for your information, right now the people are doing an interview with their other player. in the chat, but it's gonna be French, so I can just go for translate it very fast if you want it, but you won't be hearing a lot more, than when you're talking. Also, follow any list. So as I say, there's only one list. There's the list from the Dual Commander Rules Committee, and people sometimes do some different lists. If you know the history of Dual Commander, between 2007 and 2010, up to the time where the Dual Commander Rules Committee wasn't really known by many people, most of the shops, local stores, local associations, organizations, actually tried to go ban list. For example, in my town, we had a very special ban list with 3 or 4 more cards that were different at that time, between 2007 and 2010, because there was no really, guidelines. Also, the difference is, I'm going to be straight with you. When the format created and was brought to France and promoted in France, the 3 players who just actually built the format were judges level 4, 4, and 3. And actually, no one was going to say, you guys suck to a level 4 judge. Now we don't have judge level 4 in the team. People are just more easily inclined to say, yo, guys, you suck. Same thing, I don't have any people just putting in question what Wizard of the Coast is doing, whatever they think. So, yeah, people are just using that argument of authority quite often. So, they do it like this. Also, more questions about bannings. I will just use the Nick Fury answer. I cannot deny nor confirm that information, sir. So, what I can tell you is whatever card you're thinking about, not all of the 20,000 cards in Magic the Gathering, of course, but whatever card you're thinking about, on a recurring basis, we just collect and read what the players throughout lots of sources around the world, forums, Facebook, whatever people say. We just collect what the people want to see as a debate. Sometimes it's a great source of, questioning yourself. So sometimes we don't talk about some cards for a long time, and some guys say, hey, this has been banned for too long. Look at the current meta. This would be perfect. And sometimes we just miss it. So we say, oh, right, why not think about it? In the committee itself, there are 13 people, and all the 13 people on a recurring basis say, let's just talk about this card once again. And we do that on a recurring basis, just looking at most of the cards. And if you want to make a total of which card is the most discussed right now, you're just going to look at the forums over the internet, and you will just know what we're talking about. There's no difference in between us and in between the people who just play and discuss a lot. So we're going to do heavy spoilers. What are people talking about right now? I mean, the players, not us, but people are talking about Urza. Urza Lord High Artificer is the first card and the most discussed of them all. Then you've got probably Balance. Then you've got Yuriko, and then it falls down to some other discussions. People are talking about Cataclysm, Humility, Back to Basics. People are talking about Demonic Tutor. People are playing about High Tide, discussing about Teferi, discussing about mono rare, discussing about things like that, and then it just falls down in terms of popularity and discussion. So the thing you just see that is being discussed by you, because we are not better than you by anyone at the committee. So if you see people, normal people, not from the committee, not having special discuss about things or want to discuss about things with the rest of the community, there is a high chance that we are just looking at discussion, reading it, sometimes participating into it. It's true that most of the people are participating in their own local region. So Sergey talks a lot with the Russian community. We don't talk a lot with the Russian community because we don't speak Russian. It's actually kind of hard, and most of the people in Russia don't speak English. We talk a lot with the French community because we are 5 people in the community who are French. The 2 people from the USA also talk a lot of Magic Salvation and communicate a lot with the local communities on the USA. Sebastian Haynes is talking for Germany, and Germany talks a lot of Dual Commander, so he's got a very strong presence, and he organizes tournaments and gives us lots of feedback. So yeah, that could go on and on. Justo just brings lots of news from the Latin America, because as you guys might know, just in order to get back on this French Dual Commander, the countries that follow and activate the most involvement on the Facebook page are first United States, 2 Brazil, then 3 France. So you might be surprised that today the format is organized in France because the tournament organizers in France do this a lot. There are more formats played outside borders of France, you know, Peasant, Pauper, Singleton, King, Multiplayer, whatever is being played is different. And especially in the USA where people want to play competitive a lot, but they still consider that Commander multiplayer should be just played competitively with 2 people. So this is why people are starting to slowly go on, hey, why we still authorize Sol Ring? It's stupid. Just remove Sol Ring and make a cool duel. And then slowly, little by little, the American people, Canada and USA, and maybe USA, Canada, and little Mexico, come back to building a format which is getting closer to Duel Commander. They just have a few years delay if they want to build something competitive, because in the USA, people play multiplayer a lot. They just do like it. We play multiplayer in France too. It's actually cool. Lots of people do this. Two-headed giant sometimes. King of the Hill sometimes, and classic multiplayer, attack whoever you want, or a right side attack or left side attack. This is played too, but clearly there's a dominant in, you know, what you see from the outside is that multiplayer is not serious. It's politics, you know, you just attack people. So at random, what you see, you attack people because you don't like their face, or you just had to go to the movie, so you say, come on, just take me, I'm just gonna go, you know. This is not something really serious and competitive, but it's really, really fun and makes you have a really good time with friends. So the difference is there. And like I said, people are coming from all over the world, and it's true that many people come from, like we say, you got Tommy in the chat, who is an ex-member of the Duel Commander Rules Committee, who is from the Philippines, and the Philippines seem to like, for some reason, Duel Commander a lot. And like I already said a few hours ago, if even everyone in the world was playing Duel Commander in proportions as much as the Philippines do, that would be crazy. We would have 1,000 or 2,000 people tournament in France right now. I mean, Philippines is playing Duel Commander more than France. So if you want to do something for the whole community, just stop calling it French Commander. It's just Duel Commander. And what do I think? I can answer for myself. And as a reminder, I would like to remind you that even though we do communicate in a very special and private way with the rest of the member, I do not choose the bands myself. I don't have a voice for the bands. So I can be freely talking. And if you want my opinion, let's just look at statistics. I'm just very rational. I just use everything. I use, of course, in a disorder, you know, it's just, there's no particular order of things. The top 8 statistics. If a card doesn't go to top 8, it's not really a good card. If a card is not being represented or played, it's not really a card you need to consider. For example, a top 8 card was Jace. Jace was played the last tournament by 5 people. All of these 5 people were the top 32 out of 200 players. 250 players. So clearly there was a win success rate for Jace and Barrel that was crazy. I was talking about Barrel, but not Jace, sorry. Jace was banned 3 years ago. So that is a good argument. If the card just gets a very good success rate, it means that probably is piloted by very good players and the pack is very good. It's just that most of the time people don't use it and don't build it because it's too expensive. Then you have the classic representativity question matter. Like for today, 19 Urza is the best deck, but truly, if you look at Zergo was played by 35 people, 33 people, I think, on a 180 people tournament. That is just more than twice and a half more. If you look at another interesting statistics would be Vial Smasher the Fierce. Vial Smasher the Fierce was, I think, probably a fifth of the field of a 100-player tournament during the beginning of year 2016. So this is a global representativity, a representation, and a proportion of statistics. Then, if you don't have statistics, sometimes you just have the player's base feeling. And when the whole community just doesn't like the card, even the people who play the card and win with it, sometimes you gotta think about it twice. That was the case for Humility. That was the case for Fastbond, for example, which wasn't played a lot, which didn't do top 8, but people didn't like it. Like Fastbond was helping Green Packs, especially Titania and Gitrog Monster, but all of them basically. When Fastbond was authorized as a test drive for 3 months, Fastbond was legal for 3 months one more time. And needless to say, I'm the person who likes Fastbond the most among the committee, and I was lots of part of the decision why it was a test drive. And it was happening well. Fastbond never, ever won a tournament, never, ever brought someone like huge in terms of representativity and win rates too high. So Fastbond was not a great card. It was not a winning card. It was not in the top 8, and it was not high in representativity. When Fastbond was legal for 3 months, there was ZAP tournament with 100 players and 100 players. 5 of them were playing Gitrog Monster, and I think there was 10 Fastbond decks in the field. But during the day, the people playing Gitrog did not on camera, but with lots of people watching it, turn 1, Forest, Fastbond, land, turn 2, Gitrog Monster. And because of that, people say, wow, this is broken, which is something that everyone says because it's obviously broken. And as a reminder, I always do the same thing. I've got a Reanimator pack right now. My Reanimator pack, like last year, it wasn't last year, I'm just going to give you one personal information. I just give a pack which is white-black Reanimator. I did turn 1, Swamp, Dark Ritual. I just go discard myself, like Fouts myself, or this card where you just reveal 3 cards from your hand and you discard them. And I just discard Iona. I just go Animate Dead on Iona. I'm playing against Vendilion Click, Mono Blue. Turn 1, my opponent has 7 cards in hand, hasn't even get to play a single face, and I already have Iona on the board, which is untapped, 7/7 fly attacking. My opponent cannot cast blue spells, and it's playing Vendilion Click. Are you gonna tell me this is more fair or more complicated to set up than a Gitrog Monster playing turn 1 land Fastbond, lose 5, turn 2 Fastbond if you can play just a single Source to Plowshare on it? I don't think so. I think you can still make lots of really aggressive starts. And if you just look at what happened right now, we have seen Arabo and we have seen Urza. And I don't think Arabo or Urza are really more fair than they are than Fastbond, Okay, so that is how you choose cards. So there are many reasons. And of course, there are general reasons. And let's not face it, sometimes there are also economical reasons. When a card cannot be found, it's just on the brink. We keep as much as we can the expensive cards because they are not changing the game. If any card goes really crazy, changes a game like Bazaar of Baghdad, Twine Twister, and is overly expensive, is gonna get out. But so far, it's not. Actually, sometimes I've seen people cast Time Twister and then just lose after this Time Twister because the opponent just I'm playing combo and you're giving me 7 more cards and I think you're dead. So that's crazy. So if I was to give my whole opinion, and as a reminder, it doesn't really count, I think Urza is overly broken. I know because I'm building the pack and I've got a very serious list right now and swinging too fast. Swing too fast, got a great resilience, and Urza just by reading the commander was a bad thing. Like I explained this morning, if you go back to this live video this morning, we took some time with Leo to explain why fast mana from artifacts and blue was always banned, because it's linked to the structure of eternal formats. This is why Soul Ring, the Moxes, this is why Black Lotus, in terms of course, not only price, but also combo things, especially egg-like decks and stuff, was banned very early in format, like Grim Monoliths, Mana Vault, Tolean Academy. All those cards were really banned very soon because they generate more mana than they cost, and they are too easy to abuse mana and make combo with. And also, when you get rid of the mana of the combo, of the untap easiness, you just still have something that generates raw 3, 2, 4 mana by itself, which is too much. Urza is exactly in that category. So I would say Urza is actually boring, and if you just ask, I would just actually say the same for very different reasons for Arabo and for Yuriko. Both of them because they use abilities from the command zone. And if you guys have a history of Duel Commander, you know that this is the reason why Marath Will of the Wild was shut out of the authorized cards as commanders, and this is also why Oloro Ageless Ascetic was removed. And more recently, if you play more recently Duel Commander and started playing recently, you've seen the same thing go for Edgar Markov. So it is likely that at some point, considering that Arabo keeps getting cats and Yuriko keeps getting ninjas, as we just discussed this morning, this is not going to be a very interesting deck for the field anymore. So it looks like these cards are really, really disturbing. Then I'm just trying to go next in your question. Yuriko Urza. Unbanning all commanders. First of all things, regarding unbans, I'm just always saying that if you think about cards, think about your gaming experience. Your gaming experience will never be enhanced by having more dangerous cards in the format that were already broken. This is why talking about unbans is usually what I don't like. I mean, people should talk about what they want to talk. I'm not censoring, but truly, like I said, Magic the Gathering, by the end of the year 2019, will have exactly 20,000 different cards. If you remove the fun cards, if you remove the anti-cards and all the things that you just get not to play, you just end up with something like 18,000 different cards. Out of these 18,000 different cards, only 5,000 of them are played at least once, sometimes in a serious list in Duel Commander. Or a junk funk list, okay? So we just got 5,000 cards to discuss about. You can spend your whole life, but truly if I was not part of a committee, I would just say the same. You can spend your whole life being tilted on talking about the game rules. But why don't you just play the game, build decks, try to go in the meta game and try to play the game better? That's exactly what the people who you're going to see now in the top 8 tomorrow are doing. They just don't spend their whole day crying about bans and unbans. They just build serious decks, they test a lot, they do what they think is good, they do clever changes, they follow and look a lot at what the community is building, they look at what the people are playing so that they don't forget anything, and then boom, they come with stuff. Good list, you know? And that's what you need to do. What if I told you tomorrow you get a list and you go to the ZAP tournament and you make 10-0, 10-0 and you go neat to the top 8 and you win? Will you still think about what card is not being overrated in the decks you didn't play or the decks you played? Because I don't think you would just... I'm going to close the window. I don't think you just think about it. So, talking about unbans... Talking about unbans is not really a good idea. Talking about bans is really more interesting because bans mean you don't have a healthy metagame. And to be honest with you, if you look at the metagame of most of the tournaments that are, let's say, over 50 people, France, Philippines, Brazil, Germany, Czech, we've got some from England too, we got some from Italian, we got some very good Italian events, over 1,000 people too. People just see the French part of it, but you know, there's an international community that just deals a lot of things. Actually, if you look at all those people, if you look at the results of a tournament, you can say one thing. There's a great pattern into that. You look at the results of everyone and every single tournament. You can go on MTG Top 8 for that. If you look at 1 year, one whole year, which is 4 announcements by the Duel Commander Rules Committee, 4 opportunity to, you know, plus the emergency ones to just ban and remove some things. If you just look at how it works, you cannot predict what the top 8 will be because it's always different. All the top 8s have been different. And in terms of representativity, or representation, whatever it's called in English, if you just look at what the people are doing, you've got a pretty neat equality between control, combo, and aggro decks. And if you look at the decks in, you know, a very detailed way, you will see that many of the aggro decks have a combo part, many of the control decks have a combo part, and many of the combo decks are actually controlled with a mustache. So right now, if you just cannot predict what is going to be played, what is going to win, and what is going to be the top 8, I mean, not the order of the top 8, but just the top 8, or the top 16 maybe. If you cannot bet that a specific commander will or will not be into the top 16, that is not going to be a very insane format, right? That means that it's actually balanced. And if you look at the format right now, we cannot be more than happy when the format gets balanced. Actually, right now, I would say if you look at 19 user Lord High Artificer today, it's slightly unbalanced. So if Urza keeps being too much played and gets too many results, as I discussed earlier, this gives too many reasons why it has to be taken into account. I won't say it is a straight ban, you know. It just means at least it, you know, it checks the criteria to just be, okay, we should think about this card. And for some reason, for example, Zergo, for example, was polarizing the community for like 1 year, but no one was winning with it. Like there were 35 Zergo out of 120 players, I think, in the tournament at the beginning of 2017. And guess what? None of them were in top 8. Top 16? None of them were in top 16. And people will say, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. And I say, if it's a deck you just crush on, if it's a deck the good people just beat, why don't you just look at the people, what they play? Why don't you just look at what they do? Why don't you just change your pack? I'm going to give you an example for that. I'm not very good at deck building though, but I just got a small culture and good environment. I was playing a deck that I invented, Enchantress and Affinities. My list is on Magicville. I can give you this list if you want to know right now. It's a very busted and really complicated list. I've been building the deck for 10 years and I've got a high win rate with that. If you give me fast bound, I just go back with black, player tracks as a commander or Tina Thrasios, whatever, and this deck is really good. I mean, it's not tier 1 deck, but it's clearly a good tier 2. And I was experimenting against Zergo. Guess what? My win rate about like 15 games was 0% or 5%. I just say, okay. I played against a few other regular decks like a Rabo, stuff like that, and then, yeah, I need to change. I just came back home and I had some enchantment toolbox, but because I know the deck by heart, I just know the whole format about that. I just adapted, changed like 10 cards, changed the commanders. I say, okay, I'm not going to play this commander. I liked it, but I'm going to play another commander. And I went back to playing with the games like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Same player, same deck, a better improved version of Zergo. I've gone from 0 to 50%. 50% success rate for a pack that is a very long-term pack against a very aggressive / burn deck. I was like, cool, I'm not going to go further. That's cool for me because I was not fucking up my deck against the rest of the metagame, and that is what I call adapting. If everyone does this and adapt 12, 15, 20, 25 cards in the pack to just change and adapt to the metagame, you just wreck the metagame. That's how it works in every single Magic the Gathering format. It's just that in Commander, because you're playing in singleton, it's very slower and it takes a lot more time to see how it changed. You cannot adapt this by looking at a standard deck list over and over and each quarter, you know, that's the difference. Everything is just slower. The players, the player base, the decks, the format, the rotation, and because the card base is really large, like I said, about like 5,000 cards that are playable, it takes some time to adapt to the metagame, which is why actually most of the time the answer is when you're asking yourself questions about bans and unbans, you should actually look at your deck lists and completely rewrite everything, if not change your commanders sometimes. And the thing is, I know I cannot tell this because in other formats, you get a rotation. You get a standard rotation. You get a modern changes that it's changing like twice a year. Yeah, twice a year. Like example, with Modern Horizons right now, people are playing Hogak a lot. If you just look at Commander, Crack, Cleanse, Ironworks was just modulated by BNR. You got lots of decks that are playing like that, but you have to adapt and you have to say what is going to be played, what should I change? If you play Eternal, you have a very less will to change your packs. And actually, if you look at it, when you've got the basic cards like dual lands and fetch lands, it's not really that expensive. It's actually less expensive to change your whole dual commander pack than to change the standard and play the standard 4 times a year in all the formats and all the editions. So actually, sometimes it's just rough and it's... I cannot say that. No one can answer that to the people saying, you want to change the format? Change your deck. And I did this for myself. You have to make violence to yourself. You have to be violent to yourself. Say, okay, I'm just going to forget that. And sometimes it works. So, regarding unbans, right now, the thing is, there are cards that could be unbanned. You want to shorten the discussion because we're going to go to round 7? I can tell you what. Necrotic Ooze, Back to Basics, Humility. These cards, for example, are very common names that just come back each and every often in the discussion, and people say, why don't we just unban this? Thing is, if you test this and test this just like a lot, you'll say that it's not really that interesting. And you don't improve the format with that. If you unban Humility, and let me tell you, I will be the first one to be very happy with that, because none of my packs gets affected by Humility. I play 6 commander packs right now, fully pimped, Russian foil, Korean foil, whatever. I can change the card, I don't care. Whatever I play, I'll still be happy with that. But Humility is not a good card for the format, because most of the decks we are seeing right now on screen will be just changed, and everything will have more artifact, enchantment, destruction for nothing. Everything will be slackier, sloppier, slower, and the games will be less interesting for everyone. It's not about how Humility itself ranks. It's about how the whole fucking environment, people, tournament, everyone at home, in the kitchen table, in a store, in an organization, in a serious tournament like today, everyone is going to be affected by that. Same goes for Back to Basics. Are you tired of this format of everyone playing partner? Let's just unban Back to Basics. And I'll tell you, people are not getting that much enthusiastic about playing partners if you just unban Back to Basics. But the thing is, have you looked at the meta? Teferi was just dominating the meta. Straight before that, Barrel was dominating the meta. And right now we are on the brink to having Urza dominating the meta. How about you just give Back to Basics to Urza, right? Do you want to? Are you sure you want to? Because it's one of the easiest cards to unban. You know, I'm not going to discuss the Moxies, the Soul Ring, or whatever it is, you know, and it's not really fun. So if you want to talk about the unbans, you have to be very careful, because usually if you look at the ban card, you have, I don't remember how many, is that 63 or 75? I don't even know which one is the correct number. You can just go to Dual Commander right now if you just type DCB and or I think I put a comment for that. That is the current ban list for Dual Commander. There is just like less than 100 cards, out of the 5,000 you would consider playing in a game. Why would you just focus on these cards? Because right now the thing is, if you want to unban some cards, either it's to build a new deck and the new deck will change the meta, or if it's just to add some card in the deck and the card will just adjust how the deck performs. And you are taking the risk to unbalance the format, which is not really interesting, right? So it's a question of fragility, you know, it's just, you cannot move the card that easily. It looks easy from the outside, but when you're doing from the inside and you have to wait 3 months with people saying, how about that, how about that, how about that, why isn't that bad, why isn't that banned? And, you know, one question is fine, 1,000 questions is above human abilities, you know. And the thing is, it's sad because the whole committee, everyone likes to answer questions to everyone. So actually it's quite hard, and I would say it's quite harder than you think. And I forgot about Zur the Enchanter, for example, was also a very good card that we could see unbanned right now. And I would say just build a pack, do it seriously, train online, train offline, train paper. You'll see that Zur is not as fair as you want. And it's not about your Zur, it's about people who succeed in tournaments Zur, people who don't, everyone who likes to play the game. Like if you look at today, we've got 8 Aminatu and 3 people down who play as per partners. We've got also 3 or 4 people who play Esper but not Aminatu. All those people are gonna say, hey, I like these colors, I'm gonna play Zur. And all of a sudden, you've got 20 Zur in the format. Do you want to face it? It's not that easy, right? It's not that easy. So, no, it's okay, Akun. I just understand. Everyone, you want to do something great. You want to be a great person. Tell the people around you to stop calling it French Commander. Just tell them just Dual Commander. Because there's no confusion, you know. You said Dual Commander. What is it? It's just Dual Commander. There's no format name, you know. You can say, hey, Peasant and Pauper are actually very close to the same, but Peasant is not Pauper, and Pauper is not Peasant, and people usually know the difference, you know, uncommons. And that's the difference. And also the fact that one of them is quite official from Wizard of the Coast, and the other one is not really official, except that they're not sanctioned. So, yeah. Also, Pochettino say kill his fucking Jace. I don't want to see. I don't know which one you're talking about. Jace has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different Jaces, I think. And I don't know which one of this you want to remove. I don't know. I don't know. 27 cards in Magic the Gathering have a name Jace on them. I suppose you cannot be taken about James Vryn's Prodigy because it's already banned. Jace for free doesn't really look like a card you want to consider, so you're just talking about Jace the Mind Sculptor. If you look at the metagame right now, Jace the Mind Sculptor is just actually a win more card. It's just not really a card that you just play to say, I'm going to reverse the game and go over. If you just look at the recent games, Urza versus Arabo, I'll just defy you to just put it. You get a free token of Jace Mind Sculptor. You just get a Mind Sculptor token. You put it to any of the 2 players, left or right. I don't think that changes the game a lot. If you look, for example, on screen, we just had the Jace the Mind Sculptor, and that didn't really change the things happening. The guy just took 2, it was Killian, I think, but just makes +2 twice. He just exiled the top cards, and he just won a game by random, and the other one he just lost, whatever happens. So that was Jace. Regarding partners, alright, partners is let's face it, okay, we just talk you, I, everyone. Partners is pissing everyone off, except that, you know what, partners is probably the only reason we're playing 4 color packs. So that means we kill and go back to the before partners. The thing is, partners was out at the same time that Breya, Atraxa, and other ones were just out. And the thing is, partner shouldn't be condemned. Just, I don't want to tell you everything because I cannot, and this would be stupid, but if you know and if you looked at the recent commander swap rules, the Dual Commander Rules Committee is able to still sometimes derive from the official rules for Magic the Gathering and add some. We do not kill the official rules, we just add complementary rules that we want to try. So, first of all things, we cannot kill the partner mechanics, we cannot change the partner text, and we cannot change as much as we can the original rules, because we pretend that Dual Commander rules are based on Commander rules, we are based themselves on Magic the Gathering rules. And it wouldn't be insightful for anyone playing around the world who just likes to play 2 or 3 or 4 different internal formats to know, oh wait, it's this format. When I go to multiplayer, how do I pay partner tax? Is it just 2 for any of them? 2 for each of them? It's 1 + 1? It's, how do you, I don't remember. And then you go back to multiplayer, what's the difference? And you suddenly go to duel and you are alone and you say, okay, I'm going to play my commander and that was my plan. And the guy says, no, you have to pay 2 more and 2 more for this one. This is the rule. And say, it's a different rule. What if we just actually happen to face a different rule? But you just throw your cards, flip the table and leave the tournament because you just not bear it. So changing the tax of partners is only something that can be made by Wizards of the Coast. And the thing is, Wizards of the Coast doesn't care about Dual Commander. Doesn't care. We know them, we talk to them, and they like it. They like the idea, they respect the communities, they wrote it down when they did the MTGO format, and when they tried to do a Magic Online Commander, which didn't work correctly because they'd been going the different way, the exact opposite we tried, so we are pretty convinced it wasn't the right way, and we told them about that, and they say, yes, but we still want to try, and this is not Magic R&D, this was just Magic Online, not the same people. And they tried, and actually if you look at that, they decided to make a few changes to the format. They tried to go down to 30 life points, which is already a revolution for them. And it was cool for a time, you know, it was cool. And I think everyone can try this. But Wizards of the Coast, like the whole community, they know about, it's not about Dual Commander. There is more than 200, if not 300 alternate custom formats. On the old side of Wizards of the Coast, you used to have a page that is now disappeared, where they listed all the alternative casual formats. And I swear, I counted them, there were 210 of them, 215 or 210 of them listed on the website. And Dual Commander was just one of them. There are so many ways to play Magic. It's crazy on kitchen table and non-casual formats, you know. So, just to sum up, Wizards of the Coast did a multiplayer format because what was brought to their ears is that people wanted a multiplayer format. And right now they are still building a multiplayer format. And if you have played multiplayer like once in your life with 4, 5, 6 players, or just 3 players, just go with a partner and think partner is abusive. You just enter the field and say, wow, partner is actually shit. you just say it's harmless. It's completely harmless. Even really good card advantage like Thracias is just nothing. It's nothing. Even in multiplayer, it's just nothing. When you've got 4 people who can potentially kill you, if you look at what the people play, they just go for 5, 6, 8 mana partners. They just go for fun. They don't really look at what is, on the curve. So this is only a dual matter. And regarding partners, if you look correctly, there are 15 of them, and we have already banned 3 or 4. Bruce Burishtal. We have banned Vial Smasher the Fierce. We have banned at the same time the Brea Ethereum Shaper. That was crazy shit. We have banned I think it was everything. Yeah. So it's not something that is impossible. Banning the removing the partner mechanics from the field would just be stupid. We cannot condemn them, and they actually brought some really good stuff to Battlefield. If you look at today, the complete list of partners are representing 36 people out of 233. And it's clearly growing, but sometimes it's clearly going down. Like if you just look at January, there were just nothing more than 16 player playing partners. One of them did a top 8, I think, and it was the only one. So right now, if you look at partners, what is pissing you in partners? The fact that they play creatures each and every turn? Did you look at Arabo? Did you look at the Arabo game before? There was twice many more creatures played than any partner deck will do, including the cheapest one, Tina Thracias. So partners is actually not a pain in the ass. It's just disturbing, and it's just really bizarre, you know. And it's not about killing partner decks or not, it's just about the metagame. If it's not meaningful for you, if it doesn't change anything in the meta, why would you focus so much on them? Yes, they do play with different rules and they do play with stupid things, you know? It's just about a matter of adjusting the cursor. You know about the Revi, you know about Oloro, you know about Marath Will of the World, you know about all Revi Imperial Tactician, you know about all those cards. If you look at how broken they are, you just get a rule and you can easily close to place them on a horizontal line, you know, with values and say how broken they are. And right now we don't have broken partners. We have the less broken of them, and sometimes we have the best of the non-broken ones and of the less broken ones and the least good of the less broken ones. I mean, Thracias is probably the most endangered, I would say. I'm not even sure. But when you think of it, Tina Thracias was played like a lot. And until some days, some guy will say, hey, what if I just play Akiri and Silas? Because it's the 4 colors that only play with artifacts. The green they just destroy it. And you look at that, for example, you look at Balance. Balance is devastating and completely broken in Akiri Silas. And if you get this, you get broken. But some of the packs in the format just roll over it and kill it. And also, if you look at the screen, you often just remember the good games where the people went blazingly fast, and you never remember the short games where everything was completely uninteresting. So sometimes you say it's more complicated what you have under your eyes to see, you know. So yeah, partner is not broken, it's not shitty, it's just different. If you want to know, when I saw this happen, I was like, this is not interesting. I was not about, oh, it's broken. I don't care. The broken thing is decided by the people who play the games. I don't have any Porter deck right now. I should be playing Tina Phaseus, but I prefer to play Atraxa. And then I just prefer to remove the black, so I just went back to Vasalis Elite for Commander in Enchantress. And I think most of people did the same for most Commander. Actually, people were playing red, green, white, black aggro, and at some point they say, why don't we just take Saskia? Saskia is no partner, it's just better. It's just better. Then, for example, Akiri Rayhan, and people was like, no, it's just not working. One of them wants counter, the other one wants artifacts. So, not interesting. So actually, partner is not that complicated to play. And I don't know who did test that against you, but I did some lots and lots of very bad games against partners who just did nothing for a few turns. Right now, if you want to see what a junk creature card deck can be, just look at Najila. Najila is much more junkier than most partners are, actually. That's what I see. Tina Phaseus, yes. It's not about Tina Phaseus, it's just about 4-color packs. 4-color packs actually cost a lot. And if you look at the cost of dual lands, you'll see that not all the dual lands are increasing in price. Look at the prices trends for Underground Sea, White Border. It's actually decreasing because it cannot go infinitely high, and some people are gonna get, thrown out the formats at some point. So we're not getting them reprinted, but as long as there are tournaments like today, where people just buy dual lands and very expensive cards and make them winnable by the community, you just reinject more dual lands in the format. Also, dual commander is cool. Why? Because you only, with parentheses and quotes, you only need 10 of them. And if you are like me, then you just decided never to play red and black, for example, in the same pack, I did like 15 years of my life playing Magic the Gathering without having bad lands. I just got them recently, but I didn't care. I didn't even care about the bad lands. I played all the other color combination. All of them. Single, twice, 3, and 4, but I never played that. And now I do. I say, okay, I need bad lands. But it took some time. And if you're not playing Legacy or Vintage on the side, you don't really need that much of a huge mana base. The problem also is sometimes in Commander, people are just as crazy as shit like me, and you would just want little pimped version. So you want black borders, you want Japanese, Russian foil fetch lands and stuff like that, and then you go high in prices. Also, lots of Eternal staples have been reprinted recently, and we are clearly left with only one problem, the reserve list. A few years ago, there was not that many reprints, and some of the cards were just really expensive. Like, for example, Imperial Recruiter. Imperial Recruiters got divided by twice, 3 times, not 4 times its initial value of 3 years ago, just because it got reprinted. It wasn't on the reserve list. So Force of Will did the same. Actually, it's weird because the new Force of Will is more valuable than the old one, but you don't care. It's going to get reprinted again. So Wizards did lots of ways trying to rebuild that because they know it actually helps selling. Modern Horizons did new cards for this format, and maybe we're going to have new cards that have the same name or functional reprints of the older ones that we might not never see. If you look at the lands for Battlebound, right? You've seen them. What is the difference? What is the difference between an Underground Sea and the blue-black land for Battlebound? I think there's a blue-black. No, there's a green-white, for example. Between the green-white land from Battlebound and the green-white land from Alpha Beta Revised Unlimited. There is none. When you play multiplayer, there is none. So Wizards can be quite inventive. The thing is, we are doomed to playing duel, which is already complicated because we play multiplayer cards that are designed by R&D to be multiplayer to, go for duel. Just to keep you informed, I could just show you, but there's no special activity. We're gonna have some 7th round soon. The last round for today is going to start pretty soon, I hope, because I think we only got 6 of them. Just tell me if I'm mistaken. I just lost the count. I think I lost the count. But yeah. So that is the thing that is complicated. yeah, that's all the questions that are just going round and round and round. And the best advice I have is you can think about this, you can have those questions in your mind, you can keep thinking about them, but most of the time you don't really care about the answers. I mean, I play lots of games myself that are not Magic the Gathering or Magic the Gathering, which I have no influence in. No influence. And sometimes you just get tilted by like, oh, this fucking shit is not being changed. But you know what? Usually, when things get unbalanced, people who decide to change it very fast. But if you want to be like, you know, insightful, and if you want to, being the first ones to talk about something, then yeah. Yeah, undercurrency is fetchable, and that's a difference. But you say big difference. I don't think that's such a big difference. That's a difference. But what if Wizards of the Coast prints 10 lands like this one? 10 different lands that just give you any color that we want. At some point you're gonna say, we don't really care. Underground is one of them, but yeah. And I was not talking about dual, right? You understand that I was talking about what Wizards of the Coast was able to print, and I told you, Wizards of the Coast is mostly concerned with multiplayer right now. As you see in the products they build and stuff. It has the same name, and that's the weird things. It's still played in called Commander. All right, I was just answering the people, so just asking if people are on site, just know what is happening, because I'm getting worried. I'm still very thirsty. I kept answering all your questions, and just wait. I need to refill my bottle because I'm thirsty, and don't move. I'll just be back in 5 seconds. Yeah, it's the last round now. We need the last round. Good. Now I got water again. Because I was getting fucking thirsty. Still hot in France right now. It's 30 degrees still. All right. So, what does he see? No, I think maybe I just counted bad, but there was supposed to be one more round. I'm just gonna insist on asking. I'm just trying to get who's on top of the 6 rounds so far. I think I understand. Maybe people are just going to decide whether or not they're going to play tomorrow, and maybe they're just deciding things again. Yeah, I was gonna say see you later, but have you look at the nickname? See you later, GDR, GDGDFFGFG. That's a very cool and carefully chosen Twitch name, right, bro? You did put a lot of creativity in this one. All right. Meanwhile, I'm just also looking at the French stream, what people say. As you can guess, people are arguing. You guys are missing a lot of jokes, but they're in French, so I cannot tell everything. And as you can see on the screen, they're still. I can just show you. Actually, the people are still talking. You know. So yeah, it looks like they're still in the last extra turn. People are taking lots of the times, but I think people should also be thinking about the rebound tournament. Okay. Guys, your wishes got just exhausted, and we're going to see another round of the same player. Is this a rebel? All right. Okay. So we're just going to have a new pack now. It's not going to be a rebel, I think. The game's name's changed. We're going to see one of the new commander on the right, which is at 5-0, and who is piloting this. I think it's Mathieu. Yeah, it's Mathieu. Mathieu Hoto was just bringing on some new commander, which is always a good thing, you know, when you want to think about and that is weird. That is weird. Okay. So we're going to have some. Yeah, it was Urza on the left and Niv Mizzet on the right. So we got Alexander Loskutov, who maybe you know is a very, very used to top 8s. Yeah, yeah. But I'm just saying this. They're just updating the stats. They're just checking that they are at 6-0 and not 5-1-1 or 5-1 or something like that. So they should be at 6-0, both of them. So so yeah, they're just checking. So Alexander Loskutov on the left is whose nickname is Neutrader. Is very famous for playing all the tournaments and getting good success rate. So yeah, no surprises here. So no, it's not. They're not at 5-1. They're at 5-0-1. They're at 5-0-1. Yeah, they did a draw. Both of them did a draw. So sorry, I was just going back to what I was saying. So as I was saying, these people just play something that is quite new, actually. Both commanders have less than 1 month. Yeah, 1 month, and the other one has 4 months. So it's actually kind of new commanders that we are seeing right now, and this is fun. This is actually really fun. Niv Mizzet is actually I don't know how to say, a combo pack which just relies on. I've seen different lists. All right, I've seen very different lists of. That's always complicated to know. I now have the list of Mathieu on the right, so I would just like to talk about that. Niv Mizzet Reborn list is probably going to be very different from people playing today, and I just don't know how many of them are playing it. I'm just going to check. And I don't think there are that many. Let me just check. Should be one player only. One player only playing the Niv Mizzet. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna check. Niv Mizzet. No, two people are playing Niv Mizzet Reborn, so that's one of them we're watching right now. So we got Snow Islands on the left, and new cards again. Comes Astrolabe on the left, which means you need Snowy, which is the only reason why we are playing Snowy Islands in Urza's decks, so that's fun. Also, on the right is the... I need to remember this multicolored land name. Decks enters battlefield tapped, and you just do whatever mana you want. And we've got a Spellskite on the left too, which is probably already a bad idea. Also, you just forgot to toss and to tap the game. Commander on the right is Niv Mizzet Reborn, so it's actually a very strong creature. So 6/6 Flyer is killing pretty fast. It's actually killing in 3 turns because people usually fetch. I mean, Urza does not, but maybe people will do. And you reveal the top 10 cards of your library, and you actually are very inclined to play a multicolored pack because you need all the cards to be of a color pair and to be different. And actually, if you look at the cards that are playing in Duel Commander right now and how the lists are built, you just realize it's not that hard, actually. It's not that hard. Like, Castigate, for example, which just got played on the right by Mathieu, is actually a hell of a good card, you know? You just get to exile the cards. So, yeah, it's actually cool. And you got access to, like I said, 18,500 cards. So you can potentially play anything. And I'm pretty sure that people don't play the same lists right now. But watching this, maybe people are going to change their mind and try to build new lists of of Dual Commander Niv Mizzet. That's fun. I would like this to be played because 5 colors lists are really cool. So that's a Brainstorm. And what's going to be brainstormed? Of course, Brainstorm is basically a killer in this pack because you get if you get some good chance of getting the cards, you just put them back on the top deck and then they go back into your hand the same turn you just play Niv Mizzet Reborn. So actually this is a killer pack, and Brainstorm is really cool in this Niv Mizzet pack. So right now it's going to be another land, which is a Misty Rainforest, and we're going to see some classic fetch. Brainstorm plus fetch is the basic of pretty much any single legacy pack, I would say. On the left, I think there's a Karn, the new Karn for 4. And I didn't have the time to see what the other cards were, but I'm surely... wait, maybe I have information on table. No, they just went straight to playing and we didn't have the time to get the cards they have in hand, so we're gonna have to guess them. So yeah, that's a Karn, that's Seat of a Synod, yes, it just played it. And I didn't see the last one. Is it a Force of Will? I'm not sure. So, what to expect? Looks like this is going to be the start of something. We got Muddle the Mixture, 2. We got Muddle the Mixture on the left, and Muddle being a counter that has transmutability that just makes you find something that costs you. Mana Morphose, so you just morph the mana and you draw a card, which is one of the really key cards of Magic the Gathering that doesn't have that many replacements. You know, Mana Morphose is really unique in the world of Magic the Gathering, and it's really fine. And he just say go. Okay, so far no Urza, just Spellseekers. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? So he just cycled. He said blue and white for the fun. Maybe he was hoping for something to happen, like Dovin's Veto, for example. But okay, so we get another dual land. Nope, we don't have a dual land. We have a 3-land. Oh my goodness, is it really playing? I mean, sometimes you got to. Sometimes you have to play those kinds of land, but looks like he's trying to. He's got Marsh Flats. He's got many more of these cards. So that is a fill push on Spellseeker. That is a fetch. Weird thing that opponent chose to. I mean, it's based on the mana cost, but usually you just fetch first and then you go. But I think he wanted to maybe get a land that enters the battlefield tapped if he got only 2 mana spells in hand. So that's sometimes something you do. You just get a Rev land and have it tapped because you don't want to pay for some dual land from Alpha, Beta, Rivers Unlimited. No, he just gets another he just get Scrubland and he just goes in. So finally he doesn't play, but he revealed Terminate. He just revealed another dual land, which was I think Taiga from his hand, and Marsh Flats. So opponent says, can I tap 4 and try to play my commander? He says okay, you got a token. The token is 2/2, and he's got 3 cards in hand. One of them is the Muddle Mixture. What now? If you look at the timer, these games are going to be slightly slower. Ooh. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Do you reveal them, or yeah, you reveal. And he just had one more, but he chose not to use it because yeah, Baneful Strix, and the other card is what? Oh, he's got Dovin Veto in hand, right? I think he does. So there's a 6/6 flyer right now. He got Justice Strike on the other card. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. Usually transmutes into whatever gets played with that. GTO Mizawa was transmuted the last game, I think, too. So, yeah. Stasis not really played in those. It's actually Yeah, it's complicated. But you can play it. I mean, if you find a way to play Stasis in Urza, like playing 0 mana converted costs, and get to untap Stasis each and every turn, having more permanents, and then finally you just untap, and when opponent starts to be able to play his pack or her pack again, and you got 10 more permanents, then Stasis did the job. So you just sacrifice it and go. But right now it's gonna get complicated. So we can see Upheaval in his hand with which is the last tech we haven't seen for today with Urza, because Upheaval in Urza is just going to be crazy. So Model Mixture is gonna get transmuted, and Winter Orb is going to get played, which of course is something that we don't expect. Not each and every turn, but close to it. So Arkham Astrolabe says 1 mana, the creature, the token makes 1 mana 2, and Winter Orb gets 2 ETB. Chooses to untap the multicolored pack, multicolored land, so yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have something next. It's gonna play probably... Oh, Command Tower was on one of the cards he top decked, because I don't think he had the Command Tower. So next is Boom, 6 damage on your face. And right now, I think Urza is not the best pack to stop really cool flyers. He's got Upheaval, which is fine. Do we have something interesting to play here? I think you should obviously, we know all the hands, so you should keep Dobbin's Veto to just counter Upheaval, which would be devastative, but it's not gonna happen, right? So what is going to happen? He's got the choice between only expensive spells right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he did something that special. There's a Narset in his hand, Khorne, Narset, and Upheaval, right? So Khorne gets tested. I think Khorne is not that much of a disturbance right now. But at least it passes one turn. Narset? Right. That still doesn't stop Niv-Mizzet, but he's still going to look at the top 4 cards and try to put one back in his hand. And looks like he's got 3 out of 4 cards that are active cards. Is that a Prophetic Prism, an island? I didn't see the rest. And hard to see. Hard to see. It's not really showing up the cards. But it's just choosing. He's just got to pick one. It's not going to be awesome picks. Urza doesn't have awesome picks. 90% of the pack is fully concentrated into the power of the commander. So yeah, it was Tormod script. It looks like a promotional Tormod script. Yeah. So untap 1 land. He took a Tormod script into that, attacking with Niv-Mizzet. Boom. Smash. So he's playing one of his rare fully tapped lands. Alexander is actually not close to death, but he's gonna win first, I think, because attacking and playing a tons of artifacts this turn could be devastating. If he just happens to play like what he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts, 5 artifacts. If he just plays 4 more, he instantly wins. No, he's only got the win condition, right? Because Urza is already killer, so that's 1 more to win. And he's got Subfire Medallion, so actually he's going to go for it, I think. Maybe it's thinking about Force of Will, because Force of Will could maybe do something, but Force of Will actually means no. Force of Will means if Peach is for 1, and he attacks with Urza and nothing else. And he does all the mana he wants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. Plays Upheaval. That's going to be really complicated. And they say go. So it's got 4 floating mana, I think. So he plays everything. Urza gets back. Token gets back from Urza. Takes 2 mana. Plays Sapphire Medallion. It's got Tezzeret now. Oh, he's got Tezzeret. Tezzeret's one turn kill if you just do it properly. So that does a lot of actually stuff to do. And this is not a fastborn case, right? With fastborn you could just go back, but it doesn't happen to be in the field, so it's gonna choose what cost to discard, play the same land on turn 1, so he's basically playing his turn 1 another time. And actually is going to go for it. This is just time loss actually, but we're watching it. I think no opponent knows about the upheaval plan, so he's gonna be more careful with that. Also, tapping some more mana, and Tezzeret goes in. And there we go. Also, maybe I missed something, but Tezzeret costs 5 and he just took 3 mana. I just missed something. Oh no, there's a Sapphire Medallion. So yeah, Tezzeret costs 5 and 2, yeah. Whatever gets played is just selectively abusive. Yeah, Sapphire Medallion was reducing the cost. I forgot about the Medallion. So as you guys can tell, one of the plans that people needed to play was Upheaval. This is why also I wasn't revealing my deck text up to now, which I'm going to do right now because I don't care about now. And yeah, that was cool. Oh, so we've got the tables if you are interested. So on table 1 we have Karizeth versus Urza, just like what we just no, we didn't save this game. So on table 2 we've got Urza versus Urza. Table 3 we've got Urza versus Niv-Mizzet, what we are seeing right now. This is table 3. Table 4 we've got Arabo versus Urza, and table 5 we've got Titania, Arabo. Table 6 we've got Timna Thrasios versus Izamaru. Table 7 we've got Timna Thrasios versus Urza. Table 8 Gitrog versus Urza. Table 9 Urza versus Teferi. And table 10 we've got Case versus Urza. So if you want to talk about representativity and danger, can I just say that all of the first 10 tables are Urza versus something, and sometimes for one of them Urza versus Urza. Yeah, then comes normal packs. Kithian, Grenzo, Karizeth versus Estrid, Winlord versus Yuriko, Yuriko versus Arabo, Urza versus Izamaru, Ikra Rayhan versus Kes, Karizeth versus Urza, Aminatu versus Shalai, Tajik versus Anafenza White, Tajik versus Titania, and that's the top 20 tables right now. And if you want to go to the top 32 tables, I can just tell you the rest is just quite diversified up to this. So yeah, that is quite a polarization on the format. You know, it's that is quite a polarization of the formats, and it's not really helping. So, next game, here we go. I would like to actually Nifmazet to win one game, but also not to mention, it's not a judgment of quality, but from what I see from the information I've got, I think most of the people, you know, who are very good people are playing Urza today. Not all of them, some bad people are, and some good people are not playing Urza, but most of them are. Yeah, it looks like it just like as of today, Urza is lacking some help to get a diversified metagame. So yeah. But on the other side, summer is usually not really filled with lots of tournaments, so I don't see how it could be, you know, emergency ban. You know, it's abusive. But as you can see in the list today, some decks are scoring the same that the Urzas are scoring, and Urza's decks are not all in the top 32. So there were 19 of them, and we only got 12 of them in the top 42. So not all of them did very good results. And there are still 1 pack out of 2, and if you go to the top 42, that's 4 pack out of 5 that are not Urza and that are actually different. So it's not really completely choking the metagame, it's just invasive, right? It's just abusive. But it's not really, it's just not a perfect, right? We have seen better commanders that perfect runs more than this. Like example, if you wanted to say what a Derivi pack makes or what a Rofelos pack makes, just try it. You'll see how much it performs. But yeah, Urza's being... Oh, I just answered this question, David, a few minutes ago on the stream. I just said that actually... any single card that gets asked or, you know, wondered by the people is just taken into account. So that makes, I would say, on a recurring basis, each and every month, that's about 100 cards. Yeah, 100 cards each and every month. If you just go from now, I mean, it's tranquil right now. It's quite calm. We are just July. No one really plays. It's summer in the North Hemisphere. So I would just say... yeah, 100 cards get really picked and taken into account by someone at some point. But if you look at what the people talk about in the forums, in the communities, it's just reduced to like 5 to 10 cards at worst. So usually it's quite cool. And the cards come recurringly from one season to another, from one BNR announcement to and rules announcement to another one. So usually it's it's actually all the same cards. And you know what? Once the cards are, you know, out of in the lists, it's just changing everything, you know. So yeah. Also, like I said, don't focus too much. Don't focus too much on being tilted upon changing the lists. When a format is as stable as the one we have right now, you don't really want to check the list. That's one of the first mistakes someone who's just reacting impulsively is just going to make. If you think like, yeah, format is good, but let's just unban things, you would just break the format again and people are going to be mad at you. So it's very complicated. It's more complicated than this. But regarding a few cards we have discussed about, we discussed about earlier on about, I mean, it's not necessarily the dual rules community, it's just everyone. If you just look at the forums in any language, people just talk about the same cards. Urza, Balance, Yuriko, Arabo, and we've got recently Necrotic Ooze and the rest too, you know, it's just nothing really matters for them, and Zur sometimes too. So the cards are recurring, and of course, no one is restraining the cards for pure pleasure, you know. No one wants to say, hey, you cannot play this card, and that's stupid. Everyone would like to play everything. But everyone knows that having a situation where you just choose to unlock a card for losing 10 to 15% of the players, having less attendance, People like the ZAP today. I mean, shouts out to the ZAP people. Are just like 20 people organizing this plus the judges. This is crazy. They've been working on that for years. I work with them sometimes. I'm just giving them help. You got no idea how much of organization it takes to make a 250 players tournament like that. It's crazy. You really want to take the risk of pissing everything that they do off and just you say, yeah, I want my Zero back. I want my Edric back, and you just do that. And if you just do that with less attention, you're just breaking everything that these people have been trying to do, you know, and that's not really cool. So you gotta be careful at some point. You gotta be careful. Also, back to the game, we've got game 2 that was a little weird because we had to go through a Cavern of Souls, which is also one of the most problematic cards in this format, but it's in one of the formats. Every format has a problematic Cavern of Souls. So, yeah. Destroy the artifact. Alright. What is being played right now? Flame Slash on Urza. This is cool. This is actually really good. Because now Alexander needs to play Urza again, tapping everything out but the Mind Stone. Not sure that Niv Mizzet has that many counter spells though, so I don't think the Cavern of Souls is actually changing this game that much. Probably that without the Cavern of Souls it wouldn't have changed that much. So he's choosing to crack the Crystal Veins and get the token back, and still not using his fetch lands, which is fun. Why not? And I think he has more destruction than he has counter spells. So even though we saw Dovin's Veto, because Dovin's Veto is brain dead, you just don't get to choose, you cast it and it works. And right now, we need to see what is going to happen. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? I don't even know what the Niv Mizzet can be playing. I know he should be playing combo, and actually 5 colors could go all very fast. And Urza doesn't have that many counter spells. So actually the counter spells user is using as just more focused on preventing your own one and only strategic plan from not happening than killing your opponent's strategy. Like I said, it's just going to be draw, apply some pressure, get some more mana until you get Winter Orb, Static Orb, Lock, and after some time, you actually get to, you know, play. This is going to get Mana Leaked, right? And you actually get to play. I think it was Mana Leaked, yeah. So he just fetches in an answer. That's gonna be new things here, and yeah, you just don't really go aggressively on your opponent's deck. You don't really care about your opponent's deck. Whatever it is gonna be slower than Urza. So yeah, people can still do this. Also, if he kills Urza one more time, successfully, also it's gonna cost 8, and that's not gonna be really efficient. But at some point, I suppose. Oh wow, what? No, yeah. He just had 1 remaining mana, so he just prevented from the attack. Maelstrom Pulse was played. He just emptied 2 cards from his hand, which is not what he wanted to do, and paid 3. Is that Tangle Warrior? This is an Altar of Dementia, right? And this is where the games, in terms of resilience, goes back to being crazy. Nope. Oh, it's the one that creates constructs, or whatever it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3 damage more. That's 8. So thing is, you don't really care about using your commander and your cards, because whatever you do, you got so much card advantage, you just really don't get anything new. Oh, the Static Orb, right? Yeah, that's the new Foundry from Commander 2018, I think. think I put it in my deck list too. I'm just gonna check this. What is this? Oh, camera's checking. This is I don't remember the card name. Retrofitter Foundry. That's what the card is being played. George, I was talking about the first one that was being played that created the token that you see on the right. Just missed my. I just missed my my request. This is the card, right? This is the card in the middle next to the token, and yeah, I think the one is static orb. Not sure, but I think it is. So there comes the golem, there comes everything actually. And this is gonna be a deadly strike, I think. No, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is that 2? 3, I think that's 3, 4, 6. It takes 9. Oh! This is fun. This is a Supreme Verdict, which is essentially very effective with this. So untapping lands, removing the counters. That is not really cool, actually. Yeah, I thought he was removing the counters from the blast zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom! There it comes. Tap. Blue, blue, tap. And a true name Nemesis goes in. What he would need right now is more planet cleansing than a Supreme Verdict, actually, but yeah. It's just another pack where every single card that was blue artifact control still shines, you know? Like, cards we had forgotten for sometimes. Winter Orb was not always played, but lots of people playing. Static Orb, but lots of people play. I do play Storage Matrix too. Storage Matrix has less impact, but it's still cool to play too. And also the classic Ensnaring Bridge, the classic, you know, cards, and a few new ones that we have seen, like Meridian Besieged or stuff like that are new. And of course, the list should play Time Twister, Upheaval, and I do personally added All Is Dust just for the fun. I'm just gonna make my list public now because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it is public or not. And if I just choose to share it in English, I could just paste it right now. It's not the list that Alexander is playing. I think he's playing slightly different. For example, I think he just he just played True Name Nemesis, and I chose not to play creatures. I was just I mean, True Name Nemesis should be replacing the Vedalken Archmage that I wanted to test. I was just testing the Vedalken Archmage to be extremely abusive because I just do the save in Enchantress packs. And I've just played Ugin too, but it's just borderline. Ugin's 8 mana, is good in any color, any pack that wouldn't be having Urza like that as a commander. You would expect Ugin to be cool, but you know what? In the end, you just don't care. You just go whatever. So you don't play All Is Dust, you don't play Ugin because it's fine. But I like just sometimes where it's just harder to come back and I just kill everything. So yeah. Sometimes I just want to, you know, break out through everything, and yeah. Also, there's a test drive that is shit. Mystic Forge is not cool, so I'm just gonna change Mystic Forge actually right now and put back True Name Nemesis because it's actually more fun. I mean, no, it's not more fun. It's more stupid, but I like it. What was it? It was Mystic Forge. Yes, Mystic Forge. I think. Boom. Save. That is not optimized. I just did some 2 or 3 choices that I wanted. Also, you can just remove in the list. You can just remove all his dust and or Yugin, the most expensive card, and just play one more Snow-Covered Island. Play 38 or 39 is not really too much. 38 looks like good, and 37 because I'm bored with doing always the same thing over and over. And are we going to have some interview? We're gonna have some interview. So I'm gonna turn back interview. I'm gonna turn on the sound and have no, it's not interviews, just the team talker just trying to talk to themselves.
Je pensais qu'il allait avoir le cul entre deux chaises, comme entre Sai et Teferi.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
So they're just talking about. Guess what they're talking about? They're talking about Urza.
L'un qui nous dit je fais environ 10 parties, l'autre qui nous dit je fais environ 3 parties, 6-0, 6-0-1. What do you think? What do you think?
People are just making good jokes. Alright guys, also this was the last round for today. Yes, we will be restreaming, computer streaming. I think we'll just be back at the same time tomorrow morning. I just one Twitch event for the whole thing. If you want to know the time right now, you just got to say what did I put as a command? Local time. This is the local time where I am, and right now it's 7:17 p.m. So if you want to count in exactly 5 plus 10, 15 hours, you will be back for the stream. So just a reminder for tomorrow morning, we've got 2 rounds of the top 64 players, which are still in the tournament. And then we have 3 rounds of top 8. If players decide to play, because depending on how the meta is, depending on how people want to come back home and stuff like that, or depending if people want to play like on other tournaments, because there are other tournaments, you can expect people to behave differently. Usually they're going to play, but let me tell you, if the top 8 becomes like 7 Urza and 1 Rock deck, people are just going to split, and we're going to maybe stream interviews instead, if not maybe a few rounds of the Rebound tournament. So as a reminder, everyone who is not in the top 64 tonight gets authorized to play the Rebound tournament tomorrow, so they just need to register for that. And everyone who is in top 64 doesn't have to pay, but is automatically added, and not in the top 8, automatically added to the second tournament, the Rebound tournament, having 2 buys. So that's cool. So if you're on the top 64 today, if you lose or not, don't get to the top 8 tomorrow morning, tomorrow midday, you just get to the second tournament. So there should be another tournament with, again, something like 200 players after 2 hours and 150 at the beginning of the day. And there will be no top 8 because it's impossible to do that in one day anymore. 2,030 players, it's just too much. So there will be dry rounds, and it will just end at the same time, probably at the same time that it ends today. So we're going to make the same streaming tomorrow. I might be alone streaming, might be Leo/Kiku is going to come back, I don't know. And in the meantime, I think I'm going off with that. I'm just waiting to see if the people get some interview today from people. Let me tell you, tomorrow we're going to have some interviews. We decided if we could interview some players from the top 8, the winner, probably. We're going to do an interview from the tournament organizer who's speaking about his breaking war record tournament of today again. About the team, about the shouts out, about everything. We're gonna have some interview from someone from the committee, probably one of the players who are on site. If you want to know, we've got 5 players from the Duel Commander Rules Committee on site. We've got Mundust, Justo, we've got Sergey, we've got Mars, and we've got Pierre, I think. Both of them are playing today, and there will be also an interview of judges and probably people who are artists, alterators, because they do a great job. You need to see what Kevin Alter does. This guy is crazy. He just boils up the card, gets over things, he rakes up, he uses scalpels to just rake the cards apart, read the cards, he makes crazy stuff. Go on his page, he's just really amazingly talented. I love what he does. It's just crazy. He just... I don't want to tell you. If you don't know about Kevin Alter, just check out. And yeah, so basically that was the end. We're going to end tomorrow at the same time, and there will be, so at worst 5 rounds, and at best for you if you want to end up early, but I know you don't, 2 rounds. And depending on what happens and depending on the prizes, people may actually play the top 8. Maybe not the final, but the rest of the top 8 might be played. So I mean, what if we just hope that tomorrow Urza's players get really bad at the beginning of the day and just lose their games and don't make it to the top 8? Because right now they just represent 12 people out of 32, and they could still be thrown out of the game, right? 12 people out of 64, sorry. So yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I hope that was not uninteresting, because I don't do 8 hours of consecutive streaming each and every day of my life. Also, it was particularly hot today in France. It's just not the very heat wave, but we just had a serious heat wave recently. So I'm going to see what the light is outside. So I will just catch up with you tomorrow morning. And what else? What else to add? We'll just see about that. Reminder, if you want to see the comments, you got my exclamation mark comments in the chat, because I added 2 bots and a few comments. I'm trying to put some deck list on the side, a sample deck list of what the people play if you want to know what's inside the pack, which is always going to be complicated when you go in a tournament like that, because people change at the last moment. And yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow in like 15 hours, and you will be there. Also, if you don't want to know, just talk about this channel, talk about this tournament, talk around you about what is happening today, what's happening tomorrow. Share this if you like, and yeah, what else to see? I will see you tomorrow. Good night, or good morning for the people who are the other side of the globe, and good luck. See you!